Sales at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Chuck in the Morning on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, great morning to you and welcome into the show. It is a Tuesday. My name is Chuck Powell. Anders Hurst is here as Ashley is off to Hawaii for, I don't know, sounds like 3.5 years. I mean, boy, the juice that she ended up with in this company. My goodness, where did that come from?
Yeah.
You've been hiding that ability to just take off years at a time from us.
Yeah.
Wow. Grown quite powerful over the years.
Now we know how you really feel, Ashley.
Yeah, that Ashley Ryan. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's get out of here. Let's go to Hawaii.
I'm going to get out of here, and I'm going to get out of here for as long as I'm allowed. That guy in the mornings is a jerk.
Yeah.
Well, great morning to you all. And I am a host, and my bosses, this drives them nuts, but I don't care. I'm a host that pulls back the curtain.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. So, I'm a little bit out of sorts this morning. We are supposed to be broadcasting live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and I'm not going to throw this person under the bus because where would we be without him?
Very true.
So I'm just going to say something happened that kept me from broadcasting from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center this morning, and so I had to race all the way back from Renton. Like, I was there. I was at Renton.
Yeah.
At 5:25 this morning, ready to go, and found out, no, you're going to have to go at 5:35. I found out you're going to have to go back to the radio station. And so I barely just got here. And then I didn't have the right stuff to get in the building.
The key card.
Yeah. I had my stuff from to go to the VMAC.
Right.
And so I didn't have my key card to get into the building, and so then Anders had to rush, and then Ashley's not here, and so Anders is having to do, like, things that he normally doesn't have to do, and then on top of it, he's got to come downstairs and grab me. It's just been one of those mornings.
Mornings. Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like this is kind of how the morning show works a lot of the time.
It doesn't.
Every time I'm in, it's something like that.
Frankly, it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe it's something about you. Maybe I shouldn't be angry at that other person. Maybe I should be angry at you.
Maybe, if we're going Mariners loss win stuff and then all the superstition crap.
That's true. Ashley probably does think it's you.
Yeah.
With all of her superstitions.
Would not surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah. So, I am a slave for preparation, which is why I get up at 3:30 in the morning for this job, and that's why I get to the VMAC at 5:25 to be ready for the show by 6 o'clock. So needless to say, my preparation that I normally do got completely wiped away. So I feel completely naked right now. I'm not. I've got a microphone. I knew what I was going to talk about. Sure. I got Anders.
And you can see him on YouTube. He is wearing clothes.
Yeah,
just so people know.
I even have pants on. So everything's good. I mean, there's not really any reason to even discuss this or talk about this or bring this up. I could have very easily played this off like everything is normal.
Yeah.
But that's just not the way I operate.
No.
I just got in the building 15 seconds ago, and so that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. And there you go. Blah.
Yeah,
it just comes out of my mouth.
You tell it like it is. And I tried. I think the listeners like. I'm always a peel back the curtain guy too.
Yeah,
like we like to tell the story of why something's happening.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on.
For example, there's a dead body in the corner. Oh, which is a big surprise.
Another one?
Yeah.
We had that issue last week. I don't know. I thought they got rid of that.
Yeah. I mean, can't people... come on, Softy. Pick up after yourself.
I hate when he just leaves the studio a mess, man.
Don't leave the studio a mess. There's chairs everywhere.
Yeah.
The microphones are twisted around. I've got food on the counter and a dead body in the corner.
Softy,
I mean,
come
on now.
Yeah, it's one thing to leave the dead body, but the food? Come on.
Exactly. It's gross.
Yeah.
What it is. It's disgusting. Yeah. I mean, I always clean my desk base, too, because my girlfriend I'm not a germaphobe, but she is. And when you have a girlfriend and you live with somebody who is a germaphobe, you kind of sort of take on some of those traits and qualities.
Yes.
So even from the standpoint, Anders, of I didn't get to like wipe down.
Yeah.
I didn't get to like de-softy
Yeah.
my area.
Yeah. Who's the last host that comes in before you?
Even that bothers me a little bit, you know? So anyway, I'm trying not to like touch too much.
You still have Softy's aura just around there.
And it's weird because I don't have that feeling at all.
It's just.
And yet I'm so used to my routine
You're
that
trained to it.
I haven't done my routine this morning. And so, yeah. And just, I always have a cup of water to start, as YouTubers have noticed.
Yeah, of course.
My mouth feels drier than ever.
Oh, boy.
I'm sure it's psychological, but that's what we're talking about. Anyway, good morning to you. It is great to have you with us. It is Anders Hurst. You're going to be hearing a lot from him here over the next couple of weeks while Ashley is away to Hawaii. And so we get things started here on a Tuesday morning, and I will tell you what's on tap here in a little bit as soon as I write it down. It's written down. I know. I know it's. I know
He's
it's
playing into the joke now, gentlemen and ladies.
I know exactly what's going on here. But yes, we're supposed to be at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, so I really do want to mention that, not just to belabor the point.
Sure.
But this is our opportunity. This was supposed to be our opportunity. It was going to be our last day, and to showcase our coverage one last time, and to thank the Seahawks for their hospitality out there. I was looking forward. I didn't even eat breakfast this morning because I was looking forward to having a granola bar and some coffee there at the there that they provide.
They do breakfast right there.
Well, I don't get the crab cakes and some other things that some people get, but I'm there too early.
Yeah.
But I was at least going to imbibe in the free stuff.
Okay.
A little bit here this morning. So I want to thank them. They've got, we got a Seahawk guest every week. We still are going to get Bud Clark on today. He's just going to be over the phone now. At 6:45, so we will have one last Seahawk player as part of our camp coverage, and just some final camp thoughts. So just wanted to thank the Seahawks for their hospitality out there. And you know what else stinks?
What?
Here's what else stinks. I know this was the day that you're going to have to call HBO.
Oh boy. I
know this was the day they were going to have me on. I know this is the day they were going to turn me into a star.
Softy had the producer of Hard Knocks on last night.
Oh, because
on his show.
He's trying to play. He's trying to get on.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing there.
But today would have been the day that it was Chuck, too.
Right. And look, nothing was arranged. Nobody talked to me. Pretty much the Hard Knocks people ignored me. And I think pretty much all media members throughout the course of the last 3 weeks or so. But I kind of got the impression they weren't going to let a good thing go.
I wouldn't either.
So this was probably the day.
Yeah. Now you won't get to see Chuck on Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Darn it. This is the reason why that didn't happen.
This was it. They're probably going to feature Bud Clark and I on the last episode.
Ooh, yeah.
And no, that's not going to happen. But Hard Knocks does air tonight.
Yes.
And this should be the most interesting episode that we've seen yet, because we're going to see a little bit behind the scenes. How much behind the scenes, I don't know. But we're going to see how the Witherspoon thing came together tonight. And a lot of that is kept from the beat writers. I mean, there's reason that HBO does this. We have to have more access than what you typically give the media. Right. Otherwise, it's not worth our time and effort. It's just not an interesting enough show. So they are privy to a little more access. So we should see. I mean, when Adam Schefter, and maybe he didn't break the story, I don't know, but it was the first one that I saw, was Adam Schefter saying that Witherspoon had come to a deal. And in that first release, it said after it got heated at the very end. Now, I asked Greg about that, and he said that's, in essence, he didn't call anybody out by name, but in essence, that's the national media trying to stir something up that's not there.
Yeah.
But he didn't get that sense that it became heated. It became maybe tense, that, as you're getting closer to a deal and, the number keeps getting higher. Obviously, a lot of money on the line. We've all seen movies. The more money on the line, the more tense the characters and the actors get.
It's true.
And so maybe there was some to that, but we'll find out. We'll find out if it actually got heated. I would assume we'll get a little taste of that. We'll also get a taste of, what went into Terrion Arnold being signed.
That's the big thing for me, yeah.
If there were any cold feet expressed by anyone in the organization, I mean, I said last week's episode that I got the impression, and this is totally unfair. I mean, we're seeing like 12-second snippets of this. But what I did see kind of looked like John was completely sold and was trying to sell Mike on the idea. Yeah. That's what it looked like to me. But then again, I might have thought that going in, and I might have wrapped my own thoughts around and perceived it differently. But we'll find out. We're going to find out tonight. I would think at least a little more information, just whether or not Mike McDonald comes across as being 100% on board with the idea.
Yeah.
And again, another thing that I asked Greg, these two have worked so well together. Is there any way that Terrion Arnold would be signed by John without Mike's 100% approval? Greg said no. And I kind of get that impression as well.
Yeah.
And why would you do it any differently?
Yeah.
At this stage, I mean, it works so well, so harmoniously. Why would you not need to both be, especially something like this? I could see maybe a draft pick, like John wants this guy, Mike wants this guy. They go back and forth. They both like each of them.
Sure.
And John says, you know what? If this is a flip of the coin, I'm not flipping a coin.
No.
I'm the GM. I'm going to make the decision here. I could see that happening, but something like this, a 1-year contract with a guy facing life in prison. We know it's never going to get to that point.
Right.
But certainly that colors the story a lot differently, takes it outside the lines. And so I would think that they both have to be 100% on board. But we'll see what goes on at the last second in terms of that negotiation. And if anybody in the organization, because we're seeing really for the first time, like how other people do have a little bit of role in all of that. If anybody expressed, no, we shouldn't do this before the signing of Terrion Arnold. So this should be, I mean, both for Seahawks fans, it's been an A+ watching the Hard Knocks. And it's been a long time since I felt like that for a Hard Knocks episode. But it's just because we're more invested in this team and we're getting access we've never had before. But I'm guessing you add a game into that this should be the most interesting, fascinating episode we've seen yet.
Yeah, the biggest question for the Arnold situation for me is if there was any consternation, whether it be from a player, from a coach, from another personnel staff member, whether they would, A, actually disclose that to John or Mike or whoever their superior would be in that situation, or B, if they were to disclose it, would they do it in a place where they know that there would be a camera rolling, right?
Yeah.
So there is still the possibility that it looks like on screen tonight everything's hunky-dory, everyone's on board with this signing, but there still could be that slight possibility in my head that isn't necessarily the case, even more behind the scenes documentary that we're seeing here.
Right. And they've gotten access,
Sure.
and they got Mike and John discussing it. I mean, there was at least that snippet where he's standing in front of him and he's like pacing a little bit, and he's like,
he's available.
Milroe really likes him.
Yeah.
He says he's a great dude.
Yeah.
You had that moment in the office, so they're picking up on some stuff, but you're absolutely right. I mean, what's to say that John and Mike didn't have a beer at Dino's afterwards to discuss, okay, do we really want to do this? Or if they stole away, out at Lover's Point, where all the teenagers go to make out.
And then you see Mike McDonald and John Schneider just hanging out there.
Come on, we got to get Arnold.
Man, it really is.
Why are we here, John? I'm really uncomfortable. You wanted to go to a place that Hard Knocks wouldn't know where we were, right?
I mean, they do represent.
You do look great today, by the way.
They do represent young love in the NFL world, don't they?
They do. A great marriage. Probably the best marriage in Seattle right now.
Honestly.
Yeah, and I would hate for Terry and Arnold to break it up in any way. But yes, we shall see. So I think it's going to be a fascinating episode here, and I would imagine that Mike was 100% on board,
so.
and I would imagine that I was reading into it a little bit. But fascinating topic, fascinating subject. And so that's going to air tonight. And we'll certainly spend a lot of time on that tomorrow during our show from 6 to 10. Although tomorrow is Huskies Camp Day. Ooh. So actually 6 to 8. We're doing nothing but Huskies from 8 to 10. So if we're going to do some hard knock stuff, it's got to be from 6 to 8 on tomorrow's show.
Producing on the fly. Let's go.
So yes, 2 shows from Huskies Camp, unless I get a text at 5:25 saying otherwise. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
May I have your attention, please? This is What's on Tap, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, again, this is usually completely prepared. So today I'll be doing it from memory.
Let's whip it out of the back pocket there.
So forgive me in advance if I have a few facts inaccurate. But hopefully between the two of us, Anders and I, we'll be able to give you some headlines and tell you exactly where everything is located. Let's start with the Seahawks as they get ready for Nashville week this week. So they're going to fight them all week long. And then they're going to play them on Sunday. We'll have Greg Bell's going to join us at 7:05. He's getting ready to go to Nashville. He will actually be out at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today to do his show. And soon he'll be on a flight to Tennessee to watch the joint practice. And then that will roll into Sunday's game number 2 of the preseason. So we've got Huskies camp tomorrow and on Thursday, and we're going to have a number of guests out there that are going to be joining us, Mario Bailey and Greg Lewis, and who knows? I think Damon Williams is going to be joining us, and Ryan Walters and Jed Fish is going to be joining us. Elenius Davis is going to be joining. So we're going to have players and guests and coaches and analysts. So we're going to have fun the next couple of days out at Huskies camp from 6 to 10. College football preseason poll, the AP poll, the real poll came out yesterday, and the Huskies were ranked 17th in the country by that poll. And a lot of Big Ten teams clustered around them, which we will discuss during the show today. And then a lot of Big Ten teams clustered at the top, with Ohio State being number 1, Oregon being number 2, and Indiana number 6, if memory serves me. Yes. So we'll talk a little college football today and get you ready for Husky camp coverage tomorrow. Major League Baseball, huge game for the Mariners tonight. Huge series. They're all huge at this point. You've put yourself in that position with the way you've played this season. They'll be in Milwaukee to take on the Brewers, and the Brewers have been better than anybody else again this year. They are a regular season juggernaut.
I was about to say regular season juggernaut for sure.
Right. And then apparently not built for the playoffs, which they had a chance to remedy this year by getting Tarek Skubal at the deadline and did not do that. So the Milwaukee Brewers will be hosting tonight. Mariners play them for 3 games. It'll be Kyle Harrison, the left-hander, going for the Brewers, and Bryce Miller will start for us. Ryan Healy will join us today at 9 o'clock. We will also have the ABCs of the M's for you as well. So that's coming up a little bit later on in the program. And let's see. Oh, NBA. That was also a thing I wanted to touch upon in our headline segment, as the Lakers sale included getting rid of all the buses. Thank goodness, too.
Yeah. You're not a bus fan?
Well, I am of the bus story.
Okay.
I am of the Jerry bus story of...
You like the light rail more?
Yes.
Oh, that bus. Excuse me. Sorry. Wrong bus.
But, anybody that saw the TV show... with the Lakers TV show, Showtime or Winning Time or whatever it was called.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, it was great kind of seeing that all come together and how it happened and the belief that he had. So I love the bus story. I don't really believe the genie part all that much of it. And yet she took over because I think she was the most passionate in the family about the Lakers. And I'll give her credit for that. But that organization just kept getting run worse and worse and worse under her direction. And so for her to be phased out entirely and the 17.8%, it's funny because the 17.8%, because of the amount that was paid, if I understand it correctly, turned into they only own 15%. And once the Buss family owned under 15%, they no longer had a say in anything.
Yeah.
And that's why they were able to cut her completely out. But she's the only one in the Buss family that wanted to remain in.
Right.
Everybody else just wanted their money and wanted to be done with it. But she, got a lot out of being one of the faces of the Lakers. And I'm sure she'll get to keep her seats like at the game, but she's not going to be able to keep her seat, if you know what I mean. And I don't blame them whatsoever. Get rid of that family. They'd become annoying, and they were actually hurting, I think, the Lakers franchise over the last few years. So there you go. So we squeezed that into headlines for you.
Let's do it.
All right, coming up next, some of the things I was planning to do today, we will stick with, including our final talk of camp, which is coming your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Let's give them something to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about. How about love, 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 scuba dive, candy, dig it.
Hey! All right, it's Chuck Powell. It is Anders Hurst with you here on this Tuesday morning from our studios. Again, I'm not going to keep bringing this up, but today was supposed to be our last day of camp coverage out at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and it still will be just for the other shows. We had a little bit of a snag this morning that forced me into the studios here today, but the other guys will get to say goodbye to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Not Greg. He's there pretty much every day of the rest of his life.
Never says goodbye to that place.
Yeah, exactly. But the other shows will no longer be doing shows, not on a regular basis after today, as we can kind of conclude our training camp coverage, even though training camp and preseason goes on, marches on. So this is the day where we sort of kind of wrap things up, right? And certainly one of the things that I try to bring to the table every single training camp, a couple of things. Big conversations, camp battles. We'll do our final one at 9:30 today. And then, of course, talk of camp as well. And talk of camp, I got to believe, I mean, other than Witherspoon with his new deal, and then you also have a brand new deal for Terry and Arnold, and we still aren't sure exactly if all the I's are dotted on that or the T's are crossed.
They haven't announced it as a team yet. Like, I don't think so. So that's kind of where that comes in, right?
And then the National Football League still got to weigh in on this. I mean, Terry and Arnold might not be able to play this year. They might not allow him to play this year. We shall see on that front. So certainly those are two big topic of conversations. But talk of camp, I mean, the only thing that has happened is a preseason game, one preseason game. And I got to believe that the guy that comes out of the preseason game that's created the most buzz for himself out there is linebacker Tyrese Knight, who I know when he was drafted out of Texas El Paso fairly early, a little earlier than what we had expected. And there was the thought that, man, this guy's big and physical and athletic, and what a weapon that he's going to be for Mike Macdonald. And Mike Macdonald certainly didn't give up on him,
right?
Like he did Baker and Dodson. You know, there wasn't this feeling with Tyrese Knight like, no, this guy can't play for me. It certainly didn't reach that point like it did with a couple of other guys in the Mike Macdonald era, but he certainly got demoted, and not just demoted. He got passed up by Drake Thomas, who looks like a member of NSYNC. Like, he looks like a boy band member. I mean, he's just like, you know, this like cute, curly-headed, 5'11"
Yeah.
I guess 200 pounds.
Yeah.
Linebacker.
Yeah.
No, not safety, not free safety, not cornerback. Like a 5'11", 200-pound linebacker. And believe me, he's got to eat and lift a lot to stay at 200. And so here's Tyrese Knight. Make a statue of him. And he gets passed on the depth chart by Drake Thomas. But I think what we've seen from Tyrese Knight is, number one, the embracing of the special teams role.
Yes.
He was fantastic in special teams a year ago. And that says a lot about a character. And then to come into this year and, all right, everybody, all those guys that passed me, Drake's not even having to play tonight. First preseason game of the year, and he gets to
take it off.
Yeah, he gets to sit in his civvies, take in the crowd.
Yeah.
And I'm out here on the football field still having to prove that I deserve more playing time. Even that is something to have to overcome a little bit.
For sure.
And then for him to go out there and say, well, if I'm going to play in this preseason game, if I have to still prove myself, if I'm still trying to get reps at linebacker, then I'm going to play better than anybody else on the football field. And that's exactly what he did on Saturday.
Yeah, I think Hugh Millen said it yesterday. It's like he played like, and you could tell sometimes when some players are more motivated than others, especially in the preseason, where in some cases you're just trying to get some reps. Your job isn't necessarily up for grabs, right? It's kind of slowly building yourself up into the regular season. That was not the case for Tyrese Knight on Saturday night. He definitely looked like a guy that was trying to win his job back, so to speak. And I don't know. I guess I defer to you on this because I'm not as plugged in, and you've been at camp all camp long, I should say. Does it feel like there is an opportunity for Tyrese Knight to get that starting job next to Ernest Jones back from Drake Thomas, or does it feel like that's about as secure as it gets, and this guy is just trying to prove that he can do other things on the football field?
As good as Drake Thomas has been, no, I don't think that he will ever in his entire NFL career be able to walk around an NFL campus thinking his job is 100% secure. I think there's always going to be a door open for somebody who's bigger, stronger, and faster, and if they start playing with Drake Thomas instincts, can overtake him. And Tyrese Knight could end up being that guy. So I think the door is open. That said, there's a reason Drake Thomas didn't have to play on Saturday.
It's true.
So he's certainly the number one.
Yeah.
And one preseason game is not going to allow Tyrese Knight to pass him.
Right.
But if nothing else, like the depth that he provided, the fight that he showed, it was terrific. And, for me, I'm not Hugh Millen. I'm not watching the All-22 afterwards. Sometimes linebackers can be in on every play. There's a guy named Jesse Tuggle, used to be Hugh Millen's teammates, and he led the league in tackles every single year.
Yeah.
And, as a kid, I thought for sure Jesse Tuggle's one of the best linebackers in the game. Then you get older and you start hearing stories about, he was a good player, but he was only leading the league in tackles because he was on a bad defense that was on the field all the time, and nobody in front of him can make a play.
Almost felt Jordan Brooks like. Remember, he would always lead the team in tackles, but it never just stood off the page as a guy that's always making plays. You know what I mean?
So I even asked Hugh this yesterday. Did he just Tuggle it on Saturday night, or was where he's just in the picture all the time and making sure he gets an assist if nothing else, because he was in the picture on every single play. And the response to that, no, this guy was making plays. Instinctive, fierce, fast, strong. Yeah. And then Mike McDonald did not have to wait very long into his press conference. First of all, he chewed out his coaches, in essence.
Love that.
And it didn't take him very long after he was done with his frustrations. Once he got to the superlatives, the first guy on his lips was Tyrese Knight. And then to make the statement, clearly played better than anyone on the field for us tonight.
I don't think I've ever heard him say that after any game. So, he never singles out guys like that.
So it's great. And look, it's not great for Drake Thomas if he surpasses him. But if he does surpass him, what does that say? Because I promise you, Mike McDonald loves him some Drake Thomas.
Yes, he does.
And loves what Drake Thomas. So if Tyrese Knight makes it impossible to ignore him and carves out more playing time for himself, or more playing time than Thomas before the year's over, then that means Tyrese Knight is doing a lot of good things, and it wasn't just a preseason game. So that can only make the team better. So I think Tyrese Knight closes out camp from his preseason performance as being the talk of camp. Coming up next on our radio program, Bud Clark's going to join us, our final guest of training camp as well. So we'll talk to the very engaging rookie next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Slight little change to us being out at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center here. We're not. That's the slight little change. It is the last day of training camp coverage for us here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And I am certain that the other shows will be appearing there. I was there. Had to race back to the studio. We had some stuff going on here. So it doesn't mean that we're not going to keep our foot in that water. We're expected to be joined by Bud Clark here momentarily. Also, Greg Bell's going to join us today at 7:05 this morning, our Seahawks insider, get his thoughts on a number of things, including what we just discussed in our previous segment, whether or not Tyrese Knight has a chance to put some serious heat on Drake Thomas in a camp battle at linebacker after that performance on Saturday. So Greg will be joining us here today at 7:05. And for those that are like, wait, Ashley's out and Anders is in, oh, when are we going to get some baseball talk?
Yeah.
It's you and Anders. That's kind of what we've come to expect. We're huge, diehard Stove fans. Millions of us strong, wearing our Stove T-shirts here today. Why are you going to talk some baseball? Well, of course we're going to talk some baseball. Starting at 7:30 this morning with some ABCs of the M's. We'll also get you a Brewers preview today. And Ryan Healy's going to be joining us for his normal Tuesday at 9 o'clock segment right here on the radio program. But joining us now, he is at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center getting ready for another practice today. It is the rookie out of TCU, defensive back Bud Clark now joins us here on the program. Hi, Bud.
How you doing? Good morning.
I'm great, and I don't want to forget this, so I'm going to start with this here this morning. Your old defensive coordinator, Andy Avalos at TCU, said that if I talk to you, and I hope I have the weight right, he said I had to ask you if you're over 200 pounds at this point.
I'm sitting right at 200 pounds.
Did he bug you about that a lot?
Yeah, all the time. He would call me by my real name until I got heavier.
So how big of a struggle has that been for you to keep the desired weight on?
At one point in time, it was pretty hard. You know, I was moving around a lot, so I wouldn't gain any weight.
Yeah. Have you found the key now? Have you unlocked a key? I mean, Seahawks got that great cafeteria now. I mean, you should just live in there at this point, Bud.
Yeah, I done figured it out now.
How long is it going to take you to figure out the National Football League, do you think?
It ain't going to take me too long. Everything's starting to slow down right now.
How was the preseason game for you? Did it feel fast to you, or did it feel comfortable?
It felt pretty comfortable. You know, I felt like I haven't been in pads in a long time, and I just was happy to be back in them. So, you know, I took it play by play.
What was the best part about Saturday, and what was the most challenging part about Saturday?
I'll start off with the most challenging. I'll say, you know, we didn't get the result that we wanted, but I feel like the best part about it, you know, I got to play with my brothers, and I got to see some of my old brothers that I played with in college.
Now, you have obviously, you've become quite the talk around camp about how easily you've kind of ingratiated yourself into this culture here with the Seahawks. And so has that just been your reputation that you can get along pretty much in any room that you walk into?
Yeah, pretty much. You know, so I get it from my mom. So, you know, I for sure don't have a problem with adapting anywhere.
Has somebody with the Seahawks put their arm around you? Would you say there are one or two guys that have really helped you feel comfortable there?
I would say it's more than two guys, but right out bat is Ty Okada, Julian Love, and Devin Witherspoon.
What positions are you playing so far in the preseason? How much are you moving around on any given practice to various different positions in the secondary?
I played three different positions, you know. So I played free safety, dime, and nickel.
Which is the one that you're getting the most reps at?
Right now, at free safety.
Is that the position because of college that you feel most comfortable?
Yes, I would say right now, yeah. But, you know, I'm getting to know a lot of them, and I'm really liking every position that I'm playing at.
Do you like the idea of moving all over the football field? Do you think that is a role that you could embrace?
Yes, sir. I feel like it helps me understand the defense more, but also, get to more plays. So I feel like, it's something I love to do.
Who's the wide receiver that you learn most from in camp right now with the Seahawks? Who's somebody that just going up against them, it feels like you're soaking up their information?
I would say Cooper Cup, and I would say Elijah Arroyo.
Oh, really? Elijah
Yes, sir.
Arroyo. You're doing a lot of guarding
Yeah.
Elijah Arroyo in camp?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been so I've guarded him a couple of times. We had like a couple competitions, and he'll be you and I'll be him, but we kind of spread each other's knowledge to each other.
Bud Clark is with us, defensive back, rookie defensive back out of TCU for the Seattle Seahawks. So, what does a successful year for you look like then in your first year in the National Football League? If you could envision what would be ideal for Bud Clark, what's that look like?
Right now, just trying to be in my role, understand what's going on for my team and doing what they need me to do. Whatever can help us succeed, that's what I'll try to do.
So wins on the board, that's a successful year for Bud Clark.
Very much so. Okay. Very much so.
All right. Well, I've heard of your magnetic personality, and I know that a lot of Seahawks fans want to get to know you a little better. So give us a little insight. What does Bud Clark do when he's not playing football?
I just sit around with my family, so I got a 3-year-old son. I have my fiance, so, just pretty much pour all my time back into them because football takes it away already.
Yeah. Did you name your son after Andy Avalos? Is it Avalos Clark?
Nah, no, sir. Almost. It was close.
Close. What kind of hobbies you got? You got a hobby? I mean, like, do you collect Pokemon cards? I mean, what does Bud Clark do for fun?
So right now I just got into streaming. So I've been playing the game a lot lately.
Okay. All right. Any game in particular?
So pretty much I play. It's a wide span. I play 2K, Madden. So I just got the new Madden 27. Play Call of Duty. Different things like that.
Have you asked Derek Hall for one of those trucks he drives around?
Crazy thing is, he's been helping me. I've been asking him questions about customizing my truck.
Oh, okay. There you go. Well, he looks like the guy to talk to.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll tell you that. Can't see out the front of it. I don't want mine as big as his, though.
Does the family think you're a big deal now that you're on HBO? I mean, yeah, being a star football player, that was one thing, but do they think that you're a big celebrity now that you're on HBO Hard Knocks?
My mom does, of course, but everyone else pretty much like, hey, you're on TV, and then we leave it at that.
Will you watch tonight? Will you make sure that you're in front of the television tonight?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right, man. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you play some more football this year. We're just getting started with this Bud Clark experience, and we're liking it so far. So have a great camp, have a great rookie year, and keep in touch, all right?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right. Bud Clark joining us right here on the radio program, the rookie with us on the show. We didn't see as much of him as I think maybe we had anticipated, and then that could be a good thing.
I was going to say, I think that's a good thing based on how he's playing, and they almost want to be like, okay, you've earned your spot, basically, and we think you're going to be a big part of this team moving forward. We don't want to risk you anything in that first game.
And he is moving around a little bit, which kind of is my gut feeling of the role that he might play in this defense, because I think it's the reason that they drafted him. I think Mike McDonald drafts a lot of guys for their versatility.
Well, especially if Nicky Manwari is not going to be 100% healthy to get the season started. So.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see how they use him in game 2 of the preseason when more of the starters are going to play. But he certainly has created some buzz. There was a day where he was talk of camp, by the way, Bud Clark on our show. All right, coming up next, headlines plus Greg Bell, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Bud Clark made me work for that. Come on, Bud. I mean, people just aren't walking around with 30 Bud Clark questions in their hip pocket.
He was happy. He was having a good time.
Yeah, we had a good time together. Like if I was like 8th grade me, like, and that was the conversation I had with a girl over the phone.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be like, I don't know if she likes me, Mom.
Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't ask anything back about me.
Yeah, exactly. Her answers were all short. She laughed a few times.
Yeah.
I think she thought I was funny,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Either that or just trying to be nice.
She might think Chad Stanky's cuter. I don't know.
Chad Stanky.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that an actual person?
Yeah.
okay.
He's the guy that moved into town, and I was the ladies' man in the 3rd grade in our class. And then Chad Stanky moved into town, and
That's
I was
competition.
What the hell's going on? Why do all the girls suddenly like Chad Stanky? Great morning to you. Anders Hurst is here filling in for Ashley Ryan. She is on a real vacation. She's just not taking a day off to, piddle around Mill Creek. She's heading off to Hawaii, for goodness sake. So she'll be out for a while. So you're going to hear Anders and I for a few shows here over the next couple of weeks. Great to have you with us. We got Greg Bell coming up here in 2 minutes, as we always do at 7:05. And we've done nothing but Seahawks so far this morning, which is unlike me, quite frankly, to go that large of a block on just one team. But we'll continue that with Greg Bell here at 7:05, and then we'll get into some Mariners baseball at 7:30. Let me first get to your headlines, though, this hour, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners back in action today against the Milwaukee Brewers, one of the best teams in baseball, and regular season-wise, they typically are. And so this is going to be a difficult series, and it's going to be played in Wisconsin. We'll be pitching Bryce Miller tonight. They're going to go with young left-hander Kyle Harrison, who at the beginning of the year was dominating. He's not dominating anymore, but he is left-handed, and you know what that means for the Mariners and their challenges.
That he's going to be dominating.
He could be. He very well could be. Also, let you know that college football, we're going to be out at Huskies camp tomorrow and Thursday. We got all sorts of fabulous guests lined up for you. So 2 days out at Huskies camp. The AP poll came out yesterday. College football preseason poll. Ohio State is number 1. Oregon is number 2. Washington was ranked 17th in the country. We're going to talk more about that and what it means inside the Big Ten, because it feels like the AP's drawn some real definitive lines on the shelf in terms of the powers of the Big Ten heading into this season. So we'll get into that later on in the show. And, of course, the Seahawks, it's going to be Titans week for them. They're going to just fist fight them all week long, and then they'll play a real happy, easy game on Sunday.
Yeah, so there's going to be more consternation in the practices than the actual game.
So that's Nashville week. It's Nashville week for the Seahawks and Greg Bell, who's going to join us here in a moment. And don't forget, Hard Knocks tonight, episode number 3, and it could be the most interesting one to date, considering the news week we had in covering the Seahawks this past week. And one guy that was at the center of that was our own Seahawks insider, Greg Bell, who joins us now.
As part of our continuing NFL coverage for the 12th Man, this is 12th Man News, part of Chuck's daily visit with our own Greg Bell. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Morning, Greg.
Good morning.
When you go to Nashville, do you try to find like a famous artist to hear music, or are you more of the type that just likes to go to the bar and whoever's playing is probably good?
Yeah, Nashville's a place you just stumble into any old place, and it's pretty good.
Is that right?
And most of the places have 3 levels and 3 different bands on each level. And I like the stage on Broadway. It's kind of country, but not really. And the one downside to all the bands and all the places in Nashville is they tend to end up being cover bands.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't a lot of, well, I wouldn't say there's not a lot, but it's harder to find a band playing their own original things, but they have that too. And yeah, it's a cool stop. It's a unique stop in the NFL junket.
Well, if you discover the next Waylon Jennings, I want to know about it. I want to be the first.
Yes, please
one.
tell us.
I wouldn't have an ear for that.
You wouldn't have an ear for what? Oh, God, I love Waylon.
No,
Really?
I mean,
Yeah.
I know who he is, but talent-wise, music-wise, that's not down my alley.
Okay.
I'm bringing my wife on this trip, so it's unusual for her.
Oh.
She wants to check out Nashville, so Wendy will get a check what that is.
Okay. All right. Well, I know you two will have a great time. You always do. You seem to, anyway. You do good photo on X, so it always looks like the Bells are just having the times of their lives. All right. Well, let's dive into this. I just had Bud Clark on. He made me work. I'll tell you that in my conversation with him. But it did get Anders and I wondering just. What kind of role do you expect for him as a rookie? Is he going to be jack of all trades, moves all over the place, or do they have a specific goal in mind for Bud Clark, a specific task?
That's funny. I talked to him yesterday. I was going to air that interview on my show today. They are seeing what he can do. They're giving him the five Nick Evenwari treatment of let's move you up a nickel, let's put you in dime, let's put you in big nickel against the run, let's move you in deep safety, which he played exclusively starting and playing 3/4, more than that, of the game Saturday night. So it's a little bit of everything right now to seeing what he knows. And McDonald said that he's doing okay. He's got some things that he's bumping into walls about, as most rookies do. Evenwari was supernatural in how he handled and embraced and then learned everything on the fly last year. And that's why McDonald kept giving him things, including defensive line work by the end of the year. Clark is not, as it seems, prolific at getting every single thing down the first time like Evenwari was. So I would suspect that to begin the season, he'll be a deep safety and a depth piece. He's gotten some time in the ones when they go extra defensive backs, but that's been largely because Evenwari hasn't been on the field yet. We'll see, still to be determined, and they will use him, at least so far, have been using him on special teams as well.
Is there a reason why I thought he was just going to have a much bigger role, more snaps Saturday than what he seemed to have? Maybe I wasn't, maybe I didn't catch them all, but he just didn't seem out there as much as I thought he would be. What should I read into that?
Well, actually, he played the second most snaps on the team.
Okay.
AJ Finley, the guy next to him, and deep safety played more, and they both were 3-4 snaps apart. He ended up playing 3+ quarters, and you did notice him, and I talked to him about this yesterday, you didn't notice him because Dallas didn't challenge him or even go near him on deep passes to his side. The touchdown was over Dansby's, the outside left of the defense, and Clark was in the middle of the field. Most of what Dallas did in the pass game was outside, and Jean-Charles was so poor that he got put on injured reserve yesterday, and he's done for the season after giving up 4 catches and a touchdown. So Dallas didn't involve Clark in the pass game, so you didn't notice him. He had a couple tackles by running up hard on the run defense, but from where he was starting 20 yards off the ball, and one of the runs he got a tackle on was a 14-yard gain.
Yeah. He went a little low for my taste on that, too.
Yeah, he was low. You're right.
Yeah.
It's kind of scissored him in the head on that tackle.
Yeah.
He was so far back that he wasn't a part of most of the game. I've seen him in practice with the ones and the sub packages be the more big nickel toward the line of scrimmage, but of course, if all goes the way the Seahawks want, Evenwari will be on the field for the real games, and Clark wouldn't be doing that role then either.
Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider. If you want full coverage of the Seahawks throughout training camp, throughout the year, thenewstribune.com. And, of course, you can follow Greg at GBell Seattle on X and I'm sure other social media platforms. Tyrese Knight, I wanted to bring back up again. I mean, I know we talked about him a lot yesterday, but he earned that. He looked to me like the best player on the field, looked to Mike McDonald like the best player on the field on Saturday. Is there any chance that he's going to put some serious heat on Drake Thomas for more playing time this year after what we saw Saturday?
Yes, and I saw yesterday in practice that Knight was in with the ones a little more at the weak side linebacker spot than he had been before the game. That's how McDonald rolls. If you produce in games, you get a chance. And that's how Drake Thomas got his job, producing when Tyrese Knight was injured this time last year. So absolutely. And he wants the locker room to feel that way, that, hey, if you perform, we're going to give you a shot. If you do your job and we put you in and excel, you're going to get another shot. And if you don't, you're going to be Jean Charles, or you're going to be T.J. Harden, or you're going to be Jones, the other rookie running back, who both got cut yesterday after just running into brick walls at the goal line on 3 straight plays. That was really not what Thomas Hammock, the running back coach, wants. Well, the one time there was Jones on his first carry of that series. They were first and goal at the 5 after that muff punt by the Dallas. And Jones, the undrafted rookie they just had a week ago, ran outside a sweep, and he basically got arm tackled. You can't do that. And then Harden didn't follow the lead block. Lamp, the new fullback, put his linebacker into the end zone. And all Harden had to do was follow him into the end zone for a touchdown. And Harden bounced it outside where all there was sidelining Cowboys, and he didn't get in. So both those guys got cut yesterday.
Yeah.
Anthony Hankerson, the former Colorado and Oregon State back, is now in the new running back. It's the bottom of the roster, and it's probably not going to make a lot of people's attention, but it does get the attention of about half the locker room that's fighting for jobs. That, hey, man, you don't follow the block you're supposed to, you don't hit the hole and get to the line with enough aggression, you're gone. And that cost them a touchdown, and McDonald cut those 2 guys for it.
Is the surest bet in football right now that John Schneider will come away with at least one running back after the cut day to start the season?
It would seem like it, doesn't it? Maybe 2 or 3, actually.
Yeah.
They're going to need more than they have, and they know that. I keep saying it, but I remember the season I covered, they had 18 different ball carriers, and they brought Marshawn Lynch out of retirement on Christmas Eve. That's how the position is, and yes, they will probably get multiple ones.
And yet everyone listening here kind of hopes it happens again at some point.
He's smart enough now because as a playoff team, he'll wait till after January 1st to sign. He wouldn't even come for Christmas.
Well, speaking of running backs, Jadarian Price, a health update on him. Will they let him practice where it sounds like it's going to get a little crazy in Nashville this week? Or are they going to save him for the preseason game? What's the calendar right now for Price?
Yeah, that was the news of the day yesterday, Chuck, that Price was back in, not only back, but straight into the starting offense from the very first snap of practice. He was lined up behind Sam Darnold. To me, it seems like he's now on the track to be the starter week 1. Back from the upper leg soreness. He missed the last 5 previous full practices, but yesterday he was back in there. I'm expecting him to be in the joint practice on Friday and not in the game on Sunday. The reason is they can control somewhat, and does get out of hand with the fighting, but they can control the tackles and the reps in the joint practice. They can't control the tackles, of course, in a game. So they don't truly they're not supposed to bring anyone to ground in most cases in the joint practice. They do, but the coaches can blow the whistle and it stops. The referees and officials in a preseason game, of course, to bring the guy to ground. So I think Price is going to play. I think all the starters, the most extensive thing they're going to do all preseason will be Friday in Nashville. That's if it follows what McDonald has done the first 2 preseasons. But the upshot is Price is back. He's fully participating and starting at the ones. He's not at the beginning of camp. He was behind Holani, and now Holani's coming in behind him.
Well, considering the lack of depth, I mean, he almost feels like a bubble wrap candidate. But then on the other end, he's a rookie that probably needs to get some reps out there, don't you think?
Yes, it's the latter for sure. He needs to get in and meshing with the offensive line. It also needs to get used to him running. The outside zone asks for a little choreography and synchronization between the back and the offensive line. It's not just go find a hole, but you have to anticipate and read. And, he needs a few weeks of doing that. He probably doesn't need him in the preseason game. The other thing about this scheduling, you mentioned a timeline, they play Sunday night in Tennessee, and then they have a quick turnaround Friday night in Kansas City. So they'll get back Monday, have an off day Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday practice, then Thursday leave for a Friday game in Kansas City. So, it underscores to me that all the starters' action is going to be that Friday practice in Nashville, I expect.
First on Mike's mind after the game Saturday was we're not sharp enough, we're not clicking, and it kind of felt like he was putting that blame on his coaches. So I'm sure they got right back to the drawing board with appeasing Mike's desires there. But is that an easy fix? Is that something that gets fixed in a day, in a week? Is that normal for the National Football League to have a sluggish in and out of plays kind of performance, and that can get immediately rectified at practice the next week?
No, it takes time. It'll take a couple more preseason games. It probably won't be exactly as he wants it, at least on offense in week 1 against New England. He's got a brand new offensive coordinator who's never done this. His offensive coordinator, Brian Fleury, coached defense until 2020, and then Kyle Shanahan moved him over to offense, and in the last 4 years he's been a tight ends coach. But this is brand new to him. This is part of the dice roll when they chose Fleury to be the new offensive coordinator. He has not done it before. In fact, McDonald said he believes that Fleury's plan right now in Tennessee on Sunday in the second preseason game is to call plays upstairs from the press box and see what that's like and the vantage point there. He was on the sidelines in the first game, and that just underscores that he's still figuring it out. The defense, the communication, and getting it out, McDonald will fix that because he'll take over the play calling himself during the real games. In fact, he said he may take it over this week because he has to get ready for the regular season. He had Adam Dirty do it the other night, and he praised Dirty for calling the right plays, and everything looked great. But suffice to say, he had 2 brand new play callers that I think, without saying their names, that's the reason why the operation wasn't as he wanted it. The other thing was, I think McDonald, knowing him as I'm starting to know him, I think he was just ornery from nothing to do Saturday night. He was just watching the game, and he's so used to being more intricately involved that he was just kind of ticked off and let off some steam. He'll be more involved, and it'll be more to his liking this week.
All right. Well, what else we got on the show today at 10 o'clock? Still go with the Bud Clark. It's good. But what else are we going to do today at 10 o'clock?
You're going to hear from Devin Witherspoon explaining the contract and how he says, it's real that I'm now the richest quarterback in the NFL, at least till Christian Gonzalez signs his deal. And that he says he put it, that's not fake. And his cornerback buddies, his defensive back buddies are already saying it's time for him to start buying. Apparently, Witherspoon is notoriously cheap in the locker room. They get on him about wearing clothes from when he was in high school. He's now 25. And so the Julian Love and the guys, they're challenging Witherspoon to step up in his frugalness now that he's the richest cornerback in the league. You'll hear from him at 11.
Yeah, I think that's an expectation. I think that's fair.
That should be part and parcel of signing that deal.
I could be given like a $30 raise, which I haven't been. I could be given a $30 raise, and I think I'd go buy something with it. I don't think I'd say. So
that's exactly.
Got to celebrate.
Yeah, that's what Julian Love's expecting for sure. For sure.
All right. Well, we'll be listening at 10. Thank you, sir.
All right. Happy Tuesday. Thank you.
All right. Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider, joining us right here on Chuck in the mornings. And yes, you can follow Matt G. Bell Seattle, and of course the newstribune.com. Joins us every day at 7:05 thanks to the Emerald Queen Casino. So we appreciate it. Yeah, I was just hearing this morning that now that Witherspoon, because he just didn't take necessarily the next brick in the road, right? That was supposed to be $31 million, and he got up to $33 million.
Yeah.
So the agent apparently feeling himself right now.
Yeah.
That he got.
See if you can get Gonzalez more than that, right?
Well, apparently he's planning to get a lot more.
Really?
That if the Patriots think that Gonzalez is just going to take 33.5 or 34, they're out of their minds. And Gonzalez, man, he's special.
Yeah.
I mean, Witherspoon's special.
Yeah.
Gonzalez might be the best cover corner in the National Football League. And I think coverage standpoint, might not be able to do all the things that Spoon can do, but from a coverage standpoint, he's better than Spoon.
Yeah.
And so they're like, if you think for a second, we're just going to take the next brick in the road on this guy, you're out of your minds.
Yeah.
So the Patriots could be looking at a bit of an extended sort of angered negotiation here. Because it sounds like Gonzalez wants to break the bank.
Well, and how much happier do you feel as a Seahawks fan? I know we're not in the business of, trying to keep players from getting, those huge contracts, but, in a salary cap sport, it matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much happier are you now that Witherspoon was the one to get it done first?
Hayes in the barn.
Exactly.
Yeah, Hayes in the barn, and that's a comforting feeling. And even if you had to pay a little bit more than what you'd originally designed to pay, I mean, there are so many sports fans that are just like, just pay him. Well, it doesn't work that way.
Right.
I mean, you have, especially in these leagues, you have a cap, and you've got to figure out how to make the best team under those restrictions.
Yes.
And yes, you have to fight for that million because you might be able to use that on somebody else. It might be it's not that you're going to get a player for $1 million, but it might be the $1 million you need to sign somebody else
later down the line.
So there's an art to it, and John does it tremendously. And I think that maybe he did give up more than he was wanting to give up.
Yeah.
But you got your guy. You know you wanted your guy. And like Andrew said, it's over. And so there's some comfort in that. Hayes in the barn. Spoon's going to be a Seahawk for at least the next 5 years, and we're going to get the prime of his National Football League career. ABCs of the M's coming your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
we dig into Mariners baseball in alphabetical order. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by the Sunset Auto family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Quite a morning. I think our boss wants to like punch me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like you wanted to punch the door.
I did. Like it's all bruised. I think it's going to get bruised.
Just another wrinkle.
Yeah, I made a lot of racket out there, and finally our boss heard it. But I think he was like wanting to skin alive the person on the other side.
Who is that that's bringing that noise right
Yeah,
now?
exactly. And that guy's had a scrap or two in his life, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I need to hear those stories.
I'll tell you a little bit about that in the break. And then I had to just run past him. I need to get on the air.
Sorry, can't talk.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get to the ABCs of the M's as we do this every day. It's Andrew's favorite segment, let's face it.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
We left off with the letter J yesterday. J is for juice. I sure hope we get there. I thought that was a pretty good weekend series with the Houston Astros in terms of energy, even though Houston didn't exactly sell the place out. But the rivalry, what was sort of at stake for the Mariners, there was an element of urgency. There was a little bit of juice, no doubt, to the series this weekend. But to feel that real like playoff energy, that playoff juice before the playoffs get there, obviously we got a lot of work to do. The Mariners have a lot of work to do to get there and to have some really meaningful playoff atmospheres down the stretch. But boy, can I tell you, it's started. Yeah. It has started. If anyone saw any of the Cubs-White Sox game last night with Luis Castillo on the mound for the White Sox, and he gave up homers in the first two batters, by the way. Yeah. That energy, because it's been 20 years since both the Cubs and the Sox have been good at the same time.
Right.
And South Side, North Side, Cub fans are the famous ones. South Siders, White Sox fans roll their eyes at Cubs fans because they just think they're like Labradors.
Right.
Like they're just going to lap up Cubs baseball where they feel like they have a more discerning, like you're going to have to earn you're going to have to earn my $2. You have to earn my love. I'm just not going to show up because it's fun to get drunk and sing Harry Carey songs. So that's sort of the mentality of a White Sox fan. White Sox fans are great baseball fans.
Oh, yes.
So when they're good, and they have been terrible
for a long time.
For a long time, and they made the trek across to the north side. It was
awesome.
Probably 60-40, 70-30 still Cubs fans, but the White Sox fans were there, present. And that was one of the best baseball games of the entire year. What a show they put on. And from beginning to end, it was playoff atmosphere. Yeah. It was fantastic. That's the juice you're looking for in a baseball season.
Could you imagine if that was the World Series? That would be freaking awesome.
There could be criminal activity.
Yeah. and
they don't like each other.
It's conceivable that could happen, too. Both those teams are good.
Now, they have to like each other to a degree because they're all Bears fans and they're all Bulls fans.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, like, the baseball loyalty, White Sox fans think Cubs fans are idiots.
Oh, yeah.
And Cubs fans think White Sox fans are just losers.
Yeah.
And so that's the dynamic that takes place between the two. But when you put it together and they're both good and they have something to play for, and because it's just an L train away to go to the other stadium, man, can they put on a show? And they did last night. And it ends at a PCA walk-off. He started the game with a homer and he ended the game with a homer.
And that sealed 30-30 season for him as well.
Yeah.
Which is pretty dang cool.
Yeah. And maybe put a leg up in the MVP race. But then again, Shohei had 4 hits and 2 homers last night. K is for Ketel. This is a really disturbing story here. Ketel Marte did not show up. Now, he's had some issues, obviously, with the Diamondbacks here recently, but Torey Lovullo, their manager, was in tears after the game last night over concern for Ketel Marte. He just didn't show up. And I don't know who it was that was interviewing Lovullo, but she was fantastic.
Yes.
She was asking the exact questions she needed to ask, and he was answering the best he could. He obviously couldn't tell us everything, but there was genuine concern that Lavallo had for his star player, Ketel Marte. And Ketel's had some issues in the past, as we know. So I'm not sure what's going on there. And it doesn't look like anybody in the Diamondbacks really does. But something's happening in Ketel Marte's personal life that is making the Diamondbacks nervous.
Yeah, it's sad because he is.
He's still having a pretty good year.
Yeah.
Not as good, but
No.
he's having a good year.
Super talented player, has been top 5 in MVP voting multiple times now in the National League. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about stuff happening last year with the fan interactions and everything. And, you know, he was very, had an emotional reaction to that. So I'm not even going to try and speculate on what's happening now because, like you said, it seems like a very serious issue. So I hope everything gets worked out because I always love watching him play baseball.
Oh,
honestly.
he's so much fun.
So much fun to watch.
Yeah, he was here when he was just a skinny little kid.
Exactly.
I enjoyed watching him play. And L is for leak. Bob Nightingale reporting yesterday that Dan Wilson is out if they don't make the playoffs. I mean, obviously, I feel that's a fair expectation. Then again, I think he should already be out.
Well, that's the question I have is like, if it takes missing the playoffs in a season where you should be challenging for the World Series to figure out that this guy may not, I mean, and not even that, like, yes, we all have our different blame pies for where the Mariners are at right now, but at some point you have to have some sense of urgency. And that was my whole thing with, you know, possibly making a change at the coaching position, because even if you don't blame Dan Wilson for everything that's going on, or even the majority of it on Dan Wilson, changing in manager doesn't always mean like, oh, this guy's way over his skis and he's the reason why we're losing, right? It's to kind of send a message, number one. And number two, like, especially with the relationships he has, why hasn't that happened earlier? So that's where I would be a little frustrated if it's like, okay, because we missed the playoffs, now we can get rid of him, sort of thing.
Yeah, I think this was too valuable of a season.
Yes.
It was too valuable of a season for you to stick with J.P. Crawford's defense if you thought Colt Emerson could step up and improve that area.
Right.
It was also too important of a season to keep Colt Emerson on the field
when he was struggling.
When he was struggling both offensively and defensively. We're not just going to stand on ceremony here. We need to win this year. I mean, this was more than any year since I've been here where every single person that I spoke with in spring training said it's about winning the World Series and nothing else. And so I would think that you held this season precious and valuable and were willing to do anything to save it, including fire a lovable manager organizationally and in the clubhouse in order to get the right kind of response on the baseball field to what needs to get done. We finally started playing, it felt like to me, like passionate, urgent baseball this past weekend.
Yeah.
For the first time this entire year. There was definitely a difference in the way that they played. Now, part of that was having Donovan, Rodden, and Robles in the lineup because they're fierce.
Yeah.
But there was a different edge to it. Why did it take 4.5 months? Why did it take being 9 games out of under 500, 6 games out of first place in order to create that edge? I think they could have created that edge sooner. So I'm with you. I mean, that's my base expectation, to be punished for being the guy in charge of the most disappointing team in the 50-year history of Mariner baseball. That's my lowest expectation. If you really wanted to send a message of we're a championship team, we're a championship organization right now, that is all we're determined to be, then you don't sit around and let a team fumble fart around for 4.5 months, waste your best roster you've had since 2001, and not do anything to change the dynamic. So I hear you loud and clear. If it ends up being a failure, and a failure this year is not winning the World Series, that's not a failure.
Right.
That's a hard thing to do.
Right.
I don't care if it's taken 50 years, it's just a hard thing to do. But if you don't make the playoffs with this team, that is a complete failure. And whoever is in charge of the daily operation of that needs to go And I'm not talking about the president, and I'm not talking about the general manager. I'm talking about the guy whose simple job is get the most out of the talent we've given you. That is his overarching job. And if you miss the playoffs entirely in a year where the entire American League is basically ushering you into the playoffs with the best roster you say you've had in your 11 years in the Dipoto era, oh, man. Of course you're getting fired.
Yeah.
Of course the manager is getting fired in that situation. And, of course, I already feel like it should have been done. All right, coming up next, yes, we got a lot more ground to cover, and I guess it's going to be Anders and I that will have to cover it. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Special Seahawks training camp coverage. I mean, it's not like we're going to not talk about training camp. And
Right.
I guess training camp is over.
This is technically the end of training camp.
Right. And then it's preseason. So we don't go out for preseason coverage at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center.
They still practice every day. What is this?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah. Greg's still going to be out there.
Yeah,
every
exactly.
day.
Yeah. He's always out
We're still going to have our tent.
Does he have a bed out there?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
It's a cot.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a hammock. He
Oh.
also has a hammock for when he wants to be one with nature.
Actually sounds pretty comfortable, not gonna lie.
You ever slept in a hammock before?
Yeah. It's nice.
It actually is not.
You don't like it?
Like, I like it.
Oh, okay.
But, like, you're not supposed to be in a hammock
Yeah.
for more than, like, a nap in the afternoon.
No, yeah.
Yeah, underneath a shade
Sure,
tree.
sure.
That's how it's supposed to work. But I have a buddy of mine, and he has this place on the ocean in San Diego. And so about twice per year, he'd gather the gang together, and we would go out to his place in San Diego. And everybody when you get the guys together, they're always fighting over, like, there was, like, one extra bed, and then there's the couch, and then
there's the
everything
hammock.
else. Well, no one would say, so I would claim the hammock. Because nobody else would claim the hammock.
Sure.
And they thought I was crazy because it's right there on the ocean.
Yeah.
So it gets pretty cold at night right there on the ocean.
Bundle up a little bit, you know.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it. So it made everything easy because no one was fighting over anything else. And I'm like, I got the hammock because nobody else wanted it. But, man, I really enjoy just that ocean banging against the shore.
So nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that ocean breeze.
Summer breeze.
Yeah. But I will say, 6 hours straight in one of those things, and you do have to work out some kinks in the morning. I mean, even thinking about it makes my neck stiff. I don't know if Ashley's going to be in a hammock. She's in Hawaii.
Oh.
So here's what I have done. I've slept in a hammock for better than 6 hours in San Diego.
Okay.
I have never been to Hawaii. It is the biggest embarrassment of my entire life, I think.
I mean,
Never been.
you're pretty well traveled too. Like,
Okay.
I'd say you are.
Okay.
From the
seen
stories that you've
things.
told.
Yeah, I've seen some things.
Yeah.
But I've never been to Hawaii. And not without wanting. It's not like one of those things like that's not high on my list.
Right.
It's like as high as anything on my list. But for some reason, I can't put together a trip.
Wow.
Like it just never comes together.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I still yet to go. I mean, Softy goes every year and he's like, I'll tell you where to stay, where to eat.
Yeah.
You know, you can come out with Gina and I. We'll take you around town. I don't know if he ever went that far.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah, I don't think he wants me there.
he doesn't want anyone there. He doesn't want any remnant of work when he goes to Hawaii.
But he does want me to experience Hawaii. It bothers them that I haven't.
It bothers me that you haven't.
I think it bothers a lot of people when I tell them at age 55 as an American I have never been to
it's
Hawaii.
a staple for me. I not every year, but every couple of years for sure.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Did your family take you though?
Yeah. But
that's just it. Like my family never traveled.
Yeah.
All the traveling I've done had to be after I was out of the house.
But I've gone a couple times just me, and I took my wife
good for you.
right before we had our baby, kind of our last trip before it was with just the two of us last year, and it was awesome.
Yeah. Where
So
do you
much
go?
I go to Kaanapali, so it's Maui, but it's the other side of the island that Softy goes to. He goes to Wailea, which is the kind of the north side. Kaanapali is the east side or something like that.
Fane goes every year
Yep,
too.
Yep. Yeah.
You know?
It's awesome.
Fane's got that Fane family money though, you know.
Yeah.
Talk about a guy that travels.
Woo.
He's always somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably his son that's so good at golf that makes the money for the whole family.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I don't know. But we were never going to travel. Like for us, like traveling to like Bethalto, Illinois was like a was like an event.
Yeah.
So
fair.
You know, and I think that has a lot to do with it. Like the way you were raised.
Absolutely.
If it is ingrained in you that, hey, families travel, people travel.
Yeah.
I mean, I did it because I had to break outside of that box, that stuffy box. So I started traveling. But yeah, had I been nurtured to this is an expectation. You have to see points A, B, and C.
Yeah.
But no, I was nurtured to going to grandma's was a trip.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 425 says here, and I completely agree with this, leaving tomorrow for Hawaii. Check out the Costco booking for Hawaii. We have done it a few times. It's super easy, super nice. I actually did that for our last trip. It's like basically you get the whole package. It includes flight, hotel stay, everything, and they just take care. It's great. It's awesome.
Okay.
And it's a good deal, too.
I'm going to do it.
Do it. Come on, Chuck.
I say that, but you never know what's going to happen in
that's
life.
true.
But yes, it's high on the priority list.
Yeah.
For being high on a priority list.
It's not a priority.
It's obviously not a priority. It's probably the biggest failure of my entire life, considering how high of a priority it's been.
Yeah.
And haven't been able to pull it off. Because I have another high priority, which is becoming a novelist, like full time, making enough money that's what I do.
But you've still written books.
And I've written books.
But you haven't gone to Hawaii.
But that said, that's not as easy to do as booking a flight in a hotel room.
Exactly.
So yes, I mean, in terms of the scale of failure,
Right.
not being to Hawaii is probably my biggest failure in life. All right, coming up next on the radio program, there were a few stories about the Mariners that a lot of people were discussing yesterday. I mean, it was like trending. One of those stories was about the Jesse Rogers report, and he's been covering baseball for a long time. Used to be exclusively Chicago, but I think he's a national guy now, suggesting that the Mariners are going to make big offseason changes this winter. We'll talk about it. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. With the third hour of our show together. Anders Hurst is here. My name is Chuck Powell. We're going to talk some college football a little bit later on, but I do want to talk some baseball. We talked almost all football so far here this morning, but there were a few different things that were making the rounds yesterday. We've discussed the story about that Bob Nightingale had about Dan Wilson and whether or not he would be out at the end of the year. We also are going to discuss with Ryan Healy at 9 o'clock that other story that was making its way around about the hitters. Some sort of hitter anonymously told some reporter that, yeah, we're at a crossroads, basically kind of suggesting we're caught in between as hitters. And so it made the philosophy, the offensive philosophy of this organization come into question. I think that we'll talk a lot about that later in the week, but we'll ask Ryan Healy about that today. But the third story that was making a lot of rounds, and it actually started trending yesterday, Jesse Rogers, who covers MLB for ESPN, says that he's hearing that the Mariners are going to make significant change, big changes here in the offseason, and didn't really specify, as far as I could see, as to whether or not that was dependent upon what they do the rest of the year. That they see a need for big changes in the offseason, and it, of course, got everybody all thinking about what that's going to look like and what have you. I don't mean to undermine Jesse Rogers, but this team could win a World Series, and there are going to be big changes in the offseason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially considering the CVA's done, right?
Yeah, this is really not that big of a story.
Right.
I've been warning you about this for years, that there were going to be big offseason changes to this roster. Now, if he's trying to suggest, because the article, and I don't know if he put the face to this article or if somebody else put the face to the article, put Cal Raleigh on there. If he's trying to suggest that the big offseason changes might have something to do with Cal Raleigh, he's out of his mind. There's no way Cal Raleigh is going to be moved from this team. I mean, it would have been insane, right? I mean, for Jerry DiPoto to have avoided as much criticism as he's getting this year, he would have had the crystal ball good sense to trade Cal Raleigh high.
Yes.
Like at his very highest, when we were all saying, can you believe what he stole him for in terms of a long-term contract? The greatest slugger at catcher in the history of baseball. And I mean, if he would have had crystal ball awareness, then he's moving Cal Raleigh when his value is at its highest.
Right.
He would be an absolute buffoon to trade Cal Raleigh when his value would be at its absolute lowest.
Right.
Because now, a year later, after a historic season, in which, and I don't think there's been anything like it in the history of sports, that someone could drop off that much from one year to the next. We went from, can you believe that Cal agreed to that deal? Scott Boras must be fuming. How much would he have made if he had held out for one more offseason on that long-term deal to suddenly...
Are we paying him too much?
Yeah. I mean, if this is what he is, we're paying way too much. And I think a team would take him. I think a team would say, you're not that far removed from being the best catcher in the game.
Sure.
We'll take that. We'll roll the dice on you. Dodgers would do it.
Yeah.
Yankees would do it. Mets would do it. Red Sox would do it. A lot of teams would stand in line for that. But also, you would be trading him for his lowest value because of the salary he's getting ready to make and the season he's coming off of. You'd be trading him at the lowest value you've ever had Cal Raleigh at, which would be insane general managership. That'd be just terrible. So I don't think Cal Raleigh's in that. Josh Naylor, same thing. And even though Josh Naylor's been picking it up as of late, Anders, he's actually been playing really well lately.
Yes.
The power drop and some of the off-field stories, and he's also operating at a higher salary than he's ever made in his entire life. And it's not like that he went for a big bonanza trade from Cleveland to Arizona or Arizona to Seattle. I mean, this is a guy that's never really had that great of trade value. You would basically just be punting his salary away.
Yeah.
I think that they're married to those two guys. They are the foundational pieces, for better or worse, going forward, and they're just going to count on the fact that they're going to be better. There's no way they can be as bad as what Josh Naylor was in the first half of this season, and there's no way Cal Raleigh can be as bad as he's been all season long, and they're just going to bank on that. Otherwise, you're going to be trading them away for pennies on the dollar. And then I'd add Julio Rodriguez to that conversation as well.
No chance.
Even though he's not quite lived up to our extreme lofty expectations for him, he's still been at minimum good every year and very good most of the time that he's been here, and has touched greatness, which has made our salivary glands think that there's 40, 50 homer potential in this young man, which there still might be before his career comes to a close. But look, Julio Rodriguez off field isn't the nicest guy in the world. I'm telling you that right now. He's not. But with the fans, with the people close to him, I mean, he's wonderful.
Yeah.
He is just way too good of a piece for this franchise to move off of in some sort of trade. So Jesse Rogers can suggest big offseason moves, and I do think that they're coming. But if he's trying to lace it with the suggestions that it's going to be one of those three, Anders, I'm here to tell you, I don't think there's a chance that one of those three is leaving this organization this offseason or anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would be any realm of possibility, no matter how poorly, if Cal doesn't get a hit for the rest of the season, which could happen. Josh Naylor doesn't hit a home run for the rest of the season, which could happen. I still don't see any of those three things happening. For the first two, because you're not going to get anything in return, you'd literally just be getting rid of him. And the third one, because he's been one of your only consistent pieces of both offense and defense, and that's Julio Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he hasn't gotten to the heights that are expected / wanted from him. So I totally agree. The next question for me is, what does he mean by that? And I think that could be a multitude of things. I think the obvious one is obvious with the manager that was reported by Bob Nightingale. So
and the hitting coaches.
Hitting coaches as well. But if you're looking at the roster itself, then I think the most obvious one from that would be the starting pitching staff. And you're looking at trading one of, maybe even two of, George Kirby, Bryce Miller, Brian Wu, Logan Gilbert, Emerson Hancock, because you have two guys that you feel pretty good about that are, if not ready, then very close to ready to pitching at the major league level. So that would, of course, shake things up because those guys have all been mainstays from this team. And then, of course, you have the impending free agents that are Randy Arozarena and J.P. Crawford, who have also been mainstays in this team. And so, yes, if you're just looking at what the Mariners are going to look like in 2027 compared to 2026, if you're trying to go through your crystal ball, as the term you used earlier, then yeah, they're gonna look a lot different just based off of the guys that are A, leaving, and B, if the season kind of continues the way it has been, there's going to be major changes even at the front office or coaching level, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, even if this team rallies and wins the West and makes the playoffs and goes to the World Series, and we won't speculate beyond that.
Right.
They were going to make these changes no matter what, and they were going to be significant.
Right.
Randy Arozarena is gone.
He's gone.
Gone. There is no way he's coming back. I mean, right now with the market for teams desperate for right-handed hitters, he's put himself up in really good position to get a really big offer.
Yeah.
And there's stuff that comes with Randy Arozarena. Number one, you already know this organization's not going to spend big money on free agents beyond the age of 30. John Stanton does not, he hates the idea of paying guys big money for what they've already done.
Right.
And I don't think that that's a terrible philosophy. Most free agents crash and burn.
Right.
And you end up having to overpay guys because you think you could rekindle what they were at 28.
Kyle Tucker.
You know, the Angels, how many millions did they pay Albert Pujols for how good he was as a Cardinal?
Right.
And he never really was that valuable of a piece for the Angels. Anthony Rendon is still getting paid by the Angels for what he did with the Nationals. So I don't think that's a terrible philosophy, quite frankly. Randy Arozarena is going to get priced out of Seattle.
Yeah.
And, of course, we don't even know what the collective bargaining agreement. That's another big factor in all of this. But he's not coming back. And there's no way they're going to deal with some of the attitudinal things that go with Randy Arozarena and pay him that monster salary as well. So he was going to be gone no matter what. Now, that's a big change. That's one example of a big change. But that was going to happen whether this team won or not.
100%.
JP's gone.
He's gone.
And I know that JP's tried to play his little violin and pull at your heartstrings, and I want to be a Mariner for life. But at some point, you have to be evaluated on whether or not you're a good baseball player anymore. And he's really questionable. And he's getting slower every single year. And slow athletes can't play shortstop. And I don't think there's another position that he can play. And he doesn't have enough power to be your everyday DH. He can be in a pinch, but he's not going to be what you sign up for as a designated hitter. So he's going to be gone. So those were two things that were going to happen anyway. And then the third thing that was going to happen anyway, and Anders knows this, and he's already beaten me to the punch because we've talked about it in Stove for years now. Not just this offseason. I've been talking about this for years. Bucky never agreed with it. But I'm telling you, it's happening. They're going to choose between Gilbert and Kirby, and I think what they'd like to do is keep Gilbert. And I think they would like to move Kirby this offseason. One of them's getting traded. Yes. And I think there is a world where two of them can get traded. But considering how tightly they hung on to all 6 starting pitchers, we're going to piggyback before we trade one of them. I don't think that they're going to move on from 2 guys this offseason, even though Sloan's that we might be in the exact same position
next year
in June. If we're trying to create a space for Sloan to be part of this rotation as well. But one of them's gone for sure. I'm pretty sure it's going to be George Kirby.
Sure.
You're going to trade him with 2 years left on his deal, which only increases his trade value. And then you get a hitter in return. I mean, this is another thing that I don't know why people sleep on this. They hear they're going to trade George Kirby, and for whatever reason, a fan base thinks, oh, so now we're just without George Kirby. That's why you trade him, because you get something in return for him.
Yes. It's not just like Luis Castillo, which they did a good job of getting something in return. But and for all intents and purposes, the reason they did it was to get rid of his salary.
No, you're going to trade George Kirby and get a massive return.
Yes.
And of all, and not prospects, even though I do think that there could be a prospect twinge to it, but it's only going to be guys that are like ready to contribute. Let me give you an example. Joshua Baez from the St. Louis Cardinals, who just hit 3 home runs in his debut.
Yeah.
A player like I could see a Kirby to the Cardinals for 2 players like that.
Yeah.
Maybe even 3, for goodness sake. Or Kirby for an established hitter who's under control for more than 1 year himself.
Right.
That's the kind of move that you're going to make for George with George Kirby. But I've been saying it's going to happen for years. That's the way they're going to do it.
Ellie De La Cruz for George Kirby.
Well, yes, let's do that. I don't think they're going to trade him for anything.
No.
But yes, the theory being that you get a really good bat. I just went through this exercise with Softy on the air the other day as he's all upset about how many holes. He's already looking forward to how many holes we're going to have in our offense to fill for this offseason. And the landscape to me doesn't look nearly as dire. Yes, you're going to lose Arozarena. That's been the plan all along.
And
JP, but that's been the plan all along. I mean, we've already said Julio, Naylor, and Cal aren't going anywhere.
No.
And hopefully they bounce back in spectacular fashion. Cal particularly next year, but those are your foundation. For better or worse, those are your foundation pieces. Emerson's obviously a foundation piece, and I think we're going to get the same kind of uptick from him next year that we saw from Cole Young. People forget Cole Young didn't even make our playoff roster last year. He was our starting second baseman for most of that year, but the league caught up to him, the grind caught up to him, and suddenly he wasn't hitting or fielding well. And so we didn't go with him at the most crucial time of the year.
Right.
We went with Polanco at second base. And it was a great choice.
Yes, it was.
And then Cole Young, all right, I got a little taste of it. I learned some lessons. goes back to spring training, looked like he got a Bowflex, looked like he'd added some weight, and he's been one of our best players this year. I think Emerson's going to do the same thing. So Emerson and Young are your middle infield for the next 10 years.
Yep.
So those holes are taken care of. I don't care what you've seen from Colt Emerson as of late. That guy's going to be really good for a long period of time, and it's going to start next season.
And they're going to give him as long of a runway as possible because they've already paid him.
Yes, for sure.
So there's no way that they're just going to cut bait after a little bit of struggling.
But we saw, everybody, you had to have seen the promise in this young man.
Yes.
I mean, there were a lot of spectacular players that struggled in their first years as major leaguers. And he showed us the promise. We know the makeup. He's going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's just probably not going to be fine this year.
Right.
And time to help this team this year. But by next year, I don't see shortstop and second base being a hole at all for this team. Brendan Donovan, he's back again next year. Hopefully he's healthy next season. I don't know if that's as a utility player. He has been playing better third base since he came back than he was earlier in the year. I think Canzone has proven that he deserves everyday reps. Do you realize he's not only hitting lefties, he is killing lefties this year.
Yeah.
So I think he's your everyday right fielder. He probably shouldn't be our 3-4 hole hitter.
No.
But he's that out of necessity because of how bad Kyle's been. And Laz Montez is at 36 home runs in the minor leagues this year. That's also another piece. So if you dabble at all in free agency, you really have left field and third base. Those are the two things that you've got to figure out between now and next season. So does that constitute a big offseason? Yeah, I think it does. Finding a replacement for Randy Arozarena, saying goodbye to J.P. Crawford, trading George Kirby for a massive haul in return, activating Cade Anderson to be a part of this starting rotation, reworking the bullpen, and they do that every offseason. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a big offseason. But and then depending on what happens the rest of the year, you could have a new manager, a new offensive system, a new hitting coach, new hitting instructor, and that's also massive change to the organization. So if you keep it in that box, that's a lot. But it's also was going to happen whether we won this year or not. We were in store for a big offseason no matter how this year unfolded. So, I mean, maybe Jesse Rogers is sitting on more information than I know. But it's hard for me to believe it's going to be anything bigger than what Anders and I just described.
Right. And and that doesn't even include Michael Arroyo, who's crushing it at the minor league
I think
levels.
he'll be traded.
You think so?
Yeah.
Trade piece?
I think he'll be in a trade somewhere as well.
But, I mean, there's and you never want to rely on prospects to come up and help your big league team in a window, right? That's not something you can constantly just be like, oh, we'll fill our gaps with whoever we have in the system, right? You're gonna go out and find something, and especially if you're making those trades that you're looking at.
You don't want to fill 4 holes with rookies because they're not going to all work out. If you're lucky, one of them does.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But Arroyo, they are playing in left field for a reason.
Right.
He's blocked at second base. Got news for you.
Yeah.
Cole Young's our second baseman.
Really?
For
a long time.
For probably the rest of my life.
Yep.
Colt Emerson's the shortstop, and Arroyo, they're not trying him out at third. They're trying him in left field.
Yeah.
So maybe that, but I think he's a really monster trade candidate this offseason as well. So suddenly, you map it out. The holes, there aren't as many holes as what you think. There are no holes in the starting rotation.
Yeah.
The bullpen always has work that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Every offseason, like a sports car. You got to bring that every offseason into the garage and tinker around with it and get it back operating again at max abilities. And the offense, the foundation is set. Kyle, Naylor, Young, Emerson, Julio, that's your foundation. Donovan will be around. Canzone will be around.
Yeah.
Montez is probably due a promotion, if not at the beginning of the year, at some point near the beginning of the year.
Right.
And then you've got the ability to make a couple trades, and you cleared up $24 million for free agency by getting rid of Luis Castillo.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be a big offseason. but nothing that we didn't see 3 years ago.
Right.
All right. Coming up next on the radio show, college football. Did the AP do it again? Oh, those sons of guns. Did they just map out this season perfectly? We'll talk about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck in the Morning at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
See if I can get Anders to buy it. Oh, hey, John Schneider, how you doing?
Oh, where is he?
Are you having a good walk? Oh, hey, John. Hey, Mike. Oh, man. Flowers again today. You shouldn't have.
Every day? Is it every day?
Every day, yeah. Every day.
What kind of flowers?
Nothing silly.
Okay.
Just like the type of ones that say, "You're my best friend. Thanks
Okay.
for being here."
Well done.
Yeah, that
So-
sort of thing.
Does that mean you're going to be on Hard Knocks tonight?
If not, blown opportunity, hard knocks. Want to see your ratings soar.
Yeah, right? Seriously.
Hey, oh my gosh, look, JSN brought me a sandwich again every morning. Did I play it off like I'm at the VMAC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. We're just missing the sound of the lawnmower in the background.
That's true. That's true.
Getting way too close.
Jessamine's out there. She does a
Okay.
good lawnmower, doesn't she? She's like Michael Winslow from Police Academy.
Yeah.
Now, that should predate you, but I don't know. Have you seen the Police
I've
Academies?
seen that bit. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I haven't seen the actual show, but yeah. Or movie.
Well, he can pretty much mimic anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right. Well, good morning to you. I am not, pull back the curtain, at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. I was supposed to be, but we had some technical stuff. So I ended up in the studio. But the rest of the broadcast day will be spent our final day of training camp coverage. So starting with Greg at 10 o'clock. So enjoy. We did get Bud Clark on, and I do want to thank the Seahawks for all their hospitality. We've had a great time out there at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and today training camp coverage comes to a close, but preseason coverage marches on. And so we will talk just as much Seahawks football as we did while we were there going forward. But tomorrow I'm going to be at Huskies camp. So 2 days at Huskies camp. I've got all sorts of special co-hosts and guests that are going to join us on the radio program the next couple of days. So excited to get out to Montlake and talk some Huskies football the next couple of days. As a matter of fact, as a preview, the Associated Press came out with its top 25 poll. It is the real poll, and I do love polls. I know some people just have such a problem with them. Ashley,
Why not?
Brady Quinn.
What's wrong with polls?
I love polls. Softy.
Something to talk about.
Cam Cleveland hates polls. I love polls.
I love polls.
Yeah, I mean,
Not strip polls.
yeah, I mean, well, the North Pole, I love. I love that story. You keep doing what you're doing, Santa. You're doing a great job. You're killing it, buddy. But I mean, you got to just keep in mind what they are. When they used to, in part determine the champion, yeah, that's a problem. But we have a tournament now. And so the preseason polls just kind of activate conversation. And here's the conversation that I read into yesterday's first AP poll of the year. And that is that they are certainly acknowledging that the Big Ten is right there, if not above the SEC. So that's the first thing that you notice from it. Then the second thing that you notice from it is the AP has drawn clear and definitive lines in the sand between who's on the top shelf, who's on the second shelf, who's on the third shelf, and then everybody else. This is a 4-shelf bookcase right here. And so as we get ready for the brand new season, they're telling you Ohio State at 1, Oregon 2, and Indiana at 6. And then you go all the way down before another Big Ten team at 14 gets mentioned. And then you have USC at 14, Michigan at 16, Washington at 17, and Penn State at 18. That's them telling you that's shelf number 2.
Yep.
And then Iowa is at 22. And even though that's pretty close to shelf number 2, and maybe Iowa would argue that puts us on shelf number 2.
Possibly.
I kind of read it as you're on shelf number 3.
Yeah.
But you'll be the first one we invite to shelf number 2 if you do something special at the beginning of the year.
For sure.
But I think that there are some pretty clear lines that they have decided that Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana are going to vie for a national championship this year. USC, Michigan, and Washington and Penn State are going to vie for a playoff spot this year, and that's about as much as they can expect. Iowa is your sleeper in that group, and then there's the rest of the Big Ten Conference. And it's getting a little easier in the NIL era to sort of forecast this stuff. I mean, Clemson got overrated year after year after year for the last 3 years.
And they're not doing that again.
And there'll be a couple of teams that crap the bed.
Sure.
And there'll be a couple of teams that do surprise us. But I think fewer and fewer as the years go on.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some pretty obvious elements of demarcation here, Anders, in college football these days. A little easier to forecast what's going to happen. And I think that's pretty clear cut as to what we can expect to occur this upcoming season.
Yeah, if nothing else, it's just showing us that it's the SEC and Big Ten and everybody else at this point.
For sure.
And
Notre Dame.
Yeah, and Notre Dame, which I do find it funny how they are, third or fourth in the poll. Fourth, and they got first place votes, but the third place team did not. It's just, doesn't that tell you that?
Well, Indiana got first place votes.
Yeah, they're
got
sixth,
8, and yet they're sixth.
Yeah.
And I heard a conversation this morning where they were debating, did they get disrespected? Well, look, they've been bad forever.
Yeah,
and now they're great, but to repeat greatness. That's the next thing that he's going to have to prove. Signetti's going to have to prove to everybody. And I'm going to tell you this right now. This is just like with the Seahawks. Kurt Signetti does not want to be number 1.
No, he does not.
He loves that he's number 6. Like, respect shown, but the expectations aren't so. He can still sort of fly under the radar. He can still use that as fuel to his players that they're being overlooked.
Yeah.
And so he loves that. And I'm telling you this, Mike McDonald loves that the Rams are getting all the attention right now.
Oh, yes, he does.
He doesn't want to be the team that's considered. He wants the Rams to be considered like, you don't win the Super Bowl and you have failed miserably. I already got one in my back pocket. So I promise you, Kurt Signetti loves that spot right there at number 6.
You know what it reminds me of?
And that does put them in the upper echelon.
The 2010 Eagles, the dream team that just everyone was all in on and they thought would be the biggest deal in the NFL, and then they went like 7-9 or something like that. It was like, what?
Yeah, well, that'd be great.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I want the Rams to go 7-9.
Yeah.
I know there's a 17-game schedule, but that's the point. I want them to go 7-9 and be so thoroughly disgusted with
they don't even
themselves
play the last
that
game.
They don't even play the last game. We're not even going to show up.
Well,
we give up.
I would love for that to happen. Yeah, especially with how much they've invested in this year specifically.
Yeah. So, I mean, once upon a time, college football, you never knew when you were going to have that Northwestern story with not Pat Fitzgerald, the head coach, but Pat Fitzgerald, the linebacker,
right.
back in the day when they came out of nowhere and won the Big Ten. I don't know if we'll see that again. I don't know if we're going to see. I mean, we just saw Indiana rise.
Was Indiana a version of that?
Well, but that was a progress. I mean, yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah.
2 years ago, to turn it around that quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It still exists.
Sure.
I don't know if it's going to exist as frequently as it once did. But I will say this, that I think that they've got it right. I think there are 3 teams in this conference that are going to vie, that I would be surprised if they don't make the tournament.
Yeah.
And all will have a shot at the national title. And those are the 3 that they've ranked. And then I think there are 4 teams that got a shot at the playoffs, but probably only one of the 4 is going to crack the playoffs. And then there are going to be a sleeper group, probably led by Iowa. I think they nailed it. That's my expectation for this upcoming season. Yeah, the shelves are in order. The books have been placed.
Yeah.
And now let's play some college football. And now let's hope we do have one of those stories that does surprise us, because that's what sports is all about. All right, coming up next, we get set for a huge series in Wisconsin. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. battle coming up also in the 9 o'clock hour. But a big series starts tonight. They're all big. Let's face it, every game is big right now for the Mariners. I don't think it's going to capture White Sox Cubs last night, but we need to play with the edge that we played with in Houston, and we'll see if they can sustain that going forward. The Milwaukee Brewers have a record of 77-48. That is the best in all of baseball. How do they do it? Year after year, how does Pat Murphy get his team with its low payroll to be among the best in Major League Baseball? Well, it's sort of a dirtbag college baseball mentality they play with. And it's not that they don't have Major League talent. They have lots of talent there with Milwaukee, but they fill in the cracks with just ball players. I mean, you saw what kind of a difference Brock Rodden made at 5'7", 170 this past series. Well, the Brewers have like 34 Brock Roddens on their team.
They really do. Everybody
Gets their uniform dirty. Everybody has the ability to put the ball in play. Everybody can work a count. Everybody can steal a base. That's the way they operate. Now, it hasn't benefited them in the playoffs. I mean, it kind of looks like postseason is won with starting pitching and home runs and relief pitching. You better have a good bullpen as well. But in the regular season, over the course of 162 games, when you just swarm of gnats a team every single night, turns out you can win a lot of baseball games.
Yes, you
that
can.
way.
Absolutely. And then especially when you have, Jacob Misiorowski.
Well, that helps too. And we will miss the Miz this series. So that's a good thing. We're going to face left-hander Kyle Harrison tonight, who got off to a smoking start. He's cooled down a little bit. Right-hander Dustin May, who they picked up at the trading deadline, and then left-hander Robert Gasser, who is the weakest of their five, but he's actually been pretty decent this season because everybody on the Brewers is decent.
Yeah.
Every single year this happens that the Brewers end up decent. And so they're just a tough team to beat over the course of 9 innings, and they've proven that year after year. They are a team that has 6 guys with 10 stolen bases or more. We have 3. They're 5th, though, in stolen bases. We're 13th.
Yeah, not awful.
Which isn't bad.
No.
Middle of the pack. But they have just a lot of guys. They just beehive you.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got 2 guys over 20. They only have 1, but they have 6 over 10. So it's just like a lot of guys can steal a base for the Milwaukee Brewers. On base percentage, we've actually gone up a little bit. We're up to 25th. I know. Break out the champagne.
I like that.
Yeah. And we got 5 guys, 3 that are semi-regulars that have a 329 on-base percentage or more, and that includes Brendan Donovan, who's back, who hasn't been available to us, and that has hurt us.
Yep.
They have 7. They have 7 at 329 or over that are semi-regulars. They're 3rd in baseball and on base. We're 25th. They're 7th in batting average. They're also known for putting the ball in play.
So wait, they take walks and they put the ball in play?
Yep. We are 28th in batting average. As a matter of fact, I do want to look that up because I didn't look that up. I do want to see where they are in strikeouts in the league because my guess is they're pretty good at not striking out.
Pretty darn good.
Let's see. Where are they? Why is this taking so long? Not as good as I thought. 15th.
Yeah,
15th.
Yeah.
And the Mariners are 18th. So not that big of a difference between the 2. But here's another thing that they do. Obviously, they don't spend big on payroll, and maybe it does cost them. Maybe it does cost them in the postseason to not have a couple of those veteran, proven, paid aircraft carriers, as Dan O'Dowd calls them, in their lineup because they do struggle to win a series, much less get all the way to the World Series when it comes to postseason time. But what they do in keeping their payroll low, they do find ways to nickel and dime you. And then they always seem to have these 1 or 2 guys that do more than they ever should have.
They have career years, the Jake Bauers of the world.
And this year's example is former Mariner Jake Bauers, who right now,
I don't understand this.
and I want you to think about this, because our best player
Oh, God.
has a 568 OPS on paper. He hasn't been our best player this year.
This year, yeah.
But our face of our franchise
Yes.
has a 568 OPS. That and for those who don't know, that's just average, on base and slugging combined.
Right.
On base and slugging combined gives you your OPS. Jake Bauers is 884. Like he's one of the best hitters in baseball.
Yes, he is.
Jake Bauers,
Jake Bauers.
the one that wore the Mariner uniform.
In 2021.
And when he showed up and I said, I've always kind of liked this guy, but
Yeah.
he's never been able to put it together. Maybe he can do it here.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't do it here, but he's doing it in Milwaukee this year. I mean, Dom Canzone's got our best OPS, 831. This guy's at 884.
Right.
And Dom's had a pretty good year. So I don't know what that voodoo that they do so well, but every single year, the Milwaukee Brewers, they've got a formula. They scout well. They develop well. They also have one of the top 3 farm systems in the sport, too.
Yep.
So they're not done winning anytime soon, but they cannot translate it to the playoffs. We'll see if this year's going to be any differently.
Like the ghost of Gary Sanchez.
Yeah.
Somehow still being a really good hitter for them. What?
Yeah. So they haven't solved the playoffs, but we're not in the playoffs, are we?
No,
we're in the regular season, which is something they have solved. So in other words, pack a lunch.
Yeah.
This is going to be a battle for the next 3 days, whether we face the Miz or not, which we don't. This is going to be a battle. And winning series, if you just keep on winning series to get through this gauntlet of teams, it does loosen up in September, and maybe you can pull off a few sweeps, and maybe you can get a winning streak. But this is one of those series where, man, I will gladly take 2 out of 3.
Oh, yeah.
If you can pull that out in Wisconsin.
Yes. And even if you find a way, maybe you win 1 against the Brewers and then, take 2 out of 3 on the weekend and have a 3-3 week, I'm probably okay with that.
You're probably okay with that as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's winning time.
It is winning
we
time.
have dug a hole for ourselves,
Yeah.
so I don't know how many more series you can lose.
That's true.
And still get where you want to go.
Yeah.
But it ain't going to be easy for a while. Ryan Healy's going to join us. We'll talk to him about the Brewers and so many other topics. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com and by Dino's Pub in Renton.
Pretty sure Vic chose this music for the Ryan Healy intro,
I like
and
it.
not Ryan. But I can't help but hear like this disco kind of number, and I don't know why. I just picture Ryan Healy on the dance floor, big collar, button down to like his mid chest, showing off a little, clavicle, if you will, and just tearing it up on the dance floor. Do you go there, Ryan? Is that where you go when you hear that music?
No, I feel like you visualize that way more than I've ever lived it. So that's it's an interesting way to start off my Tuesday morning. So thanks for that, Chuck.
Are you much of a dancer? Do you dance?
Oh yeah, you want me at your wedding because I will get the dance floor going.
Yeah, look at that.
I didn't
Haley,
say I was
bring it.
good, but I'll bring the vibe.
You'll bring the energy. You'll bring the vibe, the
bring
right
the energy,
attitude. An attitude on it. The right attitude on a dance floor goes a long way.
It really does, honestly.
We'll get the people going a little bit.
Ryan Ely is with us, former Mariner, part of Mariners TV, and a big part of our show now here on Tuesdays at 9 o'clock to talk some Mariners baseball. He looks all relaxed today. He's got, he's away from the desk. He's just leaning into the conversation here. So let's dive in. It feels to us, and compared to someone like you that lived this, made your living off of this, had to do the daily grind, but it feels to us that have not done that the team looked different, had a different energy, had a different spark. And I'm trying not to attach that just because you won 2 out of 3 games over the weekend. It did feel like there was urgency with this club, and they just played with a little higher intensity. Were we imagining that, or did you see the same thing?
No, I saw the same thing. And I think your hesitation to attach like expectations coming in the future off of what we watched this weekend is completely fair based off of what we've all witnessed this season from the team. I will tell you this though, Chuck, for 3 games in a row, I felt like I saw the version of the Mariners that we were all visualizing was going to show up for 162 games this year. Mm-hmm. Even in the tough loss on Friday night, like that was the brand, the identity of Mariners baseball that we all thought this roster was constructed to do. And the execution of it was tremendous. I was blown away with the rookie debut, Brock Rodden, coming out, the professional at bats that he put together, the moment never feeling bigger than his preparation for those moments. And then I think for me, just as a player that went through a debut, having his family there, the cameras panning over to his parents, grandparents that drove down from Oklahoma, there was a lot of things about that series that just felt right. And I guess now all we can do is hope that brand continues to show up in Milwaukee, because they're about to step into one of the best baseball teams in Major League Baseball this year. And that brand and identity needs to show up.
And they really have identified in Milwaukee. I mean, they want the Brock Rodden type. Number one, they don't spend a lot of money, so they got to win in a little different way. They and the Tampa Bay Rays, and they found a way to win, at least in the regular season. And you're going to see like 38 Brock Roddens tonight wearing Brewers colors in this game. But I'm wondering, for a team that sat around and waited for the 3-run homer, can you change your identity? I mean, if you've got Donovan back and you've got Rodden in the lineup for now, and a rookie who's got a lot more proving to do, we're not going to declare him a fixture after 3 games, but even Robles, who plays with that energy and that hair on fire kind of intensity when he's out on the mound, and sometimes it leads to some mistakes on the base paths. But those 3 guys were making up a third of your lineup on Friday and Saturday. Can they infuse their identity into the slugger identity that this organization has and perhaps create some harmony there?
Sure. I believe that offense, particularly in baseball, and I think just rosters in general, can be a chameleon type, where when you're put in an environment of a brand of baseball that you actually enjoy watching from the dugout's perspective, you're like, ooh, what's he doing differently? What can I do in my bat that might take myself to the next level? And I think for me, Chuck, the big separator here is the brand of baseball the Mariners have played, have been successful with in the past, hasn't worked this season. Like there isn't a Cal Raleigh hitting 60 home runs this year. Yeah. Julio's been, consistently himself in different spurts, having a great month of August, had a great month of May. When he was that version of himself, the Mariners are so much better. Josh Naylor slugging a little bit more. Obviously Cal did hit a home run over the weekend. But I think when something's not working as a baseball player, you're willing to try anything. And then when you have a couple guys step in your lineup, like to your point, you talked about Rod and you talked about Donovan, even Victor Robles stepping in there and being able to, to execute and grind out tough at bats. The rest of the boys rally around him. Like, we can do that too. Like that's not super hard. That can change my focus to something simple. Let me just win this next pitch. I felt like this Mariners team looked more present and focused on what the task at hand was in any given moment for every single inning of every single game this weekend that I've seen all season.
I agree.
And I was so blown away with the execution and just how simple the game looked, and how bullpen pitchers were able to step into high pressure leverage roles and execute us. Or Anthony Dominguez came in and got a massive out with bases loaded and 2 outs, executing a 2-strike slide or a splitter there. I felt like players were able to fall into their roles because there was enough guys on the roster doing their jobs on those games.
Should we be excited about that, or should we be angry that it took this long to show up?
I think we have plenty of time to be angry, Chuck. I've been racking my brain about this a little bit of where I stand, because I'm about to step into 12 games of color commentating over the next few weeks.
Great.
I think there's so much time in the offseason to be mad about things that didn't go right. And I think for me, as a former player and a current fan of Major League Baseball and a big fan of the Mariners, I just want to enjoy the moments. I just want to enjoy the game. I want to enjoy the team. And I want to hope that there is a chance that maybe they have the opportunity to go to the postseason. Whether it happens or not, I just want to enjoy kind of day in and day out the grind of what this season is and what this time of the year is. Because at some point it ends, whether they win the World Series or not. Like, the season will end and we're all going to miss baseball, and we can be really mad and blame people and point fingers then. But I think at this point in time, it's just time to really enjoy the moment. I hope the Mariners are leading by example with what they did in Houston this weekend.
Ryan Healy is with us every Tuesday at 9 o'clock to talk some Mariners baseball. They're in Milwaukee. Sounds like he's in Milwaukee. Bark twice if you're in Milwaukee. Oh, you're not there? You're not going to be there?
Oh, no, I'm on vacation. That's why I look super, super relaxed right now. I'm actually in Del Mar, California. I've been on the beach for the last week. Okay. It's our last day. So
when do your 12 games start then that you're going to broadcast?
This Friday.
Okay.
So I drive home. We drive home Wednesday. I fly out Thursday, and I'll be on TV on Friday.
Okay, great. Well, we look forward to that. Let me ask you, based off of our conversation thus far, Brendan Donovan, you've been around him. I mean, It's impossible not to like him. He's got like this sweetness about him and yet this sternness about him. And he's got some like military leadership qualities about him. Can he turn into the leader of this team? Can a super utility player who's only been here, a half a season, who's been on the injury list most of the year, can his identity rub off on this team? Because he played well this weekend, and it may have contributed to how the team played this weekend, where they kind of took on his personality a little more than in the past. Is there a chance that you and I have talked about leadership struggles, and Cal can't be a leader because he can't as much as he could in the past because he can't figure out his own game. Could a Brendan Donovan kind of take over that role for the rest of the season? Is that even doable?
Before I answer that question, I'm gonna tell you that I disagree with your statement there. Cal Raleigh is still leader.
Yeah.
And he's leading because right now his relationship with failure is so close, but he's the same guy every day. If you get a chance to observe him interacting with teammates in the dugout, in the locker room, like, that's the same guy. Yes, he's battling things up top mentally and physically with his swing, but like, that dude is still a leader. He shows up every day. He posts for his team. He grinds, and like, he's still leader. So I'm never going to discredit what Cal Raleigh brings to this team.
Okay.
To your point on Brendan Donovan, though, yes, there's no doubt in my mind that his impact is greater than just what he does on the field. That's why he was brought to the Seattle Mariners. That's why Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander went out and got him, is because they knew the type of human being that he was before the player even mattered. And that's why I believe that him being injured so much this year has affected this team negatively, and it's out of his control. He didn't want to be hurt. He didn't want to miss all that time. There's front office, players, coaches, fans that are upset that he missed so much time, but he can't control that, and he knows that. And if you listen to his interviews, he's so genuine with his answers, where a lot of people can be more guarded, blanket statements, players, personnel, whatever. He's so truthful. Talked about the story of how he had a buddy go pick up a wiffle ball and a wiffle ball bat to work on two-strike approach in the hotel room. Like, you don't just share that type of story unless it's just like it means something to you. And I love that. He rubs off. And I think there's two different ways to be a leader. You can be a vocal leader, or you can just lead by example. I think Cal's probably the more vocal leader just in that locker room with what he's meant to this organization. But I also believe that Brendan Donovan leads by example. The way he shows up every day, the way that he works, the way that he grinds, the way that he has a relationship with failure and responds to it. I think there's a room for both in this equation, in this team. And I think the impact of Brendan Donovan is starting to be seen finally this 2026 season.
How big a part of your childhood was wiffle ball?
Oh, that's where my love for the game developed, actually. We used to take our fifth wheeler up to Ventura Beach, and my dad and I would play wiffle ball on the beach all day, every day. And I was maybe 2 or 3 years old, and he would hit it really far and go chase down and get it. And then I would hit. Like, that's where I fell in love with the game of baseball. And my son, who's 2.5 now, like, we're starting to play some wiffle ball in the backyard, and a lot of those memories come flooding back, and it's pretty special.
It's just the greatest game. And by the way, I think the whole team should have a wiffle ball game if it helped Brendan Donovan that much. Just everybody just take some wiffle ball practice right now. Let's get out there. Let's play some wiffle ball. America's game. Ryan Healy is with us here on the radio program. I did want to. This is the question that I was looking forward to talking to you most about. There's been an article trending a little bit that I don't even know who reported it. I probably should have had that information. But apparently, anonymously, a player for the Mariners had suggested that the team offensively has been at a crossroads this entire year with the hitting philosophy and maybe caught in between what feels right and what they're being taught to do. I want to ask you about that. Do you get the impression that this team and its offensive woes this year, at any point, did you get the impression that it could be chalked up to they seem to be caught in between what they feel is comfortable and what they're being taught to do?
I have a lot of information on this, and what I can share, I will. I also went through this a ton, and I'll summarize it for you like this, Chuck. There is 2 brands or identities of hitting that exist in professional baseball right now. One is highly analytical, highly, motor preference, a lot of sensors and things on your body. Every swing taken in the cage is, calculated by different things to make sure that you're in the best positions. A ton of information and breakdowns of pitchers, repertoires, pitches and counts. And then there's also this old school mentality that exists of, see ball, hit ball, hammer the opposite field gap, whatever it might be. Like, there are 2 opposite end spectrums that exist in hitting the offensive approach. And I think that I know that I was a part of a turnover for the Mariners of 2018 was more of a simplistic old school mindset. 2019, they brought in more analytical personnel to kind of hammer the P's and Q's. Over the last 1.5 to 2 years, when that personnel was exited, and then Edgar Martinez was brought back in, Dan Wilson was brought back in, it was way more of a simplifying it back down, and that worked for a long time. And I think there's been a little bit of a push and pull this season of guys that enjoy the simplicity, but when it's not working, they don't have much to lean on or things to go to. And then guys that might be craving a little bit more information. Who exactly needs more or doesn't need more, or who needs less? I don't know that. I'm not in that batting cage, in that locker room every day. But I do know that the hardest part of professional baseball is having someone that can translate the high level numbers, the analytics, down into a player's perspective understanding of how to implement and apply it. And that is a secret that some teams have figured out. Some teams haven't. I don't know exactly with the Mariners where they lie with that internally on the offensive side. But I do know that is a really hard gap to bridge down to help the players understand it, because players understand things from their perspective. Like, I've learned more about hitting since I've retired coaching a bunch of different hitters than I did when I just played, because I was just worried about myself. Like, these players are just trying to figure out what works for them. And if the language isn't being communicated or isn't working, more importantly, then you start to lose some confidence and conviction in it, and you're craving more or different perspectives. And that can be really helpful, Chuck, or it can also be really hurtful. It's a really fine line you're dancing on the offensive side.
You know, getting ready to face the Milwaukee Brewers, I think this last question kind of brings our entire conversation full circle. The Brewers play small ball, and they play it better than anybody, and they win as consistently as anyone, and that includes the Los Angeles Dodgers in the regular season. But once they get to the playoffs, they can't win a playoff game. They can't win a playoff series. Meanwhile, the Mariners are built for the 3-run homer and for great starting pitching, and a lot of times, a lot of Mariner fans pull their hair out, like, why aren't we moving that runner? Why aren't we right now we're just sitting around waiting for the 3-run homer? Do we not have another way to score runs? You are a power hitter. I'm sure you were on teams that used you as an island in the middle of the order with maybe one or two other guys. But where do you come from in terms of the balance that a team should have at the professional level, regular season and postseason, between waiting for the 3-run homer and manufacturing runs when you can't hit it?
I'll tell you this, Chuck, from the hitter's perspective, the approach changes when there is a runner on second or third base compared to a runner on first or base is empty. As a power guy, if there's a runner on first base, I have to drive a ball in the gap or over the wall to score him. If there's a runner on second base, I can actually simplify what my approach is, knowing that a single or well-executed ball, all of a sudden can drive that run in. And it's interesting, this weekend, I felt like I saw more aggressive base running, meaning I saw Julio jit on first base and then steal the first pitch.
Yep.
Like, that changes the approach entirely as a hitter standing in the batter's box, because now I don't have to do damage to score that run. So I think for me, like, traffic on the base pass is step one here. And then obviously, how do we get those runners into scoring position so that the approach can be simplified? I love what Brendan Donovan talked about was, his approach and his discipline, the pride he takes with runners in scoring position, and his OPS. If you saw the article about how good he's been in his career, and maybe not so great this season, but not a large sample size, that's someone that knows how to just kind of choke and poke and put a ball in play. Brock Rodden had two of the best at-bats that I've seen of this entire season with runners in scoring position. The at-bat to hit a fly ball to left field to score the runner from third base. Like, the approach doesn't need to be more than let me put the ball in play.
Mm-hmm.
And as a hitter, when your baseline, your focus is there, when something magical happens like a home run, it was an accident. And I believe the Mariners should be in that place right now, because the amount of time they've spent trying to hit home runs this year and it didn't work, you got to try something different. So I do believe that the importance of getting runners in scoring position can work to the offense's benefit, because now your job as a hitter is so much simpler.
We have mistaken individual games or special moments as something to build off of momentum, and only to find out that, no, they weren't ready to get where they wanted to be. Is it different this time? Do you feel like this weekend that maybe some alarms went off and that they're ready to rattle off a great finish to this season?
I think the beauty of this is we don't know. And if you remember the conversation that we had with Kevin Pillar last ALCS when they were playing the Blue Jays, we asked them about momentum and how is momentum transferred in playoff series? Does it carry over game to game? And he kind of said the clock restarts every day. And I believe that this time of season, it feels like a playoff race because every game is important. And they have to manufacture and create their own momentum from pitch one. And for me, whoever the tone setter is at the top of the lineup, that first at bats, that's a tone, and momentum can transfer, inning to inning throughout the course of the game. And it's their job, their responsibility as the Mariners to create their own momentum that they can carry into the next opportunity and next at bat. Here's one really positive thing, Chuck, about them playing the Brewers this weekend. They're not facing Jacob Mizorowski.
Yeah.
So they're not facing one of the scariest arms in Major League Baseball. So if I'm a hitter, I'm excited about that for certain, but also willing to tackle the responsibility of let's go find a way to create some momentum today.
Yeah, we missed the Miz, so that's a good thing. All right, so who was the batter that you always tried to be in the backyard then, or on the beach with Dad? Whose batting stance did you mimic? Who were you trying to be out there on the wiffle ball field?
I think Albert Pujols was always at the top of the list like that. I definitely went through phases when I was struggling as a hitter where I would spread out and just try to mimic Pujols as much as possible. I'd say that's the hitter that I watched the most growing up.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right, man. Well, enjoy some vacation time with the family. Can't wait to hear you on Friday and for a few games here coming up. And we appreciate your time here today.
See you guys soon.
All right. Ryan Healy joining us every Tuesday at 9 o'clock, and he will be on the call starting this Friday. So Mariners will continue that conversation. That was great, wasn't it? Wasn't that interesting?
Yeah, I like his discussion regarding the approach change when there's different guys on, and then
and I love that a power hitter can say like, yeah, we should be playing more small ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, just sitting around and waiting for me to come through, first of all, let's get guys on base. And then we'll worry about approaches and stuff like that. But it starts with getting guys on base.
Well, and yes, you're right. And everyone looks at the RISP numbers. And yes, while the average with RISP can look a lot lower than you expect it to, the biggest thing is they're not getting enough opportunities with runners in scoring position because they're either getting walks or singles, and then they're hitting double plays and they're getting out of it, right? But I like what he said about the aggressive base running too. Get the guy to second base, and I'm
all for that. But that was part of the weekend,
exactly, and that's the first step before you even can do the get them over and get them in sort of thing. So.
They looked like a team that wanted to get to second base.
Yes.
The moment they got to first, they looked like a team all weekend long that wanted to get to second.
And third, they can take the extra base on a single or something like that, right?
Yeah. I hope it's real.
I hope so.
All right, coming up next, it's camp battle time. Our last camp. It's not like we're going to bury this conversation, but it's a ceremonial thing. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
enter, one man leaves.
Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. We don't need another hero. We don't need to know.
Oh, had to hear Tina belt it out one last time. Training camp coverage. Training camp coverage just hands right off to preseason coverage. We're going to talk a lot of Seahawks football no matter what time of year it is. But training camp coverage delivers to us talk of camp and camp battle.
Camp battle.
Not every day, but most every day.
2 men enter.
1 man leaves.
1 man leaves.
And today, because of what happened on Saturday, our final camp battle is going to center on the linebacker position, not the Mike. Make that very clear. As Ernest Jones, Hugh Millen made it very clear. Tyrese Knight was not playing the Mike on Saturday, but he was making every play on the football field on Saturday.
Yeah.
He was, according to Mike McDonald, the best player on the field on Saturday. So, does that mean anything? You know, these preseason games are so, we're led to believe that there's something to them, and yet we also are reminded, don't pay any attention to them. So where is the happy ground here when evaluating preseason performances? Well, I asked Greg Bell at 7 o'clock, our Seahawks insider, did Tyrese Knight's play on Saturday, is it maybe pushing him closer to challenging Drake Thomas for more playing time there at off linebacker?
Yes, and I saw yesterday in practice that Knight was in with the ones a little more at the weak side linebacker spot than he had been before the game. That's how McDonald rolls. If you produce in games, you get a chance. And that's how Drake Thomas got his job, producing when Tyrese Knight was injured this time last year. So absolutely. And he wants the locker room to feel that way. That, hey, if you perform, we're going to give you a shot. If you do your job and we put you in and excel, you're going to get another shot. And if you don't, you're going to be Jean Charles, or you're going to be T.J. Harden, or you're going to be Jones, the other rookie running back who both got cut yesterday after just running into brick walls at the goal line on 3 straight plays.
Ask Greg Bell from earlier. If you want to hear the entire conversation, he gets into the running back Jadarian Price story and many other things at 93.3 KJR.com. Man, for me, it really is one of the most difficult things to evaluate in the entire year, calendar year. What we do for a living, and, we're wrong a lot. Hopefully we're right enough to keep you coming back.
Yeah.
I know that I and many others, most others, if not all others, do our best to try to have the best take possible on that given sports day. But there are some things that just maybe beyond your skill tee. And this is one of them. I don't know how to read preseason performances. It's one of the aggravating things about still having NFL preseason games. I know that they help teams identify the last few spots on the roster.
Yeah.
But is anybody really going to gain considerable playing time because of how they played in a preseason game? Is anybody going to make up true ground on the person that they are chasing based off of preseason games if they weren't just nipping at their heels to begin with? Is anybody really going to make up that ground? Because let's face it, as Aaron Rodgers said, it's not real football.
No.
Yeah, they're playing at full speed, but the coaches aren't coaching in them at full speed. You're not running the plays that you want anybody else to see. You aren't playing the players that you really want to play. So as we're trying to figure out last couple spots on the roster, whether or not this guy should earn more playing time this year, he's doing it against second-string competition. And maybe the game completely changes if Tyrese Knight's facing first-string offensive players on Saturday, which he wasn't. So it's just really hard to evaluate. I will just say this. He was everywhere, and he made every play, and those are pretty good traits.
Yeah.
Having a linebacker, that's for sure. And I can tell right off the bat, he's bigger than the guy that he's behind on the depth chart. He's stronger than the guy he's behind on the depth chart. He's faster than the guy he's behind on the depth chart. But that other guy just outmaneuvers him on the football field. And I don't think that Drake Thomas's job, Anders, is going to be an easy one to wrestle away. I think he's just one of those guys that gets what Mike McDonald wants out of his position. He makes the plays. He kept getting better last year as the season progressed. And I hope that is the case for Tyrese Knight this year. And if he takes that job away from him, trust me, he's going to have earned it.
Yeah.
And so I think that there's a chance at it, but it's really hard for me to take Saturday, and I don't know how much weight to apply to this conversation because Tyrese Knight was the best player in a preseason football game.
Yeah, I mean, the ironic thing about this situation is this is exactly how Drake Thomas won the job.
Yeah,
it's literally the exact same way, right? So maybe I take a little more stock in it than I might have before, just considering that Mike McDonald has shown that he values these kind of performances. But I think the reason why preseason football is so hard to evaluate, as you're saying, is because many coaches treat it differently. Some coaches treat it differently from game to game, from year to year. You never know if this is like, hey, I'm really looking at all the plays and this is as close as we're going to get to, live football in week one, or if this is literally just going through the motions, another practice. So, I mean, I do think that they practice what they preach in terms of, Pete would always say always compete, but that wasn't always the case, right? You knew who your guys were.
Yeah.
And there were instances, the thing that comes to mind originally is the Drew Lock versus Geno Smith thing that was never a competition. That was supposed to be a competition, right? A couple of years ago. So that being said, I think Mike McDonald's different. I think he obviously is easy to just play the guy who produces. And even if it's not the guy that you drafted higher, even if it's not the guy that you paid a bunch of money.
Yeah, God bless him.
Yeah, it's kind of how he does it.
Yeah, I mean, just think about how odd that this is. If a coach was really being honest going into a preseason game and he gets up there in front of them trying to fire up the troops, and he's just like, all right, gentlemen, we don't care if we win or lose. It matters.
Just don't get injured.
Not. Oh, sure. Anytime you have a chance to win a game, you want to take that win because you want to establish winning culture.
Yep.
But the key is not to get injured. So play hard, but not so hard that we injure any of the guys that we really value.
Yep.
Okay? Now, the offense that you'll be facing, defensive guys, they're going to play second-string guys and the worst plays in their playbook. So what I want you to do is play your best to earn playing time while I also send in the weak calls to our defense. And once you've beaten a second stringer running a vanilla offense for the pleasure of all of the people that we've forced to pay full price for the tickets that they have.
Yeah, right. Jeez.
We will evaluate you according to that. Now go get him.
Yeah. Well, and the other aspect you have to think about this is from the Drake Thomas perspective, who, by his own merit, didn't play because they wanted to keep him fresh. But then if you're thinking that Tyrese Knight has a chance to go improve himself as the starter, shouldn't Drake Thomas have a chance to go improve himself to keep his starting job at the same time? There's all these dynamics going on. So if you think Tyrese Knight can go earn a spot from a preseason game, then you should also think that Drake Thomas, if they're resting him, they feel like his job is pretty safe at this point.
Listen up, folks. Eyes here, gentlemen. Eyes here. None of you have a chance to take Leonard Williams' job.
Yeah. They'd probably be like,
that goes for Spoon, Love, JSN, and pretty much 23 of the 22 starters that we have.
Yes.
Now go get them.
This means nothing.
Now make us proud. It's an interesting dynamic.
Yes, it is.
Oh, well. Well, there's stuff to learn. There's stuff to glean.
Why people don't like the preseason.
There's no question. I don't think we need it anymore.
I don't think so either.
All right, one last thing is next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. final segment of the radio program here today. And yes, we close it out with one last thing here on the show. Ashley Ryan out today. Anders Hurst is in, but he knows the drill. He knows how to do one last thing.
I do indeed.
Yeah, so get it done.
There's been a lot of media coverage surrounding the NFL Top 100 lists. And, of course, that's what they want. They want everyone to talk about it. This is why they do it before any of the big storylines of the season kind of come out. Sam Darnold got put at number 21. And it's just everyone's up in arms about, oh, he's so overrated. It's just because he won a Super Bowl and he was the starting quarterback. And I just want to poo-poo the idea that this is the most egregious pick of the NFL Top 100 that we've ever seen, because the way it's being portrayed by some national media outlets is that's what it's being shown as. And I just completely disagree with that. Now, do I think he's the 21st best player in the NFL? Probably not. But it's far less egregious than some other entries that we've had. Probably far less egregious than some others on this specific list this year. So
Jamal Adams used to be on this list.
I know.
So, first of all, he shouldn't be 21.
No, he's
not the 21st best player in the game. He shouldn't be rated 16th on like some of these other lists at quarterback.
No.
But no one should be getting upset with the NFL Network's top 100 players, because it's filled out by players and none of them fill it out. Like, they hand it off to like the shoe shine boy.
Yeah, they do.
And then that guy fills it out for them. So, like, it's no one's paid attention to this list in years. So why would anybody get upset by it?
Because there's nothing else to talk about during the NFL offseason.
List season. It's list season.
It is list season.
To get all upset and bothered by stuff.
So I just wanted to throw out there that, yes, I agree that he's not the 21st best player, but I also think people can go far too much the other direction, where it's like, oh, he's just getting carried by this roster. And like, there were multiple games where the Seahawks needed Sam Darnold to be elite last year, including the NFC Championship game, by the way.
Well, and there's also there's that element.
Yes.
There's so few people, especially that have taken such large stances, that they can never then back them off because they think that makes them look weak, even though they're weak.
You're allowed to change your mind, people.
Right. and players are allowed to get better.
Yes.
And change our minds.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's no doubt Sam Darnold had been a failure in the National Football League as the third overall pick. But something changed. Something clicked in Minnesota based off of what he learned in San Francisco and Carolina and through failure with the Jets.
He's had 2 straight years of 14-3 in the regular season.
He got around better players and he got better. Things started to click in his head. And then he got here. And I'm telling you right now, for all of those that are anti-Sam because they can't let go of the fact that they got a tattoo that says Sam Darnold sucks. You know,
that's what it feels like.
Yeah. There were so many who were just like went so far down that road, including analysts.
Yes.
Professional football people who should be better at this. They just can't allow themselves to think that maybe he is a different player. He's a different player.
Yes.
And he's a very good player. And I got news for you. He's got a lot more upside.
I agree.
I mean,
he can
that
get
guy
even better.
Can sling it.
Yes.
Make no mistake. He was the third overall pick for a reason. That dude's got arm talent and enough athleticism. And obviously the leadership is just off the charts. And now he's finally in a really comfortable place with who he is, who he's surrounded with, and how to play quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a very good chance he's going to be significantly better this year.
I agree. Totally agree.
And then what will they say?
They'll still say, no, he's still the same Sam Darnold from New York.
I said he sucked in 2019, so he sucks forever.
I can't see it any other way. I can't unsee that Sam Darnold New York Jets tenure.
He said he's seeing ghosts. You can't say that and be a quarterback and see ghosts. I don't even know what seeing ghosts means. But he said it. That must mean he's scared. He'll always be scared. Right?
Right. That's exactly what it feels like. I know.
See, that's a child Sam Darnold was an adult. I'm not very good at this professional football thing. If I want to get better, I have got to work hard. I know I can get there.
Yep.
Now he's there, and he will tell you, no, I wasn't very good back then.
Yeah. Or
But
even like he
his
said.
critics can't say he was not very good, and now he's become good.
Better.
Good for him.
Right.
Isn't that weird?
Isn't that weird?
All right, I'm going to close with this. Huskies camp tomorrow. 2 days of broadcasting from Huskies camp, 6 to 10. I'm going to have some special guest hosts with me and also all sorts of special guests. So looking forward to it. 2 days of Husky football. I mean, 6 to 8, we'll work in some Mariners and some Seahawks,
Yes,
but
sir.
8 to 10 is going to be a consistent block. Each of the next 2 days of Huskies football will be out there on the field. So looking forward to seeing Coach Fish. Looking forward to seeing Damon Williams and all of the Husky folk. So that's what we're going to be for tomorrow's radio program. Coming up next on our radio station, Greg Bell and Jessamine McIntyre. For Anders Hurst, my name is Chuck Powell. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Good morning from Seahawks headquarters. Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Seahawks' 19th practice of the preseason was yesterday. Top rookie Darian Price returned to full participation after he missed the previous 5 full practices with a sore upper leg. He went right into the first-team offense, taking handoff from Sam Darnold. First-round draft pick is on track to be the lead running back for Seattle Week 1, September 9th against New England. Torrey Horton did not practice. Coach Mike McDonald said his second-year wide receiver is, quote, working through some things. Horton had surgery in February. Doctors put a metal rod in his leg to heal the cracked shin he had last November. Terrion Arnold still not signed. A report from Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, saying that Commissioner Roger Goodell is going to put Terrion Arnold on the exempt list, as we thought he might. And they said they're going to do it as soon as he signs with the Seahawks, whenever that may be. They're still working through the timing of that. Once he's on the exempt list, he can't practice or play. That would put Terrion Arnold in a layaway status, waiting his jurisprudence in Florida. We'll see how that goes. No update from the coach yesterday on Nicky Mawarri's progress to maybe when he returns to practice. He passed the team physical last week. Derek Hall didn't practice again, hadn't since the middle of last week when he limped out of a scrimmage. The third episode of Hard Knocks premieres tonight, 6 p.m. on HBO. 34-year-old wide receiver Keenan Allen is signing with the Colts. 1 year, just over $8 million for his 14th NFL season. Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, told German TV network RTL, quote, at some point there will be NFL teams outside the USA. I have no doubt that this will happen one day. Goodell also said that he could see a Super Bowl played at International City. Ugh. Next year, the league will have 10 international games, up from 8 this season. The Mariners are in Milwaukee. Started the series against the Brewers, who are 29 games over 500, leading the NL Central. Bryce Miller starts for the M's tonight, trying to get himself on track. The Brewers are throwing 9-3 Kyle Harrison, and he's left-handed. I know what that means. Uh-oh. Yeah. The Trash Cans are hosting the Angels, so maybe no help there. Seattle 4 games behind Houston for first place in the AL West. 2 games out of the wild card race with 37 games left in the season. Last night at Wrigley Field, Cubs Pete Crow Armstrong, an MVP candidate, became the first Major League player in 70 years to hit the first pitch his team saw in a game for a home run and the last pitch his team saw in a game for a walk-off home run.
Interesting stat.
That is. 70 years. The Cubs beat the White Sox at Wrigley because of that. Soundview Little League down in Tacoma is headed to the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Soundview won the West Regional in San Bernardino, California over the weekend. It's the 6th straight year a Washington team has played in the Little League World Series, and at 11 o'clock, we're going to talk to the Soundview Little League coach, Kyle Yarborough from the batting cages in Tacoma.
I'm excited about that.
That's really cool, man. Calls it the summer of those kids' lives in the story my colleague Tyler Wick in the News Tribune wrote. College football AP's preseason top 25. Ohio State and Oregon are 1-2. First time since 1987. 2 teams from the same conference are 1-2 to be preseason poll. Of course, the Big Ten now has 48 teams, so they're bound to have a couple at the top. Georgia, 3. Notre Dame, 4. Texas, 5. Defending champion Indiana, 6. Washington is 17th. The Huskies play 5 top 25 teams, including Indiana, number 18 Penn State, and number 22 Iowa, all at Husky Stadium. Now on with a Tuesday show. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. I'm beside the practice field here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seahawks headquarters for another preseason practice, the 20th of it, right along Lake Washington. Jessamine McIntyre is back in the Elliott-based studios of KJR. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Send me your talkbacks. I want your voices.
We do that every day at 11:30. Jessamine demands.
I do.
Go to the
She doth
iHeartRadio app.
protest.
She does. iHeartRadio app. Download it for free if you don't already have it. 933kjr.com. The website at the top, there's a red button. You press that 30 seconds or less. Leave a voicemail, and Jessamine will play it back. I'm telling you, the bar is low. You don't have to have a lot of insight. She'll play it back just because she wants to hear your voice.
Be fun.
Insight's good, too.
Have fun. Be fun. That's all I want.
We do that with the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451 at 11:30. On the show today, we got an eclectic show. We're going to talk Huskies. We're going to talk Kenneth Walker, the post-Kenneth Walker running back situation for the Seahawks. It's starting to take shape at the top, and it's still changing below that. 2 running backs cut yesterday after the coaches were not happy with a goal line series of runs in that preseason opener against Dallas. We'll detail that. At 10:25, you're going to hear from Devin Witherspoon after signing his record contract for a cornerback. $33 million a year. He signed it officially yesterday. At 10:45, you're going to hear from Bud Clark, the safety and rookie second-round pick. I was talking to him yesterday before practice on how his first NFL game went for him on Saturday. The Cowboys didn't test him much. He played the second most snaps on the team. A.J. Finley had a few more than he did. Finley and Clark back at deep safeties played the most on the team, and the Cowboys didn't really test them. There was a lot of outside pass routes and runs, but there were nothing real deep down the middle. So you may not have noticed Clark. So we'll catch up with him on what he thought of that performance in his very first pro game. As I mentioned, at 11 o'clock, we're going to go to Tacoma. Soundview Little League coach Kyle Yarborough, he's going to be in batting practice with his kids down in the batting cages.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. The summer of their lives is what he said in the Tyler Wick News Tribune story about them winning the West Regional down in San Bernardino, California, to advance to the Little League World Series. So a bunch of 10, 11, and 12-year-olds are going to be going across the country to Pennsylvania to play on national television. It's the 6th consecutive year a Washington team has represented the West and Northwest in the Little League World Series. And we'll talk to Kyle Yarborough at 11 o'clock.
What's your favorite part about that? Because I like that they get to write their own bylines.
Yes. Then there were intros.
So fun.
It is. And I like the fact that they get to do things with the other teams off the field. They have events like barbecues and picnics and water slides and all kinds of cool stuff in Williamsport.
Like kid stuff. You should be able to do kid stuff when you're being professionalized.
Exactly.
Yes.
ESPN and everything professionalized these kids, putting them on national television in the state regionals, and before they even get to the World Series now, the Little League World Series. And then once they get there, they do a lot of interactive stuff throughout the city of Williamsport. The city of Williamsport opens up their homes. Families bring in kids and they host them for barbecues and cookouts. It's a cool deal. And it's in the middle of these hills in eastern central Pennsylvania. It's a really cool setting. And Soundview Little League, the kids from Tacoma get to be a part of that. We're going to talk to Kyle Yarborough at 11 o'clock about that.
I'm excited.
That is cool. I'm excited too. Here, that's sports back to its roots at the highest level of Little League baseball. 11:30, your Talks and Tech Backs at Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. Ian Furness will join me here actually in person here at Seahawk headquarters for his show. That'll be going on 12 until 3. The first question I have on the text line, the Huskies, I mentioned, are 17th in the AP Top 25 College poll, the football poll. They've got a quarterback in Damon Williams who's back after LSU's failed rating of him off of Montlake in the offseason. How excited, Husky fans, are you? How hopeful are you? Jed Fish, year 3. 7.5 wins, I think, is what I've seen Vegas posting as a over-under a number of wins for UW. You know the schedule in the Big Ten. I mentioned that 5 opponents for Washington in the preseason top 25. They get Indiana at home, the number 16. They get Penn State and Iowa. The 18 and 22 teams are coming to Montlake. And then they go to Eugene this year, later in the season. 49451 to Tacoma Dodge text line, you Husky fans, the home of the Huskies here on 93.3 KJR, about how excited and what you expect from the Huskies. Damon Williams, Jed Fish, year 3. Remember, the Apple Cup is the very first game this year. Jessamine McIntyre is going to be on the WSU broadcast sidelines, and Elise Woodward will be making her debut as the Huskies play-by-play announcer here.
She's phenomenal.
KJR. That's Sunday, September 6th at 1 o'clock at Husky Stadium. And, yes, she is indeed phenomenal. Out here at Seahawks yesterday, Devin Witherspoon signed his contract in the morning, practiced in the afternoon. He's now got $56 million guaranteed coming to him the next 2 years. The thing that people are overlooking a little bit about this contract, he's only 25 years old. It's a 4-year extension that doesn't take effect until after the 2 remaining years on his deal was already. He had the last year of his rookie deal this season.
Mm-hmm.
He had the 5th-year contract option the Seahawks exercised in May for next season. They added guaranteed money onto those 2 years and then gave him the 4-year deal that actually doesn't start until 2028. So he's got under contract 28, 29, 30 through 31. He's going to be past his 30. He'll be pushing his 31st birthday when this contract ends.
I mean, lock him up as soon as you can. Yes,
right.
Exactly. I thought they did that perfectly.
Yeah, and that $33 million a year, Jessman, and you know, that's going to be a bargain by the end of this contract because
100%.
The salary cap is going to go up well above 4. It's 301 right now, 301 million. That cap will go over $400 million in the next 5 years, the way NFL prints money. And by the way, the new media rights deals are due in a couple of years. The NFL can opt out of it and re-sign their own new deals and make more money.
Mm-hmm.
The new CBA will be done before Devin Witherspoon's contract ends. There's a lot of financial landscaping things that will change under the feet of Devin Witherspoon's deal. So while right now it's the richest in the NFL history for cornerback, it's going to be a bargain.
Yes.
I think by the end of the deal.
We see that with quarterbacks all the time.
Sure.
You know,
yeah.
quarterbacks. I'm not talking about cornerbacks, but we just see it at the positions. We heard Devin Witherspoon say that, you know, it's the hardest outside of quarterback. It's the hardest position in the NFL.
And it is, yeah.
Yeah.
The rules are against him. He is. So in the locker room, they're already talking. Julian Love in the locker rooms already saying it's now time for Devin Witherspoon to start buying because he's got this male contract.
They do clown each other that way, don't they? Yes.
Apparently, he has a reputation inside the locker room, Witherspoon does, of being cheap.
Oh, no.
Well, let's say frugal. They tease him about wearing clothes from when he was in high school in Pensacola, Florida.
Well, that's awesome. Like, why would you clown him for that?
He's 25 years old, but now that he's making $33 million a year, they say you got to step it up a little bit.
Well, I mean, isn't that also a tradition, though, when,
course.
you know, you get a big contract? I love those stories. When you hear the guys like all go out to dinner and they make the rookie pay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Bo Stevens is bracing for that at the end of the preseason because he's the only rookie on the offensive line.
Oh, gosh. Oh, God, those guys eat a lot. That's a lot of steaks, young man. That is a lot of steaks.
Yeah, hopefully he goes like Taco Del Mar or something, but that's not going to happen.
That would be an awesome, like, re-clown. Like, let me reverse the clown. All right, I'm taking you guys out for a very affordable, delicious meal to taco time.
The Super Bowl showed how lethal a blitzer Witherspoon is, especially out of the nickel and slot on the inside. He had a sack. He had 3 hits on Patriots quarterback Drake May. And you remember he had a tackle for loss as well. You remember with 4.5 minutes left in Super Bowl 60, Seahawks up 22-7. Patriots have the ball at midfield. Mike McDonald sent Witherspoon on an inside blitz out of nickel. The right tackle didn't even move to him. And untouched, Witherspoon slammed into May, forced the fumble that Uchenna Nwosu picked up and returned for a touchdown. And game over. It was already over, but it was doubly game over 29-7 at that point.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots didn't game plan for Witherspoon to blitz because that's probably by Mike McDonald's design that he only blitzed him 12 times during the regular season.
He hit him. Yeah.
He did. And he unleashed him in the Super Bowl. He had 20 sets in this first season, McDonald, 2024. He blitzed him 27 times. Last regular season, he only blitzed him 12, less than half the times he did in his first year as coach. And so did the Super Bowl, the question we asked yesterday to Mike McDonald, did the Super Bowl show the coach he needs to blitz Witherspoon even more? And this is what he said.
Yeah, he's a great corner and he's a great nickel, and when Nick's available, Nick's also a great nickel, and so it's a great problem to have as a coach. That how do you deploy your people to have success? But Spoon is all those instincts about timing and even beating guards, setting them up and beating backs in one-on-one pass rush situations is it's not common for that skill set.
Yeah, McDonald also said, he's thinking more about blitzing him this year, and he wants the NFL to think more about Witherspoon blitzing this year, so they have to devote game plan time to that, and that would also free up Eamon Worry to blitz when he's on the field with Witherspoon. And, he wants to we've talked about this. The league will copy the Seahawks. They'll study the Super Bowl game plan film like they're playing the Seahawks, even if they aren't.
Well, they always do that.
Everybody. It's a copycat league.
Yes.
And they will have a game plan for Witherspoon blitzing inside from nickel because they showed it in the Super Bowl. So McDonald has to come up with counters to that counter. I will tell you, without getting into specifics of what I've seen in training camp practices, the fronts are changing and the blitzes are changing. Different people from different places. McDonald has talked about, the players have talked about how he's already got a counter to the counters. You're not going to see it in the preseason games. You're not going to see it Sunday when they play Tennessee on Fox Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. You're not going to see it the following Friday when they play the Kansas City Chiefs in the preseason finale. You're going to see it when the games get real, but McDonald has a counter to the counter. Some of it may be blitzing Witherspoon more. Some of it may be the specter of Witherspoon blitzing more from the Super Bowl to free up even more blitzing from Nick Eamon Worry. But suffice to say that most of what McDonald wants to do in the back seven starts with Witherspoon and Eamon Worry. Where he puts them, how many times they're on the field together, whether they're in 5 or 6 defensive backs. No team in the league played sub packages 5 or 6 defensive backs more than Seattle did last year, 70% of the time. And so when you have both those guys on the field, who blitzes, who stays home? And recently, last year, for most of the season, Eamon Worry was blitzing and Witherspoon stayed home. And McDonald hinting very publicly so that the teams can study this, he may blitz Witherspoon more. Does that mean Eamon Worry in coverage more? Probably. Does that mean Eamon Worry blitzing with Witherspoon? Yeah, most likely. I could see that happening too.
Yeah.
I could see that happening as well. So the point is, the mad scientist of Seattle's defense is he's on it. He's got counters to the counters that McVay and Shanahan and the rest of the league are working on after studying the Seahawks all offseason. But I thought it was interesting to hear McDonald talking about the blitzing of Witherspoon, and he knows it's a weapon he's got in his back pocket that he doesn't have to use all the time.
Which is great. I mean, honestly, the way that I call them all kids now because they're so much younger than me, but the way that kid plays, I think that was a concern when he first got drafted because he is not as big as he plays.
Right.
And that was always a thing, like, is this guy just going to wrangle himself? But he's so quick and he's so smart on the field, it's not even a worry anymore.
The very first play of his NFL regular season career in Detroit, 3 years ago, I was in the press box. I had my binoculars on Devin Witherspoon. He had missed the first game with an injury from training camp, and his first game was in week 2 at Detroit. In the very first play, he lined up at left outside cornerback, and the press box in Detroit is almost like the old Husky Stadium we were talking about yesterday in that you have to lean forward in your seat and look straight down at Ford Field onto the field. And I'm leaning forward in my seat in the binoculars, and Witherspoon it's not a blitz. He reads run, and Witherspoon at 185 pounds from left cornerback was in on the tackle for a gain of like 2. I thought to myself, what is this left cornerback at 185 pounds doing stopping dive plays?
Right?
And that was the very first play of his career, and ever since that he's been like that. And that is largely why McDonald loves him in the nickel in the slot. Mm-hmm. And in training camp so far, it's been Witherspoon, when they go 5 defensive backs, it's been Witherspoon inside and Nehemiah Pritchett outside at left corner with Josh Jobs staying on the right outside cornerback. I think that's where it's going to start. If Terrion Arnold is on the exempt list, as the news is coming out this morning, that the NFL and Commissioner Roger Goodell are going to put Terrion Arnold on the exempt list as soon as he signs with the Seahawks. We're still waiting on when that's going to happen. Mike McDonald saying yesterday, nothing new on that front. Arnold not here as of early this morning that I know of here at Seahawks headquarters. I thought maybe first practices might be this week here in Renton before they go to Tennessee, so they could probably kind of use them before in the joint practice on Friday when the ones play. But if Ian Rappaport's report is to be believed, he's going to go immediately on the exempt list when he does sign. Mm-hmm. So he would not be able to practice Terrion Arnold. Up next, we're going to hear from Devin Witherspoon. We're going to hear him about his admitting that he's cheap and his teammates getting on him about it, and about what he says it's really special to him. It's real. It's not fake. He said that he's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and he appreciates that. You'll hear from Devin Witherspoon next on 93.3 KJR FM. Thanks. Welcome back to Seahawks headquarters, the Virginia Mason Athletic Center right along Lake Washington out in the sunshine here for the 20th practice of Seahawks preseason this afternoon. One more here this week before they go to Nashville, Tennessee, Thursday for joint practice Friday, Saturday a pregame walkthrough, and then Sunday they have a second preseason game at the Tennessee Titans in Nashville. I'll be there Thursday, Friday, and Monday on 93.3 KJR FM Live at 10 a.m. to noon from what the Seahawks are doing with the Titans, including on the field at the joint practice. It'll be ending right about the time our show starts on Friday morning back Tennessee time in the Central Time Zone. Devin Witherspoon will be there. He'll be with the ones. He'll probably be a rabble-rouser making a lot of the commotion and the contentiousness.
Spoon would do that?
A little bit. The swag is part of what the Seahawks and Coach Mike McDonald love most about Witherspoon, which is why they just gave him a $33 million a year contract, 4-year extension that will keep him under contract with Seattle through 2031. He's still only 25 years old. He's their number 1 draft pick, first round, 5th overall a few years ago, and they just made him the highest paid cornerback in NFL history. This was Devin Witherspoon's reaction to that yesterday after he signed the deal.
How's it feel, Devin, to get the contract done?
Feel good, man. You know, long time coming, but it feels good to get it done.
Julian said that it's going to be your turn now to cover some things in the DB room.
Yeah, that way he said, you know, I take the challenge on, man. I'm going to be ready. I got the gifts ready.
He says that you're pretty frugal, that you still got stuff you're wearing from high school.
Oh, yeah. I don't cheat with it now. Don't ever get that confused. You know what I'm saying? I'll always be cheat with it, but I'm going to take care of the guys for sure.
Devin, how involved were you in the process? Was it like, don't tell me until it's done, or were you kind of keeping updates as it goes on for your agent, kind of to know what the landscape was kind of working through it?
No, I was updated throughout the whole thing, you know, but my mom was here and focused on being with my team and going out here practicing and getting better every day. But my mind wasn't on that, but I knew what it was.
To be able to have these next few years, knowing it's going to be with this team, this franchise, you really carved out something. How special is it to know that future is in cement now?
It's special, man. It's kind of something you always dreamed of, but it's kind of something that I knew as well. It's like we talked about it before and everything like that. It's like I know I'm gonna be here. I know this is where my heart is. So that was never coming into question. So it just feels special to get it done.
You said it was a long time coming.
Long process, man. You know, a lot of back and forth, but it was easy to get it done. Thank you.
Is this exactly where you pictured yourself being after you got drafted? Like how the first 3 years have played out? How's this extension has played out?
Kind of, but I didn't have an idea of how it was going to go. One thing on my mind when I got drafted here was to be the best me every day and try to win this city a Super Bowl. So,
Devin, you and Jackson obviously coming in together. You've been kind of tied at the hip ever since then. To have both of you guys get the deals done this offseason, kind of know you're the foundational pieces of this team to build around. What does that kind of mean to you guys to kind of have that under you for 3 years here and going forward?
It means everything to us. Like I said, we talked about it when we first got here and what we wanted to do. And then as the years passed, we just continued to grow and build. You know, it changed at a point in time in the year because, like, stuff happens and we got to adjust and adapt. But we just always talked about building on it and how could we be better every day and how could we take this program to an elite program. So,
You remember that boat ride after you guys were drafted? And,
yeah.
And what did you guys talk about on that ride?
Really, we didn't really say too much, though. We was happy to be here. You know what I'm saying? It was like, this crazy. But y'all remember that, though.
Highest paid cornerback in the NFL history. What do those credentials mean to you?
It mean a lot, man. It's a thing that you don't kind of think about for real, but when it happens, like that's really real. Like it ain't fake. But you know, for me, it means a lot to me. But at the same time, it's nothing to me at the same time because it's like I got a team here. You feel me? And I'm trying to win though. So all that is love. I appreciate all that, but I'm focused on building with my team right now.
Before you stepped to the podium, we saw you joking with Mike for a moment. Just wondering, playing for him for a couple more years, how excited are you for that, and how has he kind of helped you develop and maximize what you can do?
I'm ready, man. You know, I told him when he first got here, like, I'm thankful. I know what you're going to bring to the team. I know what you do. And I'm going to be the guy here for you. So it means everything to me, man. You know, just to continue to build with him, continue to learn from him, the way he game plans, just to being involved with that, it just means everything to me, man. And, you know I got his back. I know he got my back. So it means everything to me.
What's that badge on your jersey, the sledgehammer or whatever? The other side, that one.
I have no idea, to be honest. I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't even know that was there.
When you first started the draft process, Devin, how realistic was almost a decade with the same team? The team that drafted you could stay 8+ years for. Was that even in?
That's not something I was really kind of thinking about at that moment. Like I said, I was just coming in and try to be the best me every day. So it wasn't something that was on my mind.
Does a deal like this add pressure or take pressure off of you?
Nah, I don't think it does neither, though. I think it's a little bit of both, but I don't think it does nothing to me. You know, I'm gonna be me every day. I ain't nothing gonna change about me, so I don't really see it no type of way.
How do you feel about you and Josh now both having Job having contracts together for the next 3 years? You guys get to continue playing together. The continuity on that back end.
It's feel good, you know. Like that's my dog right there for sure. Like Josh, that's my boy. So you know, being together, it's not just in the building, but outside the building and everything like that. Like we got a real good relationship, and it's still growing to this day. But knowing that we're gonna be here and knowing how we practice and what we chasing, like off the field and stuff like that, it means everything to us. So we chasing greatness for sure.
When the negotiations were going on, how did you stay grounded? You mentioned staying focused on being out here. Like, who helped you? How did you stay focused?
It was easy. My teammates, man. Like I say, when you come in and you come to work with guys like this, like D-Hall, EJ, and Leo and them, like Murph. I mean, you come to guys when you come to work with guys like that, it means everything. I mean, it's easy to take the pressure off you because now I know what they're about and they know what I'm about. So it's just easy to come out here and just focus on football.
Who's the first person you called or texted when the deal got done?
My mom.
She said.
She was just happy.
Devin, as a blitzer, what do you think makes you as effective as you are as a blitzer?
My ability to win. So I know how to win on pass rushes and stuff like that. But it's a study that I have to continue to work on.
Mike has said that how effective you were in the Super Bowl, and we've seen it other times, but in the Super Bowl especially, he said that makes him think about maybe using you more in that role. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want me to do, I'm going to be able to do it. So just let me know, Coach.
Devin, obviously, there's a plan to bring Terrion Arnold in. Do you know him at all? Have you asked about him? What do you expect from him when he comes in here and be a part of this?
No, I do know him. You know, I did send him a text and stuff like that, but I haven't got a chance to actually have a full conversation with him and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I know he can play ball though, and I know he's gonna be easy to, you know, come in with this culture and how we do and the way we go about our business over here. I think it's gonna be easy for him to fall in line, you know, and just adapt to this situation. And I think it's gonna be the best for him. So I can't wait till he get help. You know, ready to work with you, bro.
That was Devin Witherspoon, the Seahawks' three-time Pro Bowl cornerback in all 3 years he's been in the NFL, talking yesterday after he signed his $33 million a year deal to be the richest cornerback in NFL history. They'll have him under contract with Seattle through the 2031 season. You heard him talking there at the end about Terrion Arnold, saying he has texted him and been in contact with someone that they envision could potentially be starting opposite of Witherspoon. Arnold, 23 years old, first-round draft pick, as is Witherspoon, a couple years ago of the Detroit Lions. The Lions cut him immediately after he was charged with 8 felonies related to alleged kidnapping, and alleged burglary in Florida. His next court hearing in that case, which could lead to life in prison if he'd been convicted on those charges, the next court case for him is October the 5th. Mm-hmm. The news of the morning is that Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport of NFL Network reporting that NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is going to put Terrion Arnold on the exempt list as soon as he signs with the Seahawks, which he's yet to do. Last week, Joey Lane, the Seahawks Vice President of Administration, you heard him on the Hot Knocks episode, referred to by General Manager John Schneider, telling Mike McDonald that Joey, meaning Joey Lane, thinks that Terrion Arnold would be able to play in the preseason for the Seahawks. That does not sound like it's going to be the case now. If he goes on the exempt list, he can't practice or play until he's off of it. Mm-hmm. And the exempt list is what Roger Goodell has put players on while they wait the legal process on situations like this. But the Seahawks had reason to believe that when they signed him that he was still going to be able to play until perhaps the regular season, at least play in the preseason. But that doesn't sound like that's going to be the case. So, Jessamine, this is an absolute layaway deal for the Seahawks.
Yes. It 100% is. And I don't know the inner workings of the NFL as well as you do, but I didn't necessarily love this from the start. But looking at his accolades as a player, if I could separate those two things, what an asset.
He's still only 23, first-round pick. But it does make you wonder, if the Lions cut him as quickly as they did they cut him because they didn't think he was as good enough to be worth the trouble to stay with him and keep him under contract during a suspension?
As you say all the time, football always wins.
Football always wins.
But perhaps in that situation with the Lions, if they're looking to move forward, it does make sense. They had reason to cut him with cause.
Sure, they did. But if his football was that good and football always wins, they may have kept him. And the people I talked to around the Lions, friends of mine that have covered the Lions for a while, indicating that Arnold had some troubles in some of his first 2 years in coverage. The Lions have troubles in their secondary. They need secondary help. It is somewhat noticeable that the Lions released him so quickly. I mean, the day that the charges came out, the next day he was cut. And, I mean, that's a firm line that Dan Campbell and his regime are drawing in Detroit. But if he was as good as we are all anticipating he may be, or the Seahawks think he is, for them to go through and sign him and amid all his legal troubles, why would the Lions have cut him in the first place that quickly?
Right.
And now, if it is just that they have a line that says, you crossed it, 8 felonies, you're under investigation, you're gone, I laud them for that, because there aren't a lot of NFL teams that do that, because football always does win.
And Dan Campbell doesn't have a record of keeping guys with questionable situations.
Right.
Yeah.
And so if that's the reason, then hats off to the Lions if that's what they did. The Seahawks obviously don't have those same reservations, but perhaps the Lions have also reservations about Arnold as a football player. Okay, he's okay. We draft him in the first round. We're going to play him. Hopefully he gets better the next 2 years. Oh, wait a minute. You want us to play or keep him under contract while he's facing 8 felonies? Well, okay, that's not worth it. I just wonder, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but it is now, it at least makes you think, why did the Lions cut him so quickly? And why did the Seahawks sign him? Why did they have to sign him at this point if he's going to be on the exempt list anyway? Well, the answer to that question was they wanted to be at the front of the line. We talked about that.
Yep.
And a lot of teams in the NFL, because they spend so much time on the draft, I mean, they spend 2-3 years on a draft. It's not like they just, at the end of a season, go look up some game tape and go to some pro days, and all of a sudden they have their draft list for the coming spring. They've worked on that draft list. Like the 2027 draft, they started working on 2 or 3 years ago when those guys were second, third-year college guys. So scouts and executives start falling in love with guys, and especially first-round talent. And Mike McDonald's already said the Seahawks profess how much they love Terrion Arnold coming out of Alabama. The pattern match coverages that he played at Alabama fit what McDonald likes to do here with the Seahawks. The Lions didn't have him playing as much coverage like that, and that the Seahawks believed that Arnold could thrive in their coverage schemes, that perhaps the Seahawks were so in love with Arnold coming out of Alabama and didn't get a chance to draft him, that they're now going back to that love. And regardless of how he's played in the 2 years with Detroit, they were going more on scheme fit and in projecting what they saw at Alabama. So it's obvious that the Seahawks view him differently than the Lions do, to be able to sign him and willing to sign him while he goes on the exempt list. 49451. Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's not, a critical deal that they signed him to either.
Correct.
So they're not hamstringing themselves on that end.
And to be technical, they haven't signed him yet.
Oh, right.
Because he hasn't been here. So if anything were to change, or if they got any other information, they wouldn't have to go through with it. They have an agreement that he's yet to sign. They're working through getting him here. And now the news this morning, if you missed it at the top of the show, is that NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is going to put Arnold on the exempt list as soon as he signs, which means he won't be able to practice. He won't be able to play in the preseason game, won't play in the joint practice this Friday at Tennessee, none of that. And all of a sudden, Jessamine, they got the joint practice Friday in Nashville, the second preseason game Sunday night, and then they fly home Monday morning, and then they get on a plane Thursday and play their final preseason game Friday night in Kansas City. And then they're done. Then August 30th, the cuts from 90 to 53, and here we go. On with the season. September 9th it begins. So all of a sudden, the time that they could have had Terrion Arnold to see how he would fit on the field is gone. And if they're going to put him, if the commissioner's going to put him on the exempt list from the time he signs, it's 100% a layaway deal with the Seahawks signing him to a 1-year contract. To your point, Jessamine, a 1-year low-risk contract. He may never play for them if he stays on the exempt list the entire time that his jurisprudence is going on. If his next hearing isn't until the first week of October, it's conceivable that case will last the entire season.
Yep. We've seen it time and time again in the NFL, too, with, these things. And like you've always said, football always wins. But in these cases, this is probably one of the more serious potential jailing, prison time that we've seen in quite a while, and I don't know. Like the guys can be untouchable, but with this, I don't know. I just don't know.
Here's the other thing, and I mentioned this when the agreement came last week. The fact that he is on his rookie contract, or was on his rookie contract before he got cut by the Lions, and he's still only in his first, now it'll be 3 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
The Seahawks retain the right to re-sign him as a restricted free agent next year. So if the exempt list, essentially it's a suspension.
Yeah.
If he comes off that list after this season and becomes eligible to play somehow next year, the Seahawks could still have him at restricted free agency costs for next year.
Yeah.
Which would have been the final year of his rookie deal. So the Seahawks are really putting down a deposit on a layaway deal either for this year or next year.
Mm-hmm.
So why did they sign him now? That's why.
Yeah.
On the
First
possibility that first in line. And they fell in love with him as a draft pick and hoping they could draft him. And they're first in line. And if he doesn't play this year, they still retain an option to perhaps keep him next year as a restricted free agent. How that works is a restricted free agent with service time to become a restricted free agent, less than 4 years. The team tenders him a restricted free agency offer. They can do it at different levels, but it's roughly a couple $1 million. And you have him, exclusive rights to him for that year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a 1-year contract. You could tear it up and do multi-year deal like they did with Jake Bobo, they matched the Jaguars deal with Jake Bobo. But the point is, there is more than meets the eye on a 1-year deal for Terran Arnold. But the news of the day is that apparently he will not be able to practice or play in the preseason, that the commissioner, NFL, Roger Goodell, commissioner, is intending to put him on the exempt list once he does sign with the Seahawks, which has not happened yet. I see the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. Dude, you know what that patch is? The patch they were asking Witherspoon about is for off-season participation in their conditioning program. And the 3 little lines that are under it represent his 3rd year that he got that award. It's an Iron Man patch. He's flexing with bulging biceps and gray on the practice uniforms. It's for guys who do those who have great attendance at the voluntary off-season workout programs for the Seahawks. If you don't know, now you know, as some famous rap star once said.
Yes.
Up next,
I'm glad
Bud
you
Clark.
didn't finish the sentence.
No, I didn't. There's some discretion. Up next, Bud Clark, the rookie safety, 2nd-round pick, talked to me yesterday, right before practice, about what his first NFL game experience was like. You'll hear from him next on 93.3 KJR FM.
So first game, how was that? First NFL game.
Pretty interesting, actually. I got to see, not all the fans were there, but it was still loud.
What was interesting for you? Anything you expected you didn't get? Anything you didn't expect you got?
It's a preseason game, so we didn't get too much action on the backside, but I feel like, just being there for my teammates, running around to the ball, I feel like it helped a little bit for sure.
You were in deep safety the whole time on Saturday night.
For sure.
And I've seen you with nickel, sometimes with the ones.
Mm-hmm.
How has that gone for you, inside, outside, going back and forth?
I feel like it's helping me understand the defense even more, so I feel like I know what's going on both sides, so I understand what's going down.
Mike McDonald was telling us that he's giving you as much as you can handle.
Yeah.
What have you shown him, you think? What have you learned, and what have you shown him in learning everything?
That I have the ability to adapt to anything that's going on, just to learn plays. I have the knowledge to understand what's going on.
What's the difference between inside and outside corner?
Not too much difference, but I feel like on the inside you're more in the box, so, you got to be ready to get your pads wet, so that's what I try to do.
How fast is the game in decision-making?
It's pretty fast, knowing that I have more than one position, but I feel like, once you slow it down, it's way easier than what it is. That's why, I've been trying to understand both positions to slow everything down.
How much did you do that at TCU?
I did it a lot at TCU, so I played nickel and field safety, so
okay.
It was a lot, yeah.
The other night, what did you notice about how Dallas attacked the deep part of the field and handing off communication to the safety you're back there with, all those intricacies that go within a play?
I feel like, they capitalized on every chance they had. I feel like they had a couple opportunities where they were open deep, but they didn't shoot those, show those guns, so I feel like it was pretty smooth, how them boys handle that shit.
When you're in the deep safety, how much are you wanting to come up and make tackles on runs, but having to stay back in your responsibilities? What's that tug and pull?
I want to come up a lot, but having such a great D-line and great linebacker unit that we have, most of the time you don't get to come down there, so you just play your role.
I heard you say to my colleague Ian Furness when you were on KJR last week that you're weird.
Oh, yeah, I am.
How are you weird?
Just a lot of different things that I like to do, just outside of football, inside of football, just different routines I take.
You got your wife and kid out here?
I do.
They're here?
They are.
How great is that?
It's been amazing, actually. I feel like it helped me settle down in my headspace also because, just having everything outside the field has been pretty smooth, so it's good on the field.
What have you learned as a father that you would never have been told or you couldn't believe it before?
The terrible twos is terrible twos is a thing, but I feel like when they turn 3, it's horrible. But he's a blessing, though.
3's worse than 2?
Oh, yeah, man. It's crazy because he has the knowledge of what's going on. He has a better knowledge, just get into different things, just experiencing more.
Opinionated?
Oh, very much so.
He lets you know about it?
Yeah. Anything you see, Dad, I don't think this. It's okay.
You briefly mentioned, but how much of a release is that when you get away? When you're here, you're so intent on here and do what a great release that is to have family to go home to.
Absolutely amazing. It's a place I call it my peace area. So whenever I need to go somewhere, I go to my family, and I feel like they calm me down all the time.
What do you think of Seattle?
I love Seattle. Just liking it would be an understatement. So I'm very in love with it.
What do you love about it?
Pretty much, just the views, the sights, being able to see the people around. Everybody has great hospitality, so I feel like it's amazing.
And defensively, what the concepts? Because they've been giving you so much, how much do you think you know? How much is it down? How much is it still a work in progress for you?
I know way more than what I started with,
Yeah.
I feel like, it's some carryover from college also.
Did the game help bring it all together, or was it you've had worked on it in practice so much?
It really did help bring everything together, but I feel like, we practiced everything so much, so it was just pretty much practicing in the game stage.
Yeah. Bud Clark, your goals for this season, personally and team-wise?
I'm just trying to do everything I can for my team, and if all my cards play right, I'm trying to be Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
There you go.
Yes,
Richard Sherman. Talking to him, anything he taught you used in the game the other night?
Pretty much I tried to, but I didn't have too many opportunities on the ball. But I feel like, just being able to listen to him, take his knowledge, his advice, and just apply it to the field has helped me a lot.
Is there any particular lesson that it's helped stuck out to you?
Pretty much, because I'm a ball guy, so he pretty much gave me different techniques about getting to the ball, so, I use those for sure.
Mike McDonald mentioned that about your ball skills, but yet you haven't had a ton. Is there a pressure? Do you feel a pressure to make those plays, or they just come to you?
I feel like they come to me, I feel like watching film and doing different things like that, filming my ability mixed well for sure.
That's Bud Clark, the rookie second-round draft pick, talking about his first NFL game. Bud Clark playing deep safety the other night for the Seahawks and didn't get tested by the Cowboys. They stayed outside in the pass game. They ran stuff underneath, but not really getting back out to Bud Clark. It was interesting when he said he thought that the 3-year-olds were worse than the, quote, terrible twos. His son, 3-year-old Kenzo, his fiancee Nesha Cooper, they have a 3-year-old son, Kenzo. I can't remember when my kids were 3. They're 23 now. I don't remember if 3-year-olds are worse than 2s. 49451, is that true? Those of you that have young kids still, were 3-year-old kids worse than 2?
Well, I mean, I think every family's different.
I don't remember that.
When it comes to that.
Once they start talking and opinionated, I guess it all is a blur.
Like,
Are
wait,
3-year-olds
you became a
worse than 2?
human?
Yeah. Are 3-year-olds worse than 2? That's a good question. I'm going to ask my wife that tonight.
Yeah.
49451, do you remember your 3-year-olds, if your parents out there? You remember your 3-year-olds being tougher to handle than your 2-year-olds? That's an interesting question for the
Well, you
text
had
line.
2 at once, so that
did.
might be a little different.
I did. We had twins, and that's the only ones we had, so we didn't know any better. But, yeah, I'd be interested. You parents out there, is that true? Is Bud Clark right? 3-year-olds are tougher to manage than 2-year-olds.
Well, they can run at that point.
Pretty cool for a rookie to have his fiancee Nesha Cooper and their 3-year-old son Kenzo out here in Seattle with him to go home to after every Seahawks workday. Up next, we got a Little League World Series team here in Puget Sound. Soundview Little League. Kyle Yarbrough is the head coach of Soundview Little League. His team won the Northwest region this past weekend down in San Bernardino, California, which advanced them to Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Up next, from the batting cages in Tacoma, the head coach of Soundview Little League, the Little League World Series head coach of Soundview Little League, Kyle Yarbrough, joins us live next from Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Hi, good morning. Live from Seahawks headquarters. Headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light. Choose chill. The Seahawks' 19th practice of the preseason was yesterday. Jadarian Price, the top rookie draft pick, returned to full participation with the starting offense. He'd missed the previous 5 full practices with a sore upper leg. He's on track to be the lead running back for Seattle week 1, as we've said all along. Torrey Horton did not practice. Coach Mike McDonald said his second-year wide receiver is, quote, working through some things. He had surgery in February. Doctors put a metal rod in his leg to heal that cracked shin he got last November. Terrion Arnold remains unsigned. He has not arrived as of this morning to Seahawks headquarters. This morning, reports from Ian Rappaport, Mike Garafolo of NFL Network saying that the NFL and Commissioner Roger Goodell are going to put Terrion Arnold on their exempt list as soon as he signs, which means he would not be able to practice or play for the Seahawks even in the preseason, as the Seahawks thought he may be able to before they agreed to this one-year deal with him. So that's all up in the air. 34-year-old wide receiver Keenan Allen signing with the Colts 1 year, just over $8 million for the 14th NFL season for him. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell told a German TV network, RTL, yesterday, quote, "At some point there will be NFL teams outside the USA. I have no doubt this will happen one day." Goodell also said he could see a Super Bowl played in an international city. Next year, of course, the league's going to have 10 international games, up from 8 this season. Hard Knocks Episode 3 tonight, 6 p.m. on HBO, the Seahawks training camp. Mariners are in Milwaukee, start a series against the Brewers. Bryce Miller starts for the M's, trying to get himself on track. The Brewers are throwing 9-3 Kyle Harrison. He's left-handed. That's not good. Trash Cans are hosting the Angels, so maybe no help there. Seattle's 3 games behind the Houston for first place in the AL West, 2 games out of a wild card spot, 37 games remain. Mariners announced this morning there will be a Rick Riz farewell weekend, September 25 through 27 at the Yard. Last night, Cubs' Pete Crow Armstrong became the first player in Major League Baseball in 70 years to hit the first pitch his team saw for a home run and the last pitch of the game the team saw for a walk-off home run. No one had done that in 70 years. Pete Crow Armstrong did it. MVP candidate led the Cubs over the White Sox at Wrigley. College football's AP preseason top 25. Ohio State and Oregon are 1-2. Georgia's 3, Notre Dame's 4, Texas 5. Defending champion Indiana is 6th. The Washington Huskies are 17th. They play 5 top 25 teams, including Indiana, Penn State, and Iowa at home at Husky Stadium. You'll hear all the games starting with the Apple Cup, Sunday, September the 6th at 1 p.m. at Husky Stadium, always live here on 93.3 KJR FM. And the Soundview Little League team in Tacoma is headed to the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Soundview won the Northwest Regional in San Bernardino, California this past weekend. It's the 6th straight year a Washington team has played in the Little League World Series. And the boys from Tacoma are going to be on national television on ESPN playing baseball at the Little League World Series in Williamsport. The coach is going to send them there is Kyle Yarborough. He's talking to us from the batting cages, I believe, in Tacoma, live on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline on 93.3 KJR FM. Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I read my colleague Tyler Wick's story in the News Tribune that quoted you saying this is the summer of their lives. Can you talk us through the joy on the kids' faces and just the joy you felt this whole process, and then when they get the third out of the regional final to get to Williamsport?
Yeah, it was magical, I guess, to say it best. Obviously, it's a long season. It's a long postseason. We had some ups and some downs, both at state and then again in regionals. We played kind of starting regionals. We had a couple stinker games against Oregon and pulled out that win, but then just played a bad one against Idaho. So, just getting to the end of that whole process and getting the punch out there to end the game in San Bernardino, I think there was a little bit of relief on these guys' faces. I think that they knew they're good enough to do it. It just was a matter of going out and getting it done. And, I don't think we really had any doubt in our minds after the first game against Idaho, but, it definitely makes you start thinking. So for them to finish it out was awesome.
Are they all 12-year-olds? Do you have any 11-year-olds on your team?
We do not. Nope. This team is all
12s.
12s this year. Yep. Just kind of the way it worked out. Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of pressure to be on national television at 12 years old, playing, trying to throw strikes, trying to hit a baseball. How do they deal with it? Do you get it to do outings? You take them on pizza? How do you get them away from the game so it's not just ball all the time?
Yeah, I mean, they've done a pretty good job here at Williamsport so far, just kind of helping us through that process. There's just a lot of other things that we have to do that kind of take your mind off of, throwing and catching and swinging. Down in San Bernardino, gosh, it was, had a couple days off almost between every game. So we were looking for things to do to kind of occupy our time. So we practiced every day. We hit every day. But then we just kind of hung out as a team and, just took it easy. Just tried to bond. It's been a long summer. These guys know each other really, really well now. They're all sleeping in one room, and so it's that part of it's been fun. The nerves part, I don't know. I don't know how these guys do it. I think that us as coaches are more nervous than they are. They don't really seem to be too fazed by it. So we'll see what happens tomorrow with the stands filled up and obviously the beautiful setting here. Hopefully they can keep their composure, but the other team's going to be fighting the same jitters as we are, so it'll probably balance out.
So you went straight from San Bernardino to Williamsport? Did you even come home?
Yeah, we played the championship game down there on Thursday night. Had Friday off to kind of pack our stuff, and then the bus picked us up at the hotel at 6 a.m. and we were in the air probably, I think, by 9:15. So pretty cool experience though for the kids. The Mountain and the West champions also were down there in San Bernardino, and so all three teams hopped on the charter flight, straight to the airport. We didn't have to go through traditional security and all that, and then we actually got to fly directly into Williamsport, which is not open, I guess, to general population, is what they tell me. So that's pretty cool. Other teams had to land someplace else and then take a 4-hour bus ride once they landed. So pretty cool for us to be able to land right in Williamsport, hop on a bus, and we were here at the complex within 20 minutes. So
you packed up. Coach Kyle Yarbrough joining us, Soundview Little League of Tacoma, that's in the Little League World Series. He's talking to us from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Little League World Series. Where I understand you got to leave in a few minutes for a parade. Did you fundraise? Did you have car washes? What did you do, knowing that you could go from San Bernardino straight to Williamsport? And does the National Little League Federation start kicking in money when you do advance?
Yeah, it's definitely a costly endeavor for families. Obviously time off of work for parents to be able to attend the games and just all that stuff. But once we qualified after state, our travel to San Bernardino was covered by Little League International. Our hotel and food and all that stuff was covered by Little League International. And then same thing coming to Williamsport, they covered all that and took care of all of that. But yeah, I guess where the difficulty comes in is just in the parents, just getting last minute airfare to San Bernardino and then last minute airfare home, and then they flew out here. So it does start to rack up for them. Our Little League has put out a fundraiser, a Zeffie fundraiser that has done okay, to help offset some of those costs. The community's been really supportive, which we're appreciative of. But yeah, it definitely does get expensive, but we're happy to be out here doing our best. And, these is going to be memories that these guys are going to make for the rest of their lives. So I think it's probably worth it.
Kyle, big picture, I talk a lot. My kids were in youth sports as well, and I talk a lot about youth sports and the epidemic of parental involvement and how a lot of people don't want to do what you do and volunteer your time to coach youth because of all the parental involvement and the professionalization of sport and all of that. You know the deal. What has your experience been, and what has this run done to maybe dispel the notion that that's all youth sports is?
Well, my experience has been positive, and I know that's not everybody's experience, but I think, and I could probably speak maybe a little bit more to Little League in general versus like travel and club baseball, which is a different animal. Little League in general they're very strict in their rules, and it starts at districts. There's the whole no contact with the players or coaches once they take the field thing, and they will hammer you on that. So, and then that plays its way all the way through. I mean, a coach will be ejected as well as the player if they're communicating with people outside of the field. And so just from that perspective, it does a good job of keeping it to just the kids on the field, which is what people want to see. And then just the coaches helping those kids. But I mean, more broadly, speaking specifically for our Little League, or at least for my teams that I've coached in Little League, I've had nothing but supportive parents. I think, if you outline it early on, kind of what the expectations are and kind of hold your ground, I think most people are willing to toe the line and follow the rules. Of course, you get those outliers that make it difficult for everybody, but my experience hasn't been that I've had any of those. So it's been generally pretty positive.
That's great. And how'd you get into this? I'm assuming you were a coach of a Little League team and then became an all-star team coach, or how did you get to this?
Yeah. I mean, I just started coaching 2017 or so, just pre-COVID because my job didn't allow me to be with my kids on the field as much as I wanted to. So figured I could coach and set the schedule and be part of it. And then that just kind of morphed into all this. So here we are, was that 7, 8 years, 9 years later or whatever. But yeah, just a regular season Little League coach, coached a majors team down here in Tacoma. There's 8 of us, 8 majors coaches. And from that, they select the all-star coach and then the teams are formed and off we go. So.
And so your kids are grown beyond Little League age now.
Yep, my youngest is 12, so this is his last season.
Oh.
My oldest aged out a couple years ago, so yeah, final run for Little League, and then it's all over. So that's another reason we're just trying to really soak it all in because he's.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, it truly is. This is the last stop, and these guys here in Williamsport have done a really good job of kind of calming everybody down or asking us to calm down a little bit and just saying, hey, listen, you've made it through districts, you've made it through state, you made it through regionals. There is no place else to go. So enjoy your time here. You know what I mean? Just soak it all in because in 2 weeks you're back to school and it's all over. So, yeah.
You have the parade today. What else off the field are they doing for the boys and keep them having fun?
Oh, well, I mean, just yesterday was like Disneyland, right? We went down and they outfitted them with all the Adidas gear and the Rawlings gear and the jerseys. And I mean, that was pretty cool to see. So, and then they have a game room here they call it the Grove, which is kind of where the dorms and stuff are. They've got a game room with video games and ping pong and there, a lot of kids are out there doing that. Pin trading, which I was unaware of. I knew there were pins, but I didn't know how big it was. But Little League pin trading is apparently a thing. And, there's people from all over the world. It's an international tournament, and they're trading pins, and they don't speak the same language, but they're figuring out how to do it. So it's kind of cool.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Well, I know you have to run, but can you give us your game schedule here the next couple of days, and where we can watch you?
Yeah, it's gonna be on ESPN tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, so I think it's noon back home. And then we're playing the Southeast champion, which is a team from Alabama, and I think they look pretty good. So. We'll see how that goes. And then win or lose, I think it's like if you lose, you play Saturday. If you win, you play Friday or something. So, but we'll just focus on tomorrow and then we'll figure out the rest from there. So, yeah, it's going to be a good time. Looking forward to it. Ready to play some baseball and stop doing all the procedural stuff. So,
are you mic'd up? We get to hear you during the broadcast?
I think so. Yeah. They will probably ask. We were mic'd up down in San Bernardino, so you've got to mind my P's and Q's.
I'm sure that won't be too hard. Kyle, I appreciate you taking the time out. All the best. You got the entire Northwest behind you, and just most of all, have fun. And thanks for doing what you do. Thanks for doing it and serving our kids.
Yeah. No, our pleasure. Thanks, Greg, for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kyle. Coach Kyle Yarborough. From the Tacoma Soundview Little League, the All-Star team, the 12-year-olds have won the Northwest region, went straight from San Bernardino to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, where they will play tomorrow against the Southeast winner from Alabama in the first game of the Little League World Series. It's at noon start on ESPN, as you heard Coach Kyle Yarborough say. That's a really cool deal for 12-year-old kids to trade
It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's cool to hear him say, yeah, I know, club ball, and it can get wild, but he hasn't experienced that. That's really cool.
Yes. Yeah. I think that is the coolest thing. When I played junior Olympic volleyball before in high school, I met people from all over the country, and then we did have some international opponents, and that's exactly what we did. We would share snacks and try to figure out what each other was talking about, even if we didn't speak the same language and didn't know their traditions. I'm like, I don't know, here's some Entenmann's cookies. And they're like, well, here's some pupusas. And, everything was always just so good. And I think it's such a good experience for young kids.
That's really, and what else is really cool about that is the international bracket is on one side of the tournament, the U.S. bracket's on the other side. So if they're worried about competitiveness or, hey, we're playing you tomorrow, I'm not talking to you, that kind of stuff, the international teams and American teams can mix and mingle and hang out and go to pizzas and the arcades and stuff together because they don't play each other until later.
And you're 12.
And you're 12.
Like, be friends. This is what sports are about when you're in that age bracket. It's supposed to be fun and not overbearing.
Yeah, that's really cool. And the city of Williamsport, the town, it's really a town in central Pennsylvania, really opens it up for the doors literally of the town open up for the kids who fly in there.
Yeah.
I mean, you heard him say how cool it was just to fly a directly
flight. In. Yeah.
Like a big shot, like they're movie stars or pop stars touring concerts and flying straight into these tiny airports.
Yeah, I wonder if they wore like swag on the
Oh, yeah.
plane. You know, if they went AJ Barner at the Super Bowl parade or something.
Or just getting the Adidas swag, the Adidas gear yesterday. The
Yeah.
tournament gear. I know kids at 12 years old. That's huge. Merch like that. They love that. My kid's 23. He loves that stuff still. That would be really cool.
I
too.
know.
That's
I brought you guys to the lounge on the way to the Army Navy game, and he was blown away.
Yeah, he loves that stuff.
I know. He's
he
the
loves
best.
that stuff.
Yeah.
He loves that stuff. But at 23, so you can imagine 12-year-olds. And that's cool. I mean, they'll remember this for the rest of their lives.
And they
obviously.
should.
Yes, obviously. So if you have a chance, and we hate that it's somewhat professionalized, that it's on live national television, but it's also really cool for those kids.
They do have fun with it. Like the broadcast does a really good job. Like ESPN is actually really good at letting them be kids.
Yeah, and they'll show who their favorite player and major league player is, or what their
Mhm.
favorite ice cream flavor is.
Or
They
the
put that graphic.
substitute teacher they have a crush on. I think that's the funniest.
That's
that
really
kid
cool.
shot his shot, man.
That's tomorrow at noon. Soundview Little League from Tacoma, carrying the Northwest banner as the Northwest Region champion. They're in the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. If you just missed our interview with their Soundview Little League head coach in Tacoma, Kyle Yarborough, you can go to the iHeartRadio app, download for free, 933 KJR, or our website, 933KJR.com. Go to the Greg Bell Show on the left-hand side of the page, and that's where our podcasts live. And you can get all our interviews. You can get Bud Clark, Devin Witherspoon, who you heard from earlier, saying he's cheap, even though he's making $33 million a year.
He's frugal.
He's frugal.
He's frugal.
Better
Yeah.
word, yes, he's frugal. And then in the Bud Clark interview, you heard him say 3-year-olds are way worse than the terrible twos. His son is 3, Kenzo, and he's out here with him, with his fiance at training camp, and there are a ton of feedback on the Tacoma Dodge text line saying that Bud Clark is right.
Yes.
I think it's
There's
universal.
A lot of people who are like, thank goodness someone said it out loud. Because, 3-nagers is not a word that I was aware of.
3-nagers, that's a good one. I
Yeah.
saw that too. We will read back your text. If you have any talkbacks, you can still go
Please.
to 933KJR.com or the iHeartRadio app to the red microphone button, play them back. We'll play those back next. We'll read back your text next as you're a part of the show. Ian will join me at 11:45 to tell me what he's got going from the Seahawks practice field live from Renton on 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey there, Greg and Jessamine. I really hope, as a lifelong Mariners fan that probably cares more about this team than the damn owners, that they move on from the Jerry Dipoto era after the season is over. Because we're not making the playoffs. Even in the most down year in the American League, probably in my lifetime, we're still going to miss the playoffs. This is ridiculous and beyond a clown show and a joke.
This is strictly for Jessamine. Just stopping in and saying, I love the show, guys. Keep up the great work.
Well, we do appreciate you stopping in.
Strictly for you, though.
Well, because I'm the one that begs for these. I love voices on our show.
Exactly.
So there is still time to send some in if you guys are out there. But yes, thank you very much.
Every day we do that at 11:30 Talkback, so go to the iHeartRadio app or go to 93.3 KJR. Our website is a red Talkback button, a microphone button at the top. 253, Dustin, friend of the show, friend of the station. The Alabama team, the Little League World Series at Tacoma Soundview plays tomorrow, has a great story, too. Their best player is a girl. Best pitcher plays shortstop, bats second. Really cool. Her dad is former Major League player Colby Rasmus.
Amazing.
Thanks,
That's really cool.
That.
Yeah. Well, we've seen that, too. There was a big deal made about the pitcher. Her name is escaping me right now. When she was kind of the first girl, she was a girl at the time, who made the Little League World Series as well. And she was, I want to say Monique Davis, but I might be wrong.
Speaking of women inside the diamond, last night I was at a fundraiser in Mill Creek for a girls softball team. A friend of mine, and I used to coach with him, is now a coach of this team. They had a fundraiser, and I was there, and it was right behind me was Danielle Laurie.
Oh,
best to ever do it.
Dang, yeah, she held court with a bunch of the media. Did you get to try to hit it against her?
No, I remember that. Yeah, they did do a media thing at the UW softball. I was working at the University of Washington when she was playing there, so I became acquainted with her and many stories about her. And her daughter was at the Little League World Series for softball, girls softball, last week, or I think it was last week or two, and she was there too. So that, yeah, I remember my old UW days. I mentioned about Roger Goodell mentioning that he thinks there's going to be a Super Bowl played outside the United States. 425 says the day the Super Bowl is played outside the USA is the day I'm done with the National Football League. Goodell is taking jobs and income away from American taxpayers who funded most of these stadiums, plus takes taxes away from the local bars, restaurants, and hotels. That's true. There's some truth to that. Okay. I asked Bud Clark about his 3-year-old son, Kenzo, his fiance. They're out here now settled in Seattle now that the Seahawks have drafted him, and he laughed and said, man, the 3-year-olds are way worse than the, quote, terrible 2s. He's got an opinion about everything. And the reaction on the text line, I think, is unanimous that he is right. Quinn, 253, yes, we have a 3-year-old about to turn 4. The fun is more fun at 3 versus 2 years old, but the obstinate moments are aggressively more difficult. We have 206. We have 3 kids who are adults now. But when they were toddlers, they were all worse behaved at age 3 than at age 2. The terrible 2s were bad, but I remember being shocked at how the 3s were even worse. Then by age 4 or 5, they mellow out a bit. But still terrors into their mid-20s. By their mid-20s, then there's a whole other set of issues. Believe me. Just trust me on that. I can't remember 2s and 3s, but I'm living 23. You're still parenting.
Yeah. Yes, I hear you. And then you get grandkids, and then you get to do it all over again. Eventually. By the way, I said Monique. I meant Monet Davis. That's Monet who I was thinking of. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Donnie from the 253 down Tacoma, Pierce County Way, where Soundview's from. The only thing worse than a 3-year-old is coaching 10, 5, and 6-year-olds in T-ball.
Oh.
Go Soundview. Yeah, T-ball, you got to have some patience to be a T-ball coach. You got to even just to direct them to run to first base. I mean.
Yeah, do you ever watch those compilation videos of kids who have no idea what they're doing?
Yeah, that's most of the kids at that age, right? Yeah,
yes.
That's tough.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun. But yeah, I'm glad that people relate to Bud Clark talking about it.
Yes, the 425, dad of 3 kids, 7, 4, and 10 months. Hats off to you, sir. 7, 4, and 10 months. Woo. Can confirm, quote, 3-nagers are harder. We hadn't heard that one before.
Yeah, I like that term. Yeah. Because then they have all their autonomy of movement. They don't need to, be in a seat or a stroller.
Right.
They can just run. And then they can talk.
That's kind of what he's alluding to here. He said the 2-year-olds are still little kids who throw tantrums, but they are controllable and easily distracted.
Yeah, you can't shake car keys in front of a 3-year-old and expect that the tantrum goes away.
But I'll tell you what, nothing is more tiring than an 11-month-old that won't sit still and you can't leave alone. I remember those days more than I remember 2s and 3s. I didn't sleep a whole night until my twins were 4 years old. My wife slept soundly because she was exhausted. She's working full-time at Children's Hospital, parenting, nursing, the whole thing. And so she's smoked. And so when she goes to bed at like 8:05,
she's done. Yeah.
She's done until the next morning, until 5, 6 a.m.
Good for her.
So those kids, the minute one, and this is breaking all the rules of parenting twins, the minute one would peep, I would run into their room. To this day, I can't sleep soundly because of this. But I'd run into the room so that the other one wouldn't wake up. Because if they're both up and mom's sleeping, you're done as a dad. You're finished at 3 a.m. So I was always trying to keep one of them asleep. So I would rush in to get the other one. I didn't have a full night's sleep for 4 years. My job was pretty good that way. People were like, hey, what'd you do in Tampa? I slept.
Yes.
Slept the whole weekend.
Oh, my gosh. A hotel room by yourself? Yes. Yes, I have that with the Cougs, too. And I'm like, I can't clean right now. I can't do the dishes. I can't empty the dishwasher. I can't dust. You know what? I am going to bed. Yeah.
Yes, Bud Clark is 100% right, the 253 said. 3s are so much worse than 2s because by age 3, they start to want some independence, but they can't do much by themselves. Everything is a battle. That's a good way to put it. Everything is a battle.
Welcome and good luck at 4, dude, because there's a lot more vocabulary coming down the pike.
253, I currently have a 3-year-old, and he's 10 times worse than when he was 2. The tantrums are greater, combined with the periods of unwillingness to listen are just over the top. Yeah, man. I hear you. I've been there.
Yeah. I don't have that experience, but I do as an auntie. And I'm well aware of everything that entails.
Your siblings probably appreciate you just taking over and helping them out.
I love being an auntie because I fly in, I spoil the crap out of them. Then that becomes their new expectation. And then I read them to bed, and then I fly out.
425, Greg, you keep referring to the Arnold deal as a layaway deal. I think there's a large chunk of your listeners that don't know what a layaway is. Maybe you should explain that and add Kmart in with it. Yeah, that's true.
Kmart's not bad, man.
Are layaways gone?
No, I think there's things that do it. There are companies that do it.
It used to be that you could buy a product. Sometimes it was maybe a brand new television or a computer that hadn't come in yet, but you put down money for it.
Yeah, but
you pick it up later.
They charge an exorbitant price.
There's usually a layaway fee of upcharge of some kind.
Right.
But you could put it on layaway, meaning you buy it, but then not be able to take it home or use it till either it came in, maybe something was out of stock. It was a really popular item. You'd buy it, but then have it on layaway to pick up later. I don't know how many people now in the days of Amazon and being able to deliver it in an hour.
But some people don't have the capital right up front, and they do have some layaway companies. I do believe that they still have that. I've seen them, but the thing is, you end up, because you're paying monthly, you end up paying a lot more.
Yeah, just like any other credit type of deal.
Yes.
A little bit of that.
Yep.
But to suffice to say that my point about the Seahawks is they would be paying up front and perhaps getting in the front of the line to have their money in on Arnold first, signed, yet not be able to use them, not be able to have the product. That's what I meant by the layaway. But thanks if people maybe I'm dating myself with the term layaway, but that's...
No, there's still commercials. I mean, layaway is... I maybe a little antiquated, but it's still the same thing. Maybe they call it something else because of the stigma that was built around it. I don't.
Hey, this is really cool from the 360. Thank you. This is not from my wife or anyone I know.
Okay.
Best radio sports program in the land, the balance of pro, college, military, high school, even Little League, or first cabin. I like that term, first cabin. Factual information, feel-good stories, insight into the players and families as people. And Jess is a great addition to the team. Keep up the great work.
Oh, I appreciate that, 360. I love working with Greg.
Oh, we appreciate that.
Even though and Greg is amazing. And even though we hadn't worked together on a daily show for a very long time, we always did Army Navy, and we still do Army Navy together. And so technically, Greg is the first person I worked with.
She worked an Army Navy weekend with me before she was even a KJR employee.
I did.
It was awesome.
I did. Maybe that was my audition.
I think you couldn't. I think at the time I couldn't mention you were hired by KJR or something because it wasn't official yet.
I wasn't. I actually was not employed at the time.
Awesome. That was we have a blast. To let you know how much as Jessamine and I enjoy the Army Navy game. When the USAA, who sponsors the event, they put out a feeler in the summer. Okay, who's interested? Can we have your bio information, your flight, your TSA type information for flight purposes? It's like one of the best days of my year.
First class.
She and I like we are giddy in like July when the USAA email comes for the Army.
Yes. Every single time I'm like, can I tell Greg? Can I? We're doing it right. Can I be the one that tells him? Because I know how happy it makes you.
I've said this story on the air before, but if they didn't get to send me to the Army Navy game, I wouldn't do any of this. I wouldn't do the 7 a.m. I wouldn't do the show. I don't care. The pay, whatever. It's about getting to go to the Army Navy game. This year it's in New York City. Mm-hmm. Jessamine and I, the second Friday of December, are going to be at Times Square, New York. That's where the Radio Row is going to be this year. The game is out at the Meadowlands, a couple miles west in the New Jersey swamps. But, yeah, we're going to be spending Times Square. The Christmas time in New York is special. If you've never done it, those of you that are born and raised on the West Coast, if you've never done it, Jessamine's done it all the time. She's from Long Island. But if you've never been to New York City around Christmas time, it's magical.
Oh, it's so much better than going in the summer.
It is.
Like when I go home in the summer, it is Long Island. Like, get me to the beach.
For obvious reasons.
The city, though, is horrid in the summer. I do not like the city. The city in the winter is, oh my gosh, it's so great. I don't care how touristy it is, just do it.
The Rockettes, Central Park, and the horse-drawn carriages in the snow, the ice rink at Rockefeller Center, all of it. My kids, we went for a UW basketball trip once. They played Marquette on a Tuesday night, and we got to stay until a Saturday game against Duke at both games at Madison Square Garden. So my family came, and my kids were like in third grade, and we were like telling their teacher at Green Lake Elementary in Seattle, sorry, we're going to take the kids out for like 4 days. We're taking them to New York. I'm sorry they're missing work. And the teacher, to his credit, is like, are you kidding me? They're going to never forget this trip. They're going to learn so much more going to New York City. Go, have fun. Yeah. So that's what Jessamine and I will be doing the second weekend.
Yes, we'll be in Times Square, which is amazing. The game is all the way in New Jersey, but that's because no teams play in New York anymore, except for the Nets and the Knicks. But that's going to be very, very special.
Up next, Ian Furness sitting down next to me here from the edge of the Seahawks practice field. We'll talk about the Terrion Arnold situation, maybe other things, and what he's got going today. 12-3 on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, welcome back. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre, now Ian Furness, all here at Seahawks training. Well, Jessamine's back at the studio in Elliott Bay. I'm at Seahawks.
Wow.
Used to be training camp. Now it's preseason. NFL news from the day. Terrion Arnold not yet signed with the Seahawks. When he does sign, the news is that NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is going to put him on the exempt list immediately, meaning he would not be able to practice nor play for the Seahawks in the preseason. And also, Ian is just alerting me that yet another injury in 49ers preseason camp. Mike Evans not practicing because of an injury.
Left practice early. So he got hurt in practice.
Oh, he did it.
Substation.
Farhan Lalji, our friend, said that 20 dudes were not practicing when he was there.
That's right. Lund's on with us at 2. We'll blame him today.
You were on the call for, was it Westwood One or Sports USA?
Compass
Media on the national radio call of the Cowboys-Seahawks preseason game with Cam Cleland, co-voice of the Huskies here on KJR.
Yeah.
How was that, Seahawks-Cowboys on the national radio for you?
It was fun. It was very much out of my normal comfort zone. I hadn't done a football game in a while, but and certainly I had never done an NFL game. So that was a thrill just to do that, be in that booth and look down and call it. I'm just going to – Husky fans, you're lucky to have Cam. He's so good. I mean, he is –
In what way?
I think with an analyst, I want an analyst that doesn't tell me what just happened. I want to tell me why and how it happened. And see, like – and that's why I've been really lucky the last 12 months, doing some cracking TV games when John Forsland's been out. J.T. Brown's really good. Eddie Olczyk's the best. And that's what those guys tell you. And that's what Cam was. It's like Cam will say, hey, he saw this. It was a stick route here, and that's what he saw. Like, I call the game. I've told you what's happened, at least if I'm doing my job, and I don't know, that'd be debatable. But if that should be and then analysts tell you how and why, right? And Cam's and he does it succinctly. It was funny. The guy asked me how many times we'd worked together. I talked to the executive producer today. He asked me how many times we worked together. I said, on a play-by-play call in an NFL game? He said, yeah. And I go, never. And he goes, how many games have you guys done together? I said, none. I'm a Coug. He's a Husky. We don't do college games together either. He said, wow, okay. I said, Cam's just really good at reading the play-by-play guy, stopping when he needs to, not stepping on you. He's just really good, man. I had a ton of fun with him. It was really, and I like Cam. We've known each other for a lot of years, and I really like him as well. So for me, that was kind of cool to do it with somebody like that, who I like and I respect, and so yeah, it was a ton of fun. I have no idea what happened in the game. I was telling Greg off the air. I go, when you call a game, when you're doing the play-by-play, you're just so worried about down distance, who's on the field, blah blah blah, all those things, and then you reset after every play. You're not really thinking about it. When you're recovering, like all those years I'm a reporter sitting up there for Fox, I'm like writing down, okay, this happened.
Right.
On Monday, I could tell you every play. I couldn't tell you anything.
But you described it. You did it.
I did, yeah. Well, we'll see. Yeah.
So you got John Lund, who's now back at KNBR.
Yeah.
What else?
Lund's joining us at 2 o'clock today, and then we'll check in. Joe Sheehan, his weekly visit at 1:20. He'll be all happy. He'll be walking around like a peacock today because Road Brian Woo's been good in his last 2 road starts, and Joe's been telling us to relax, so that'll be good. And then Jalen Milrose is scheduled to join us off the top of the show, Seahawks quarterback. So we'll check in with him. He'll get some more snaps this weekend, I'm sure, in Tennessee. So yeah,
he'll probably get at least half the game Sunday night, I would think.
I would think, yeah. I was. McDonald did kind of rotate it a little bit.
That was unusual for them too.
Yeah,
in and out and back in again.
Yeah, a couple series here, a couple series. So we'll see how that rotation works. So yeah.
That is Ian Furness.
God, it's quiet out here.
It is so quiet. The fans are gone. The tents are down. The fences are down.
Yeah, it's weird.
Just regular football
well,
here.
Regular season mode. Here we are in August.
Yes, we are. Seahawks will practice this afternoon. I'm going to go talk to Brady Russell. You'll hear from him tomorrow on our show. Jessamine McIntyre and I'll be back again from 10 to noon. Thanks for your text. Thanks for your talkbacks. We'll do it again tomorrow at 10. From Seahawks headquarters, Ian's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light Choose Chill. First, a new report about cornerback Terrion Arnold. Seahawks are still planning to sign him, but it may take a while. They're working through the timing, according to Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. He'll be placed on the NFL's commissioner exempt list when he signs. He'll be ineligible to play until the league looks into the case. So we'll get into more of that in just a couple minutes. Good news for the Seahawks rookie running back Jadarian Price returned to the field at training camp yesterday. Full participant, missed the last 5 with an upper leg soreness issue. Slid right in with the first-team offense as well. We'll discuss that, too, today. They need him. There's no doubt about that. Some of the Seahawk updates. Torrey Horton did not practice Monday. He is working through some things, quote from Mike McDonald. No update on Nicky Manwari. And outside linebacker Derek Hall missed practice again as well. Mariners head to Milwaukee to begin a 3-game series against the NL Central leading Brewers. Bryce Miller starts for the M's. Kyle Harrison for the Brewers. 4 games back. Seattle is of Houston in the AL West. 2 games out of the wild card race, although there are a lot of teams in between them and the rest of the wild card teams. We'll get into that coming up in just a couple seconds as well. Let's get the show started. Here we go.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3, KJR FM.
Well, I guess it's a good thing that this is our last day at training camp. We can retire that open, Moger, because the Boeing Classic has already come and gone last weekend.
That's right.
We were there on the last show I did was Friday at the Boeing Classic out there at Snoqualmie Ridge, and that's it's over. And this, and I mean it was. We were there. We were in a little oven above the 18th green. I can tell you all I can really tell you about that golf tournament. It was warm. That's about all I can tell you. But yeah, that's over, and this is it for us. This is our last scheduled day out here next to the practice field, broadcasting outdoors from Seahawks training camp. Jalen Milroe is going to join us here in just a few minutes, so stand by for that. Seahawk quarterback out of Alabama. We'll have got good conversation with him coming up in just as soon as we see him appear from the locker room down to our right here. We're on the northeast corner of the practice fields, right next to Lake Washington. Gorgeous view. I'll miss the view. I'll miss being outside. Miss seeing the eagle flying above that you've seen probably on Hard Knocks as well. Good run out here. It's quiet. I can tell you that. It's very quiet. This is it's an interesting dynamic. For those who came, and I know a lot of you guys listening right now came out to training camp over the last, gosh, is it like 3 weeks now? I think it's like 3 weeks that we've had training camp. For those that did come out here and jumped on the yellow school bus down at Renton Landing and made your way up here to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, when you arrived, when you were here, when you were watching the proceedings from the berm, there's, at the top of the berm, a bunch of tents, concessions, and you can buy all kinds of gear and all souvenirs and stuff on the walk in to the facility. When you get off the bus, there's a bunch of food trucks out there, and Oh Boy Alberta's out there giving away jerky sticks and things like that. And it's kind of I'm going to say this, and I think this sometimes is a bad, kind of a carnival-like atmosphere. It just kind of, it's just a lot going on and a big vibe and a ton of energy, and it's loud and fans are chanting. When they get to this point in camp, now we've had a few days where there weren't fans out here. But anytime there weren't fans public-wise, there were still fans down to our right. There were still VIP fans and sponsors and corporate partners, things like that were here. So there's always a vibe. There's always kind of like there's something going on, music's playing, things like that. Now that they've shut her down, no more fans coming out here. They're taking down the last of the canopies up on top. One still has a canopy. The other one is sitting there with just the framing. Everything else is gone. It is very, very quiet, very mellow out here, and just kind of it's an interesting dynamic. It's just I don't want to say it's depressing, but the energy is lacking for sure. It becomes a lot more businesslike. They talk about it being, I think, in some ways like regular season mode, if that makes sense, Trav. Yeah. Travis Moger in today. We got some vacations going on, so. But it's just kind of, it's very businesslike. And if you watch Hard Knocks, it'll feel like a real normal football practice. There's no more DJ out here. I'm kind of looking over there. Yeah, there's still a couple speakers on the far side. So they sometimes play a little bit of music, but it's certainly not like the Pete Carroll days. So it's just a little different vibe. It's a little different going on. So let's get to some of the news of the day on our final day here while we wait for Jalen Milroe. I'll start with the news on Terrion Arnold that we gave you in the updates. Ian Rappaport reporting that he's going through the process right now, and they haven't signed him. And what I read into this is we're not surprised. I mean, I'm a little surprised that they've been so open, they being, Mike McDonald specifically, talking about the fact that they're going to sign this guy. They haven't signed him yet. But, hey, we're signing him. The assumption is they're going to sign him. Obviously they have an agreement in place, but they're working through the logistics of what this means in terms of the commissioner's exempt list. And I think Greg said it well earlier. Greg Bell said it well earlier in the show. It's effectively a suspension until they figure out, they being the NFL and maybe to a certain extent the judicial system, figure out exactly what his status is legally, where he's at, what he's doing, where he's going to be, and all those things. And while they figure that out, I know that they were hoping he would be practicing. That's obviously not going to be happening this week, or at least today or tomorrow, I don't think. But it's also not a surprise, and I don't think it's a good headline with Rapp and Garofolo and all those guys. That's all nice and fine, but honestly, it really isn't a surprise. Other than just I thought maybe they'd try to get him in this week, get him on the field, get him to do a couple things, and then kind of go from there. I mentioned this last week, and I truly feel this way with what they're doing with him. It is a very low risk, very high ceiling type of move. If he never plays it down for you, it costs you nothing. Now, maybe some would point out it costs you, people looking at you, court of public opinion, looking down. They're the defending Super Bowl champions. Their equity is higher than anybody else in the league right now. They can do those things. They can make a move that is maybe a little questionable in terms of character and so forth. But if he never plays, doesn't matter. Very low risk. If he does play, if he does end up getting on the field at some point, you've signed a guy that will certainly help you from a football standpoint, and it costs you not a lot, like next to nothing in a sense. I mean, from that standpoint, it's just a perfect signing in a lot of different ways, and it makes a ton of sense for what Seattle wants to do. You kind of have this extra bonus that's sitting there in front of you that could end up being really good and helping you out immensely along the way. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. But the Terrion Arnold situation, I'm curious tonight watching Hard Knocks with episode, how was this? Episode 3, right, Mogs?
3.
Yeah, episode 3, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope, and this is, we got Devin Witherspoon news a couple weeks ago on the first episode. We got the Terrion Arnold situation, him working out at the end of the last episode. Remember the end of the last episode? They shot that one a week ago last Sunday is when they shot that and turned it around for the episode on Tuesday. And we saw him working out. We saw the group talking about it. And then I keep saying they signed him. They've come to an agreement. I don't want to be erroneous in what I'm saying. But we got that little behind-the-scenes insight. Maybe we get a little more tonight on Hard Knocks. Maybe we get a little bit more of, hey, this is what he's doing, and this is how close he is, and here's what we're waiting for. And I mean, that would not surprise me at all if we got that along the way. So we'll see what ends up coming of that when it's all said and done. We'll get into some Mariners conversation. I didn't mention this in the headlines, but kind of a cool thing. It is, yes, about the baseball team right now and on the field and what's going on. We'll get to them a little bit later on. Coming off the 2 straight wins over Houston after what was probably one of the worst losses of the year, if not the worst. I mean, I don't know.
That's saying a lot.
I was going to say, ranking losses is a little bit challenging. But that was one of the worst ones. That was one of the worst ones you could have on Friday. And then they bounce back and they win the next two. And blowout on Saturday, and then they have a close win on Sunday. They go down to Milwaukee. We'll get into them a little bit later on. The news to me that kind of jumps out today, and this is going to be really cool. On the final homestand of the season, that last weekend in September, they're going to have a Rick Riz kind of tribute that whole weekend. 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. I'm just curious, folks, what your thoughts are. What does Rick Riz mean to you? You can fire those off. If you like 49451, we'll read some of those a little bit later on. To me, Rick is one of the true treasures in our community. And I say our community, I'm not just talking about for the Mariners. I think just overall, what he's done with his toy drive over the years is remarkable. And some of the other things that Rick has done and put together, it's just he's just a great asset to this whole area and this whole community. 41 years. He took the little brief respite where he went over and replaced the legend that is Ernie Harwell for a couple of years, and ended up coming back here, and we're thankful for that. We're thankful that he came back to Seattle. He came back in '95, and he's been here ever since. And Rick is retiring after this season. He is, for a franchise that has not had a lot of success, and that's probably being kind, right, Mogs? They haven't had a lot of success on the field.
Yeah.
Off the field, they've been one of the best organizations in sports and in baseball. And from what they do promotional-wise, and baseball promotions, I know people get upset. Oh, all they care about are bobbleheads and ferry boats with food in them and stuff like that. No, baseball with 81 home games, you've got to get creative. You've got to do things a little bit off. You just have to do different things, especially in a market that has a great ballpark, but it's not a destination of historic nature like Yankee Stadium or Fenway Park or Wrigley Field, places like that. They've done a great job off the field. They've probably no better way than what they've done broadcast-wise. They've always been top shelf. And, many of us in the business are probably more critical of broadcasters than others. But, listen, Dave Niehaus, he was a Ford Frick winner. He's in the Hall of Fame for a reason. So we love that with Dave. And then on top of that, you add in a guy like Rick Riz, who has, I don't know if he'll ever get his due with the Hall of Fame like Dave did. They put one guy in a year. I think it was Joe Buck this year, who obviously was a national guy. But what Rick has done and what he's meant for this community, and his voice sounds like summer. Goodbye baseball, happy totals. He's just a treat. When Dave passed away, the first Grand Slam of the year, he used "Get Out the Rye Bread Grandma," rye bread mustard, whatever, and good, all that, and it was awesome. And he even did that last year. He used Dave's call last year with Gino's home run. So he is just an absolute treasure to our entire community, and we've been lucky to have him over all those years, and greatly appreciate everything he's done. And I frankly miss. And I say they've done a great job. Dave was great. Rick was great. Currently, Aaron is really top shelf. I think Gary Hill, and I'm biased, he's a Coug, but I think Gary is really damn good at what he does, and I hope he takes over as the lead radio guy. They're not on our station, fine, whatever. I really enjoy listening to Gary's call. Does a terrific job, has a great passion for everything. So, we'll kind of see where it all takes us over the next few years. But they've done a great job broadcasting-wise, and obviously what they've done off the field. And Rick Riz, right there to me, he's right there with Dave and what he's done and what he's meant for this organization since he took over all those years ago. One thing I want to get into, too, while I wait for Jalen Miller, and I'm just going to kind of take a peek here and see where we're at with him, Trav, and see if we need to take a break or not in a minute. They're coming out in a couple minutes. So one of the things that happened today in sports, I didn't hit this in the headlines, a gentleman by the name of Bill Rasmussen died at the age of 93. And it's somewhat ironic in this sense. I saw Softy tweeted something last night, and I'm going to go find it real quick. I had it earlier, and I lost it. Sorry, when I had to reset the computer out here on the Wi-Fi. But the irony of this, that what Dave had a post on the other day, was that this gentleman died, and you say, who's Bill Rasmussen? He is the founder of ESPN. Died at the age of 93 from Parkinson's. Dave tweeted this yesterday, and it's funny that the timing is interesting. It's amazing. Outside of a live sporting event, how little I watch ESPN, and the snips I see on this app aren't making me run to my TV either. I'm like Phil Collins. I don't care anymore. And I read that, and I thought, yeah, to a certain extent, and maybe ESPN's a little bit like MTV. It's evolved, and depending on your age, you have a different feel about what you think in regards to ESPN. I'm going to get into that a little bit later on, because whatever you think of ESPN today should not cloud your judgment in terms of what you think about ESPN as a whole. For a sports fan, for us doing what we do here, it's one of the most important innovations we've had in our country's history. And Bill Rasmussen is the man to thank, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, because it truly is one of the biggest things that we've seen, in a long time, and one of the things that really is great about what we do in our business as well. So we'll get into that a little bit later too, and what his legacy is and what ESPN's all about. I thought I saw our guy walking down, Trav. We're flirting with a break here. It's a beautiful thing about live radio. We're pushing things. I don't want to necessarily. You know what I'm going to do? We're going to take a break. The second I do that, Travis, be ready to come back.
Yep.
Because he'll be walking out. But we'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll have. I thought he was walking out. No. We'll have Jalen Milroe coming up next. All right, we're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Ian Furness with you here at Seahawk headquarters, Virginia Mason Athletic Center. I'd say training camp, and I think it's still training camp, although there's no fans. They're taking down all the stuff upstairs and all that stuff. Jalen Milroe, quarterback, is joining us right now. I've been wanting to talk to you. I got to tell you this. I've been wanting to do this for a while because my wife is from – here, let me fix that for you. We got that. We got wires. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, there you go. My wife is from Alabama. All of her – I got half of my family. We've been married for a long time. They're all from Alabama. Okay. And I get this all the time. When are you going to talk to Milroe? When are you going to talk to Milroe? You got to talk to the I said I talk to Jaron Reed all the time. Is that not good enough? No, they want to talk to Jalen Milroe. So this interview is for all those listening on the iHeartRadio app in Alabama right now. I love it. A Texas guy went to Alabama. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I want to give a shout out to them. Roll Tide to them. But I'm doing good.
You know how it's like, what it's like down there too. It's fun. We go down there every couple of years, and there's family reunions, and we go, and it is a split family, and it's Auburn and it's Alabama, and like I see cousins, brothers, sisters, and it's like fist fights, man.
Oh yeah.
What now? You grew up in Texas.
I did.
So you understand A&M and Texas. How different is Alabama, Auburn than anything else you've seen?
So I got to experience it once I got to college because I wasn't used to the rivalry. Of course, you hear about it, but to actually be involved with it and to understand that like. Your neighbor could be an Auburn fan. Your neighbor could graduate from Auburn. My professor was a graduate from Auburn. one of my math teachers. So you encounter an Auburn fan throughout the whole year, so it makes that week of the rivalry even better when it's time to play against them. So it's competitive for sure. It definitely means a lot because we get prepared for that one game, for all the fans. They're ready for it. And no matter if it's out there in Auburn, no matter if it's in Tuscaloosa, it brings a lot of joy to a lot of people in the state of Alabama. So it's always fun being a part of that rivalry.
And I'm going to ask you, this is almost like asking somebody to pick their favorite child, but what's the atmosphere like at an Iron Bowl? And I don't care about Auburn. We don't worry about it. What's the atmosphere like in Tuscaloosa for an Iron Bowl game compared to the NFC Championship game last year at Lumen?
I say it's not fair because you go from 100,000 fans to lesser fans in the NFL stadium.
Yeah.
So, of course, I'll say college is much more louder than it is in the NFL. But I will say our fans bring a lot of juice, different than other fan bases. Being able to experience my rookie year, going to different stadiums, experience their crowd, their traditions. Lumen is number one, I feel as though, as far as the crowd, how involved they are throughout the whole game. And, certain crowds you get, first quarter they're loud, second quarter. Lumen, we're loud the whole entire game, and especially even the preseason.
Yeah.
But I will say, Brian Denny brings a lot of juice. It's very loud. It impacts the opponent we're playing against. Yeah. And it's a little different.
I've been lucky enough to cover this team for many years, and I think the only stadium I didn't go to over the last 15, 16 years was Buffalo, and now they got a new stadium that nobody likes apparently. But I felt like Lumen was very collegiate. Like it has a very collegiate, like it's just it's not corporate. Mm-hmm. Like some places you go to, like SoFi, corporate. Yes. Levi's, corporate, right? It has that collegiate feel. That's got to be a ton of fun for a player.
Oh, yeah. No, that's because we work during the week. And so, of course, when we play on Sundays or whatever day our game is that week, we're excited to play.
Yeah.
And when you have your fan base that's passionate, looking forward to Sunday, whatever we play, like that means a lot. That means a lot for us to first make them proud. Yeah. Number two, we get to feed off their energy. And then what's unique about our crowd is we call them 12s.
Yeah.
So they're a part of our culture and part of our team. And it's something special.
That's kind of this whole culture of this building, though, is it not? Because I know last year was really a big thing with Mike and with John Schneider. It wasn't 53-man roster. It was a 70-man roster. Right. Everything's included. The practice squad guys are included. You don't see that a lot of times. Right. What does that mean in that locker room for guys?
I think that's special because we're on a journey all together. The highs, the lows, the positives, we're all in this together. No matter what your role is, you're helping the team out. Yeah. If you're a practice squad guy, you're getting these ones ready to play in the game.
Yeah.
The looks that we're getting on the Sunday are coming from during the week the practice squad guys getting us ready during the week. And so I think that's something that is very unique, very special. Once you go throughout the whole season, is that it takes all of us. It takes all of us in the locker room that's grinding, getting better, making sure that we're all perfecting our craft. So then when we play on the weekends, we're ready to go.
Let me get your thoughts on Jalen Milroe's camp so far. Those of us that are just dumb and we're in the media and we're watching from afar, feels like there's been a massive step for you from last year to this year, watching you in practice and the workouts and everything like that, whether it be 9-on-7, 11-on-11, or just the individual drills. How far do you think you've come in the last 12 months?
Yeah, for sure. I think my goal every year, no matter if it's now or next year, is to be better than I was the year before. Even when I stepped into college, my freshman year looked way different than my sophomore year. So, steadily growing, having that competitive edge that I'm always going to get better the next day I get. The opportunity I have to touch the field, the opportunity I have to be in the meeting rooms and to grow each and every day.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something that's necessary being a quarterback. You got to be able to grow. You got to be able to relate. You got to be able to build. And so also having your first time ever having an offseason.
Yeah.
And so having that time frame to understand the system as a whole, and then branching off, going to your quarterback coaches and working your craft and working schemes, working different things, because now you understand how the league is. It's very important. And so now it's all about being fast, free, and fearless. When you take the field and, relaying back that, man, you're here for a reason. You're here for a reason. You're drafted here for a reason. And understanding that, that's something that I love a lot. It's Coach Mike's in our relationship, because he's always pouring into me, making sure that I'm continuing to build, getting better, learning, and growing. because it's going to be a point where my opportunity is going to present itself.
Jalen Milroe with me. Is part of that like being a freshman and redshirting maybe for even a couple of years? You got a guy like Sam in front of you that's just named the top 20 player in the league and had the year that he had. You got a vet like Drew Lock ahead of you right now. And I don't know if it's you're a competitor. You don't play at Alabama if you don't want to compete at the highest level. Like that's just not what happens.
Right. Yeah.
Third round pick. But you're unique in the sense you didn't have to come in here right away and take snaps game one of your rookie season. You get to develop a little bit. How do you balance the competitive nature that you have in you with the knowing that, hey, I've got 4 years to really just kind of become the best version of myself? How do you balance that?
I think there's a misconception when it comes to developing, right? Like, if you look at the workforce, you're not going to get a promotion right away once you get to that workforce. You have to build, you have to get better, you have to learn the necessary tools, you got to learn how you're perfecting your craft so that when your time comes in that profession, you're able to season, now you get a promotion.
Yeah.
You know, my dad's is the captain at his workforce. He had to start off as a police officer, then a lieutenant, then had the build. Just like playing quarterback. You know, you have to go through stages to get to that point, right? Like, if you look at my rookie class of last season, a lot of those guys played because someone got hurt.
Right.
It wasn't like they just took over and gave them the job. They had to earn the position. They had the someone went down, then they went in and played.
Yeah.
It's different in my case. And we had a really good starter that played really well, led us to a Super Bowl, and he's deserving all the success he had. And so as a young guy, why not learn from that? Why not be able to take notes and inherit all these things? Because when an opportunity presents itself, I'm going to have years of experience that I've learned from Drew, Sam, coach, the play caller, Coach Kubiak.
Yeah.
That it's going to be necessary for when I'm able to play. You know, that's how my time at Alabama as well is I credit my time being a backup behind Bryce to the success I had in college because during that time frame, you see football in different lenses. You're not playing.
Yeah.
So then now you're trying to see through the play caller's lenses, the starter, what he sees, and so that it changes your perspective. And so it's going to be good. It's going to be good to keep on building.
What's Sam? How is Sam for you? He's also, if nothing else, everything you just described is Sam Darnold. Like, he became great in the NFL at what age? 27, 28.
That's right.
Right? Like, after some stops, and as we all know, don't go to the Jets. That's not good. But, like, in all seriousness, like, right, does he kind of, is he a guy that you can talk to and kind of work off of a little bit, and B, also look to and say, hey, that's kind of the model I like?
Yeah, I think one thing that we both can relate on is that we both have the same quarterback coach.
Yeah.
Right? So I've seen him in training. I've seen him perfect his craft. And also, with his time of experience, he's been on multiple teams. He's seen a lot. He's seen a lot of options, seen a lot of ball. And during that time frame, he's had a growth mindset.
Yeah.
If you look at Drew as well, he's been on multiple teams as well, and he's had a growth mindset and understood what's necessary to be a starter in the NFL. And also, he had no problem, pouring into me, pouring into Drew. And so I think that's pretty cool from him. And he's just a good dude to be around, and I enjoy. And that's not everywhere. Sometimes the quarterbacks in the room hate the starter. That's the opposite for us. We enjoy being around each other, and it's fun. We don't have a toxic room at all.
No. Well, I think have you watched Hard Knocks?
I have not.
Okay.
I want to binge watch it at the end of the season.
Is that what you're going to do? Okay. That's probably a good call.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, for Seahawk fans and even people like us that have covered the team forever, it's really fun to see behind the scenes. Like, we see out here, we think we know some things, and we don't. So it's been a ton of fun. And I mean, I think what we've seen, everybody comes across in such a good way. What do you need to get done the next 2 weeks in the preseason?
Yeah, I think
you personally.
Yeah, for sure. Leading, clean operation. Continue to lead our offense. Build each and every game. With different defenses, you're going to see a lot different things. Playing this week against the Titans, they do some different things with solid defense than last week with the Cowboys. So just seeing different defenses, responding, have a plan at the quarterback position, and just go out and ball out.
You got to let her rip a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough because everyone's battling. You got some backups. You got this. They had you with the twos a lot last week in terms of the offense, but then you're in there with some threes, and so there's probably. I would think for a quarterback, it might be the hardest thing is preseason. Is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's tough. I'll leave it at that. It's good. Are you looking forward to joint practices?
I cannot wait.
Yeah,
it's fun because it's a blessing in disguise because we go against the best defense.
Yeah.
in the whole league.
Yeah,
but it's also good to see different defenses.
Yeah,
be around different schemes and be able to compete. Like last year, going against the Packers in joint practice. Like, of course, we go against our defense. Now seeing the Packers defense that was great.
Yeah.
So it's always fun, competitive.
You don't have to deal with listening to Devin Witherspoon talk, right?
Hey, he got juice. I ain't gonna lie, he got great personality.
What was it like when he came in with that $100 million contract in the locker room?
What I loved about it was the team camaraderie, and they were all happy for him.
Yeah,
that was
cool.
That was the coolest thing. Like,
yeah, him and JSN, right?
Yeah. Everybody was genuinely happy for them because of how great of a player they are, but also great people.
Last thing for you, I'm just going to leave this very open because we saw it. It's a really cool moment. Since you haven't watched Hard Knocks, there's a cool moment in Hard Knocks, and Mike McDonald, John Schneider are talking, and they're talking about Terry and Arnold, your teammate. And they go, "We've talked to Jalen. Jalen speaks highly of him."
Yeah.
I will say this. I don't want to give you a spoiler because you're going to watch it later.
Yeah.
They speak very highly of you and what your opinion is and your background, where your family comes from, military family, dad's in law enforcement.
Right.
And they say, Jalen really says good things about him.
Right.
So it's kind of cool that a second-year guy, they went to you. What can you tell people about Terry and Arnold?
Well, this is my best friend that I consider my brother. This is someone that it means a lot to me. Because we started the journey together. We were both in the same recruiting class at Alabama. So we started the journey being the backups, grinding our tail off, grinding together, competing each and every day. Being around his room was like 2 rooms away from mine at the dorms. So this is someone I spent a lot of time with. And during this whole time frame, we got each other better. And to see now that we're both in the NFL, seeing, where his direction his life is going, he's very, very, very talented, of course. We all know that. But he's very smart and intelligent. He's going to bring a lot of juice to our defense. He's going to work hard, of course, but also understanding that he's there. He's here to better the team. He's not going to detriment the team. He's here to better the team and only bring joy to our defense.
Again, the spoiler is that they really appreciate your opinion, and I think we all do too, and appreciate having the conversation. And I can tell you this. Cousin Dez, Cousin Eric down there in Alabama.
Yeah.
All right. They'll be listening to this on the podcast later. All right.
Yeah.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, baby.
Yes, sir.
That is Jalen Milroe. We'll take a break, come back with more next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Quick little segment to wrap things up here. Big thanks to Jalen Milroe. We're going to bounce around with some time, so stay with us. We got a lot coming up. Joe Sheehan at 1:20 today. Thanks to Jalen Milroe for stopping by. The Terry Arnold thing, you heard his answer. If you missed it, just tuning in right now, we'll play that a little bit later. I wouldn't expect him to say much different. I think the interesting thing with him, and maybe more importantly with that relationship that they have, is Jalen Milroe is. His family background, military, dad, obviously, first responder, things like that. The character of Jalen Milroe is the only thing I ever questioned about Jalen Milroe is accuracy, throwing a football, right? And I wouldn't expect him to say anything, negative necessarily about a guy that he considers to be a very good friend. At the same time, there are ways to dance around it, saying, well, I don't know what happened. Let's see how the legal process plays out. I mean, his endorsement was pretty, and has been pretty strong, and it was pretty strong as far as, when he was talking to the, Mike McDonald and John Schneider as well. So we'll see what comes out of it. As I mentioned in the first segment with Arnold, big name, big story. If you're just joining us, Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network, our buddy, reporting that when they do sign him, he's going to go on the commissioner's exempt list. And, that means basically, effectively, for all intents and purposes, that's a suspension for a while as well. For Milroe, the football player, we're going to have Hugh Millen on tomorrow and talk a little bit about week one of the preseason and then what he's got to do in the next couple of weeks as well. There's really been no question at all about how the last couple of weeks have looked for him. He has certainly been better than he was a year ago. Accurate, decisive, right guy at right time, as you would say, all those things. It just didn't translate on Saturday. He kind of smiled, but, if we're being honest, the guys playing in front of him had a really, really rough day, like a really rough day. The 3s, 4s, whatever the hell they were, as far as that offensive line. He got a little bit of work, and very little, with some of the 2s, but even those guys were struggling. It was a bad day for that offensive line, those backup offensive linemen on Saturday as well. So, all right, let's do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll reset. We got Joe Sheehan coming up at 1:20 today. Still to come. We got to get some Mariners conversation in as well. We'll paint the picture for you there in terms of who and what they are as far as the standings are concerned. Yes, they took 2 out of 3 from the Houston Astros. Was it enough? Not yet. Much more to come on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center on a Tuesday afternoon. Ian Furness with you. It's very quiet out here. Practice getting it away in about 20 minutes or so. As the Hard Knocks crew is here, they're getting out, getting ready to go, getting their stuff set up. And episode 3 tonight, which will be interesting. Like I was mentioning to Jalen Milroe, Trav, is that it'd be interesting to see what we get behind the scenes that comes out of the Terry and Arnold signing.
Yeah.
When we watched episode 3 tonight of Hard Knocks, I would assume we'll have more because it all kind of came down over the last 7-8 days since that last episode has aired. So we'll see what those guys are saying. Maybe we get some insight on when they think he's going to be ready. We can see the story. It's a beautiful thing about Hard Knocks. They get information and they get stuff that none of us get. And then all of a sudden it pops up on HBO on demand at 6 p.m. Pacific time tonight. And we go, oh, there we go. We've got a story.
Yeah. It's really cool how much access they have. It's surprising almost.
What have your impressions been? As someone that's really not out here all that often,
right.
What's your impressions?
It's great. I love it. I'm shocked by how much access they're getting into Schneider's process and behind the scenes in the front office and everything that they're capturing there. It's really, really cool.
The NFL teams love to work under the veil of secrecy.
Right.
They like to operate with no one watching, no one talking, just do their thing. And I think for a long time you've heard people, the CX don't want to let the secret sauce get out. Wait, I even heard that when Pete was here, right? And Pete was a little bit more of an open book than Mike McDonald is, and John Schneider. But no team wants anything out. Every team's that way. Every team's shutting down. In fact, when we were working the Cowboys game last week, the producer we had for our radio call was telling us that, and the Cowboys are an interesting group because Jerry Jones wants fans at every single practice in Oxnard, California, and they're not nearly as restrictive in terms of what can be shot. Like if you're a fan that comes out here, you're told, hey, do not shoot video, do not shoot stills. Media, where after the first 10 minutes we can't do anything video-wise or still picture-wise.
Right.
They shut things down. It's even tighter now that they kind of call it regular season mode is where they're at right now. So you have all those things going on. Well, the Cowboys are like that, are a little bit more open and like, there's other teams. Cowboys last week when they had their joint practice with the Rams, they were very restrictive in what they were able to show the media and. Like a lot of times they'll show like entire practices almost like from up above where you can see formations and everything else. That was not the case with the open scrimmage or with the scrimmage with the Rams. So they shut things down. That's as a general rule, NFL teams are quite paranoid. That's just the way they operate. So
sure.
But yeah, we'll be fun to watch that tonight. Rick Riz weekend. I saw some texts already. We'll get to those coming up at 2:30 today. Rick Riz weekend, the final homestand of the season. They're going to honor Rick all weekend as he retires from the game after 41 years, calling play-by-play. What does Rick Riz mean to you? 49451. We'll get to that later. To me, just the sound of summer, which I love. I love just the voice when you hear Rick. But I think much more than that. He's a great broadcaster. But more importantly, he's a great asset to our community. So we'll get to some of those a little bit later on. We'll touch in on the Mariners in the next segment a little bit more, too. We'll get to them and what the next 3 games. Boy, if I would have told you that Milwaukee had the best record in Major League Baseball and maybe you hadn't been keeping an eye on the standings, would you believe me? Like the Milwaukee Brewers, the best record in baseball right now. Matt Calkins wrote a column this morning in the Times that I thought was rather interesting. In a sense, it's an argument against the salary cap. In other words, we don't need the salary cap. And I say an argument against it because Milwaukee is not a high-spending team, yet they have been consistently a playoff team and or playoff contender for a while. Now, they haven't won it, but they have been there. They also had a long dry spell of not getting to the playoffs. It, in some ways, makes what the Mariners have gone through. It pales in comparison somewhat. I don't feel sorry for them because I'm a bitter old man. And I also know where the Milwaukee Brewers came from. They were the Seattle Pilots for whopping one season in 1969. I mean, then they moved. They're not quite. They're certainly not the Sonics in Oklahoma City because of the long tenure, but they're right up there. So I don't really feel sorry for them. So I say go get 3 from these clowns, although that's going to be awful difficult. We'll kind of get into that. Also, a line that has been uttered far, far too many times this season has been uttered again and said again over the last few days. And we're going to get into that. And maybe, just maybe, the tired old line is going to come to fruition. I'll tell you what that is coming up. And then we'll spend some time a little bit later on, maybe about 1:45, and also with Lund coming up at 2 o'clock. Just paying tribute to Bill Rasmussen, who passed away, the founder of one of the co-founders of ESPN. September 7th, 1979, ESPN went on the air. And for most people listening right now, you probably can't even fathom a world without 24/7 Sports Channel, much less, God, what do they have? ESPN ESPN News, which is not really ESPN News anymore, ESPN and ESPN2, right? I think they have 4 full-time channels right now, plus ESPN Plus. And probably most people can't fathom a time when there was no ESPN and there's no 24/7 programming. But it goes far deeper than that. We'll touch on that a little bit later on. If you missed it, we'll play the quote back from Jalen Milroe talking about Terrion Arnold and who and what he is. We'll do that coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. And again, Joe Sheehan at 1:20, all things baseball. John Lund at 2 o'clock. We're at Seahawk headquarters at Virginia Mason Athletic Center, 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. First, a new report about cornerback Terrion Arnold. The Seahawks are still planning to sign Arnold, but it will take a while. They're working through the timing. That's according to the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. He'll be placed on the NFL Commissioner's exempt list when he does sign, meaning he'll be ineligible to play or practice while the league looks into his case. It's going to take a while, folks. That's the translation there. It's going to take a while, probably before we see him on the field, at least according to Ian Rappaport. I'll say that, and then, Trav, you know what's going to happen here in about 10 minutes? I'm going to look out there, and we're going to see a new guy on the field named Terrion Arnold.
No.
I'm just saying, the way this stuff works, what we think is going to happen rarely does it happen. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Good news for the Seahawks, though. Rookie running back Jadarian Price, he returned to the field at training camp yesterday. Full participant. Missed the last 5 practices, with a sore upper leg. He slid right in with the first-team offense as well. Other Seahawk updates. Torrey Horton did not practice Monday. Mike McDonald says he's working through some things. God, that's the most Pete Carroll line ever. God, that's a Pete Carroll line. But that's what he said, quote-unquote. He's working through some things. It's like the reincarnation of Pete Carroll with that soundbite. Not that Pete's passed away or anything. It's just that's a Pete-ism. No update on Nick Ebenwari, and outside linebacker Derek Hall also missed practice again. It's August 18th, so we're okay so far. Mariners are in Milwaukee. They start a 3-game series against the NL Central and MLB leading Brew Crew, the Milwaukee Brewers. Bryce Miller starts for the M's and Kyle Harrison for the Brewers. Seattle's 4 games back at Houston. In the AL West, 2 games out in the wild card race as well. Moving into hour number 2 of the show. All right, Mariners start a series tonight against the Brewers. Who would have thought the best team in Major League Baseball would be named the Milwaukee Brewers on August 18th, 2026, the year of our Lord? But that's the case. Best record in Major League Baseball. Not the highest payroll, but just the best record right now. We'll see what the next 3 games brings this when it's all said and done. When they won 2 of 3 games over the weekend against Houston Astros, especially with what happened on Friday with that just absolutely devastating extra inning loss. You take a 2-run lead in the 10th inning, like game over. Like flat out game over. Has to be over, right, Trav? Got to be over. You're up 7-5. Not only did you get the ghost runner in, you add another one on top of it for an insurance run. Things are looking swimmingly good for the Mariners at that point. And then we all know what happened. A couple, hits, and then a blast by Walker. Game over. Thanks for coming. And we move on to the next 2 games, which they did win. They end up the weekend 4 back of Houston. Nobody played last night that matters for Seattle, so that's a good thing. So they're still 4 games back of Houston. The good news in the wild card race is they're 2 out of wild card 3. The bad news there, not Bears, bad news there with the wild card race. On the surface, doesn't look too daunting. A 2-game lead in baseball is nothing. Like that's a good series, and you're right there. The bad news is there are 5 teams that are tied right now with 61 wins ahead of Seattle. Baltimore, through what must be a myriad of different tiebreakers, is sitting in wild card 3. And then there's 4 other teams with 61 wins in the American League wild card chase. Cleveland is a 1 game ahead of Seattle. They have 60 wins. So not only you're 2 back, but you've got a lot of traffic in front of you. It comes down to this, and I'm going to get to the line in a second. But there's 7 teams for the final wild card spot. I know when Anders is here, he says this a lot, and I'm starting more and more to agree with him that it's might be division or bust because of all the traffic, this muddy middle, this that they've got going on right now. All these other teams, it might be division or bust for the postseason this year for Seattle. Now, if you were going to tell me that they were going to get in as a wild card back in March, I'd be like, what a disappointing year. Now you'd almost take it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Get in. Like if somebody said to you now, you could, the old softy, you can only have one. Do you take a guaranteed wild card spot, or take your chances with the division? I think I would just take the wild card spot right now. But you're still a ways away. You're still a ways away from that. To get to that point, though, as we said over and over again, they have to have better performances from their better players. Now, on a positive note, Brian Wu's given you a couple good good games. His last 2 road starts on this, both very good. So that's been a good thing. Let me go with the negative again for a second, because this is the line we hear. Boy, I think they might have just actually woken things up. They might have just cranked it up. They might have turned the corner with this game, or with this at bat, or with this home run. How many times have we said that this season? That might have been the catalyst. That might have been the jump start. That might have been what gets this team going as a whole, or an individual as a whole. And there is no person, none, more so that we've heard that for than Cal Raleigh. Like, over and over and over again. That might have got Cal going. That at-bat, that home run, that swing, that walk, that great at-bat he had. Maybe he's changed his approach. Maybe things are going there. And what Cal did the other night, big blast, maybe that turned him around. But then you look at the numbers. This is a guy that on this road trip is still 2 for 20. Oof. He does have 5 walks, but 2 for 20, 8 strikeouts. Yes, he's got the home run, the big home run that ended up being the difference on Sunday. And if you just go back to the previous homestand, Cal Raleigh is 6 for his last 47 with 16 strikeouts.
Yikes.
Did that one swing on Sunday in Houston change things for Cal Raleigh? Did that one swing turn things around for Cal? Time will tell. But we've been teased over and over and over again that, hey, we're going to start seeing the real Cal Raleigh. And we have yet to see it. One swing does not change who and what you are. It just doesn't. But maybe in the back of his mind, in the most, in some ways, cerebral game, a game that is based on a lot of times just confidence, maybe that does get him going. But what a task you have against the next 3 games and really, frankly, coming up as well over the next couple weeks. We talked about this gauntlet that they're in the midst of right now in terms of their schedule. Obviously Houston. Before that, the Yankees. They go Milwaukee, and then the Cubs come here, and then they go to Philadelphia and at Toronto, and then at Boston. It is not easy coming up. Okay, so that's the negative. That's the part that, like, okay, I'll believe Cal Raleigh's turned things around when we actually see more than like one at-bat out of 20 that's worthwhile, or one swing of the bat. He's just become such a one-trick pony. It's home run or bust, home run, strikeout, or walk. Those are your 3 options every time Cal's up. Home run, strikeout, or walk. And there's been far, far too many of the strikeouts. There's been a handful of walks. The on-base percentage is getting a little bit better than that. Here's the guy that I actually am more encouraged for. And this is the part, and again, I'll go back. I'm going to reference Calkins wrote a great story in the Times today. It's very much worth reading. He talks about the underachieving guys, Julio, Naylor, Cal, put a little bit of blame, actually not a little, put a lot of blame on what's going on with them right now on the on Dipoto and just kind of roster construction. Maybe he's not the guy to get him, quote, over the top. But here's where the optimism could come from, is what we have started to see from Josh Naylor. And Naylor is an interesting guy because the batting average has been climbing, but really we're kind of thinking, are we ever going to see the power again? Are we going to see him crank it up in that regard? Well, we're starting to see that with Josh Naylor. He is starting to get going. He's hitting 3. This is since the All-Star break. Naylor, 320 average, 6 doubles, 2 home runs, albeit they both came in one game, 8 RBI, 9 walks, but a 380 on-base percentage, slugging at 443, which is far better than where he was, and his OPS, a very respectable 823. So maybe Naylor's the guy that we need to look for to continue to try to carry this offense, because it ain't happening with Cal. And unless Cal gives you a couple weeks, I don't think there's any reason to believe that Cal Raleigh is going to do anything for this team besides, frankly, continue to disappoint. But Josh Naylor's got it going. Josh Naylor is not just heating up with slappy singles. He's starting to heat up overall with everything else. The Cal Raleigh situation, the saddest part about that, we were actually in Westport this weekend. My wife and I and our 2 kids and their significant others. And all 4 kids are big Mariners fans. My daughter, I've talked about her a lot. She's angry Mariner fan. School teacher Brianni, she's very angry, all the time angry. But we were talking about this because it got brought up last week. Cal Raleigh is on pace to have the worst season in terms of batting average for a qualifying player in Major League Baseball history. He's hitting 158.
Wow.
The bar is 168. Just remarkable. Just absolutely remarkable, the fall that this guy's had. I don't think you could have got Vegas odds at the start of the year. Maybe Kalshi, one of those other sketchy sites, does it. What are the odds Cal Raleigh having the worst year ever in terms of batting average of a Major League player? You probably would have won a mint if you could put money on that. 158. And 168 is the worst ever. I know we talked about this with Mollywop last week. I know those guys Mollywopped yesterday without me. Damn them. But that's where they're at right now. Can he get going?
But also, nobody saw this coming. I mean,
No.
you knew he'd have a drop-off from last season, but this big of a drop-off?
I think my bigger concern is not this year, too, Travis. My bigger concern is next year. That's my bigger concern. He wasn't a one-hit wonder because he had a hell of a year. He had a good little stretch of a couple years where he was good. So it's not like, hey, one hit wonder last year was out. The home runs were obviously. He's a 35 on a decent year, a normal year. He's probably a 35 home run guy, and then he obviously goes crazy last year. But my bigger concern is a guy that's going to turn 30 in November this year, so he's 29, almost 30 years old, and a guy that plays that demanding of a position behind home plate, and is in there every day. The body's getting wrecked. My bigger concern is the drop-off going to continue. Is it going to be not to this level next year? I don't think that's going to happen. But the bigger concern would be what happens, can he get back to being a 225, 230, 35, 40 home run guy?
Yeah.
He's got fewer hits this year than he had home runs last year. Now, that should change. It should change. Not sure if it will. No, it should change. But he's got fewer this year than he had last year in terms of hits versus home runs. So my concern is that. Because that line we hear over and over again, well, that'll be the game that turns things around. That'll be the game that switches. I don't even know if there's such a thing. I'll ask baseball stats nerd Joe Sheehan coming up in the next segment. I don't think there is momentum. Because if there is, there would have been negative momentum on Friday night. And yet, look what they did on Saturday and Sunday. As a team, they stepped up. Now, pitching was great, especially with Wu. Good for him. And he's been a lot better lately as well. So we'll get into all of that coming up here as the day goes on. Our buddy Joe Sheehan is going to join us in just a couple of minutes. We'll get John Lund on coming up today at 2 p.m. We'll touch on a number of topics with Lund. I actually did his show on. Well, he's still doing a national. This guy's a maniac. He's doing a national show on Saturday. So I'm driving to Westport Saturday night after the baseball game or after the Seahawks game. Fight my way through traffic, and I did a national show with him. We were talking about all the 49ers injuries, which continues to happen. So we'll touch in on him with the latest on the injuries and much more with our guy coming up. That's John Lund at 2 p.m. today. So we got a lot coming up today. John Lund at 2. When we come back, our guy Joe Sheehan is going to join us. Joe Sheehan newsletter. I got to ask about this Milwaukee Brewers team, too. I'll be the first to admit, I don't watch a lot of National League baseball, so don't always keep up on what they're doing out there. What they're doing right now is pretty damn spectacular, so we'll check in with him. Coming up next, 93.3 KJR FM.
It's now time for Ian's weekly visit with Joe Sheehan of the Joe Sheehan newsletter, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or give us a call at 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with our weekly baseball fix from Joe Sheehan.
Joe Sheehan, JoeSheehan.com, the Joe Sheehan newsletter will join us in just a couple of moments. We're at Seahawks training camp. I told you it was quiet earlier. It's not quiet anymore. We got sound. We got music. We got guys out here, whistles blowing, music playing. Teams are out there ready to rock and roll. So we'll get these get football practice going here in just a couple seconds. But joining us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline from New York City, the Joe Sheehan newsletter, JoeSheehan.com. Baseball fans, you got to make sure that you go check that out when it's all said and done. We'll tell you how to do it at the end of the segment. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. Joe Sheehan joins us. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm a little peeved.
Uh-oh. Okay. All right.
Brian Wu has consecutive good starts on the road, and Anders changes jobs?
I got to tell you a fun story. So I took yesterday off. I went down on Saturday. It's a rare occasion. We have older children that we can get them and their significant others together. So my wife, myself, our son, daughter, and their significants went down to Westport on the Washington coast. Had a great time. And on Sunday afternoon, late afternoon our time, we the kids and me left the wife at the condo. She could chill. We went to a little brewery. Shout out to Blackbeard's Brewing, by the way, in Westport. Great little spot. Went there. Watched the first few innings of the game, kind of hanging out, having some fun. And Brian Wu dealing. And I told him the story of, on Tuesday, I'm going to have to eat this thing because Joe's going to be on with us. And he's been telling us, stop worrying about Road Brian Wu. And I'm not, listen, I was not rooting against him. I'm not that guy. I'd rather root. We have a saying on our show when Jess was doing it and Anders was doing it with me. Root to be wrong. We were rooting to be wrong, Joe. And lo and behold, I said, I'm going to have to eat it. I didn't think that you would go right at Anders, though, so I appreciate that. I blame it all on him.
Well, it was the second one in a row. It's Tuesday night. We talked last week about Wu starting at Yankee Stadium. That was a pretty effective start as well. So it's fine. If he wants to change jobs rather than go, talk to me on air about it, that's, I understand.
Hey, the best part about this, Joe? I had no idea that he wasn't with me today. I had none. Like we put schedules out, and it always says it's just copy and paste, I think. And I look down, I'm like, I texted Anders. I go, hey, we're going to do this day. I said, you're probably going to hear from. I said we are probably going to hear from Joe about Road Brian Wu. He goes, oh, I'm actually not on the show. I'm doing the morning show today. I'm like, oh, isn't that convenient, fella? Isn't that convenient? So, hey, listen. Let's give you credit. You were right. Nothing to see here. Nothing to worry about. Road Brian Wu is not a thing.
Well, I think we can leave it at that. Ian, good talking to you, and have a good afternoon.
Oh, my God.
Because if we keep talking, I'm going to say something stupid. I'm going to ruin it. So, yeah.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Well, I mean, listen, hey, they needed it. I mean, they after what happened Friday in Houston, what happened in New York, in your city, God. They needed that series win. Now, the hard thing is this time of the year, they gained just one game over the weekend, and they still have this massive logjam in the wild card race. And we'll get to Milwaukee in a second where they start a series now. But let me just, all joking aside, let's go back because you've been telling us, let's not worry about Brian Wu. They needed him to be great in both of those starts, and he was. And in your mind, probably not a lot different?
No, I saw most of both starts, not all of them, more of the Houston one. And he looked like Brian Wu to me. I didn't see any differences. I think that, we talked about this last year, like how do you order these guys for the postseason? And I still think I have them. I mean, I love George Kirby. I'm talking about Kirby with you for years, but I think I'd still probably go Gilbert, Wu, Kirby, Miller, setting up for the postseason. And it depends on matchups and ballpark and stuff like that. But to me, Brian Wu is this team's number 2 ahead of the other 2 guys. And, you just hoping to get a chance to put him on the mound in a short series. We'll see how it goes. You mentioned watching Sunday's game. Friday, I still can't believe what I watched on Friday with the comeback from 5-2 down early and Jose Altuve. And this right now is a 2-game swing in the division. Jose Altuve hitting a pitch that I don't know what more Andres Munoz could have done. I mean, this thing was buried. This thing was over by SeaTac. And Altuve reaches out, pokes it, little duck snort into right field, ties the game. Dawson Varsho does much the same with the next time up, and then, of course, Walker hits a ball all the way to Vancouver. I don't know. I mean, like, the season could come down to Altuve poking that ridiculous breaking ball, 112 feet in the air. I'm stunned by it. And I'm impressed by the way they bounced back the next 2 days. If we talk about momentum, and that's as difficult a loss as I've seen a team take, and they did come back and win the next 2 games on the road.
I wanted Altuve hit for a second. I want to go back to that for a moment because I just mentioned my kids. My daughter was a fast pitch player, and my God, I felt like I was watching a fast pitch game. I mean, that's what, like, if you're a good, especially high school girls, I'm no expert on it, but I mean, I watched enough high school fast pitch over the years with her. Like, you see that all the time, and it's intentional. Like, I'm going to reach out, use the momentum of the speed of the ball, and I'm just going to flip one out there to the outfield, and I'm going to take my single and move along. I got to give him credit, man. I thought that was a hell of a play. I don't like the little fella. Nobody does in Seattle. Nobody does outside of Houston. But you got to give the guy credit. That was a hell of a play by him.
Contact, and not to dismiss the softball comp, but that's very much what Altuve did there. Was I'm just trying to keep the at bat alive. It wasn't necessarily I'm trying to hit the ball to right field. It's I'm swinging at a breaking ball that's nowhere near the plate, and I just got to try to stay alive. And sometimes that ball gets topped to the pitcher, topped to the first baseman, topped to the second baseman. Sometimes the pop up that's easily handled, and he just happened to catch it in the right way that drove home the tying run. So again, credit for getting the bat on the ball on a pitch that was nowhere near the plate by a guy who's 4'7". You know what? I don't get to make height jokes about people, but Altuve is a small guy. But I'm still stunned. Like, I just don't know if you're Andres Munoz, what more can you do in that situation? You absolutely buried a breaking ball in the opposite batter's box, a foot off the ground, and you gave up game time single. So, like I say, I don't think any of these teams are good enough. I'm talking about the White Sox. I'm talking about the Astros. I'm talking about the Brewers to some extent. I don't think any of them are so good that they can't blow these division leads. So, we'll see how it plays out. But if that 2-game swing, if that swing is a 2-game swing at the end of the year that decides the division, that is a hell of a way to go.
I love Munoz I use a little comparison sometimes in I don't know if my friend baseball guy Joe's going to get mad at me for this, but I think the baseball closer, the football cornerback, not the quarter, the football cornerback, Devin Witherspoon, those guys, the hockey goalie, you've got to have the shortest damn memory in the planet, in the world, in your job. And it's easier said than done, right? To have the confidence to go back out and do that same job after something bad happens and something negative happens. And that's, frankly, Munoz on Sunday. And it's one thing, like, you can get by with the 2 flip hits into the right field and left field that proved to be the downfall. But then Walker hits that ball, all the way to San Antonio, and you got to come back out 2 days later, and you got to do it all over again. And Andres Munoz has had a very up and down year. I thought that was just a massive moment for him on Sunday to kind of finish things off.
To bounce back in. I was watching that when I was screaming at the television before I realized, and I actually looked it up in game. I didn't realize the extent to which Munoz was a 1-inning only pitcher this year, because I wanted him in there in the 8th. And they got out of it with first Spire, and then I forget who they brought it to Sir Anthony Dominguez to get out of the 8th. And I'm screaming, like, why is – and then I look at – apparently Munoz has not been used outside of the 3-out role this year. And I don't like that. I don't want to turn this into another Dan Wilson thing, because honestly, Dan Wilson's not the only guy who does this. But when you have one guy who's that much better than the rest of your bullpen, especially in the absence of Matt Brash, I think you've got to show more flexibility. And they very nearly lost that game for want of using Munoz outside of that 3-out role. So, that spot, 2 outs, 2 on in the 8th, was higher leverage than bases loaded, with nobody out, nobody on in the 9th. And they got away with it, but I think restricting Munoz to this role is the kind of thing that's probably going to end up biting them eventually.
Well, I mean, and the role isn't just one out or one inning; it's also in the innings. Like that was. I mean, we can go back. That was the problem last year. Instead of using him earlier in Toronto, they didn't, and that's why people to this day are sideways with Dan Wilson. I give old Sir Anthony Lancelot there, give him a little bit of credit. His Mariner debut was nothing short of horrific, and that was a massively high leverage situation. He came in and got it done. But yeah, let's go back though, because whether it's in Toronto, but even in this thing, like you said, Dan Wilson isn't the only manager. The Mariners aren't the only team that does that with their closer. But aren't those the types of decisions sometimes that are made outside of the manager's office?
Yes, and having no insight into how the Mariners have divided up this role, it is possible that this is not just Dan Wilson doing it. There may be input in terms of how are we going to keep Munoz healthy over the course of a year. My feeling is I don't mind that as a 6-month strategy, but I think you've got to have the flexibility to get away from it on the road in a must-win game in August. If you want to say, hey, look, we want to not overwork one of our best relievers for 4 months, that's fine. But it's so that you can put on some extra work on him in August, September, and October. So I can agree with the larger picture and, who's making the decision. But I also think you've got to have a little more flexibility. And, we talk about this with lineups, too. There's an idea that, front offices write a lot of lineups. But unless you're actually going to show me the diagram, unless you're going to show me the workflow chart, to me, the manager's the guy who goes to the mound or doesn't. The manager's the guy who fills out the lineup card physically. It's on him to make those decisions. And I get that front offices have a lot of influence now, but I'm always going to blame the guy in the dugout or credit the guy in the dugout because otherwise, what are we doing? It's like, front offices now have 9 guys in them who have various titles. I've just taken to calling the one guy the GM, if that's not his title or not, because somebody has to, in the end of the day, bear responsibility for the decision. It can't just be the decision you don't like. Well, that's because the front office made it wrong. Well, no, look, he's the guy that it's gotten complicated as an analyst. Don't get me wrong, but I firmly believe that we've got to be able to say this guy made the call, this guy made the trade, and not just what's the word I'm looking for? Spread out blame when we don't actually know who's specifically responsible for a decision.
Well, I think you go back to, we don't see a lot of GMs necessarily fired in season. We sure as hell see a lot of managers fired in season, right? I mean, if nothing else, you're going to be the one taking the final bullet a lot of times. And I think, we've seen it in successful places like Philly and certainly with Boston. Joe Sheehan joining us, joesheehan.com. We hear a line here all the time, and I'm I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it in Seattle. It's like, well, maybe that's what fill in the blank turns, fill in the blank player around. We've heard it about Cal all year. He hits the home run the other night. The reality is he's still 2 for 20 on this road trip. He's 4 for his last 50 or 47, but if you include plate appearances, he's 4 for his last 50 plus at bats. Yes, he hit a big home run, but the bottom line is he's still just not producing. He's on pace to have a record year in a bad way for batting average for a modern day player who qualifies. Can one swing turn around Cal Raleigh, or should we just accept that he's going to get you a couple home runs here or there, and that's it, and we just got to hope everybody else picks it up?
I've been waiting for how long for him to regress even to a version of the player he was in 23, 24, and 25. And
yeah,
it's really a mystery to me. Sam Miller, the Prospectus, ESPN, he's got his own thing, Pebble Hunting now, great writer, and he was pointing out the other day that we're hoping he gets back to his level in May when he had a 650 OPS. It's getting worse. I remember talking to you when he went on the IL and thinking, all he needs is rest. He had a long season last year, and he's actually hit worse since coming back than he did before he went on the IL. It is one of the most mysterious things I've seen. And you kind of look at the swings, and he's just not – when he was at his best last year, it was almost a little like a Bonds thing where he wasn't going to get many pitches to hit. But when he got them, he was locked in on them. And there's been a degradation in the pitch selection. There's obviously been a degradation in the quality of contact. And that stuff starts to feed on each other. You know me, I'm not a soft factors guy. I don't like analyzing players through the magic box in my living room. I would be shocked at this point if there wasn't something mental going on. And I don't mean that negatively, but I don't know if you can hit $150 for a season and not have that get into your head somehow. I've had years where, I go a week and I write crap and it really starts to get at me. Cal Raleigh has been, a pretty bad baseball player for 4 months. And the thing is, I'm not ready. I don't think I'm ready to get him off for his career. I'm not even writing him off for September. If you tell me he goes out and has a 900 OPS in September, I can fully believe that. But I would have to think that playing like this for 4 months weighs on you. And I would say the same about Kyle Tucker, and I'd probably say the same about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 3 unbelievable collapses this year.
Yeah, so he's not the only one. I think that's important to remember. Like, maybe you can point that out for Mariner fans a little bit. There's 3 guys that are just inexplicably not good this season. And you just said historically for Cal. Is it historic for all 3 of those guys to have that kind of step back?
There's like no precedent from going without an injury for going from the second best player in the league to the second worst player in the league. What Cal Raleigh has done is historic. But even then, Kyle Tucker was, he signed for 4 years, $240 million. He was an MVP candidate. He did play poorly at the end of last year. He had some hand issues. And maybe we're going to learn that this has all been injury related. And, he walks enough that the numbers aren't quite as bad. He's basically been about a half win better than replacement. He's generally a good defensive outfielder. He's had a terrible couple days. He dropped the ball, just flat out dropped the ball last night at Coors. And because the Dodgers are still in first place, I don't think he's getting the grief necessarily that Raleigh's gotten. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he's always had issues hitting balls on the ground. And that was the crazy thing about that run he had in the playoffs last year. I guess I don't need to tell you guys. He was just putting everything in the air. He was hitting the ball hard and up, which is something that he struggled to do at times. And this year he's gone back to just being a 50% ground ball guy. I believe it's 7 home runs. He's on the IL at the moment. Concussion IL. I don't know if he's coming back this week. But even before that, just this ground ball machine who just wasn't driving in runs. And he's got a slugging that's like Chandler Simpson slugging. It's really a remarkable year. So, yeah, talk about the baseball not being as well, but, guys are having good years. There are guys out there hitting for power, hitting for average. And it's just at the same time, you've got 3 of these remarkable, I don't have a better word for them than collapses. And I know how that sounds judgmental, and I'm not really trying to be that guy, but how do you explain 3 guys who were projected to be, 15 WAR between them, basically being replacement level?
Well, and I think that's, the mental part is the only thing that does make sense. I know with Cal, even things like, bat speed and things like that are the same. Like, it's not like you go, wow, his bat speed's diminished remarkably and things like that. And there's no more cerebral game other than golf than baseball, right? Like, how do you feel about your swing? Well, not good today. Well, you know what? You're probably not going to have good results in either sport, and that I think what you said is right on. Joe Sheehan joined us, Joe Sheehan newsletter. The best thing about going to joesheehan.com is if you want to learn about teams like I did because I don't watch a lot of National League. I'm not Joe. How in the hell are the Milwaukee Brewers sitting with the best record in Major League Baseball? I read Joe's third preview, and I find out that, well, they didn't take a run at Tarek Skubal. They don't get any offense out of third base or designated hitter, 2 places you should. So I'll ask you this. How the hell do the Milwaukee Brewers have the best record in baseball?
Well, I mean, the pitching has been excellent. Obviously, Jacob Mizorowski has taken a huge step forward this year. They traded for Kyle Harrison. That's worked out very well for them. The bullpen's been strong. At one point we were talking about Aaron Ashby as being a guy who could possibly win 20 games. He had this ridiculous run of relief wins. I want to say he has 13 now, so he's probably not going to get there. But it's really been the run prevention. We talked to people get excited about their offense. They get on base. They hit singles. They're really good in the clutch. They've lost some of that this year. The offense is 11th overall, and really for about 2 months now, they haven't had that success with runners in scoring position. But the run prevention is the best in baseball. That's what's kept them going. Christian Yelich hasn't hit. William Contreras hasn't hit. They have real problems scoring runs. And if you remember last year, that's what knocked them out in the postseason. They got good pitching against the Dodgers and just could not score. And you look ahead to them in this October, and they're kind of setting up for that same thing where their run prevention is going to be very good, but they might lose in a series where they score, 5 runs in 4 games again. So I think you're going to get some low-scoring games this week. Do you catch Mizorowski? I haven't looked at the probables.
No, it's Harrison, May, and Gasser.
Dustin May, they traded. That was their big trade deadline acquisition. Dustin May has pitched well for the Cardinals this year. They made some tweaks. They like doing that. They like trading for guys who they can change, who they can say, they're very hands-on with their pitchers. Throw this more, change this grip. And they've had some success. Harrison was a big success for them. They traded for Robert Gasser. They traded for Shane Drohan in that same deal. They picked up Brandon Sproat from the Mets, who hasn't really worked out. So, they're going to keep the runs off the board. They're a very strong defensive team, but they're going to struggle to score. Like if you told me that there were 17 runs total in these 3 games, I might take the under. They're a defense, pitching, and try to sequence well. Whereas the Mariners are trying to hit 3 home runs and hope that some runners are on base, the Brewers are trying to get a bunch of runners on base and bring them home with runners in scoring position, with hits with runners in scoring position. It's 2 very different models of offense.
If Seattle were to get one tonight with Harrison on the mound against Miller, that'd be a big bonus for the Mariners to start this series, wouldn't it?
It is, because that's the best starter you're going to face in this series. And nothing against Dustin May, or who would say Robert Gasser in the 3rd spot.
Yeah.
This is the hard one tonight. You steal this, you're looking at a pretty good chance to take 2 out of 3 and maybe even get a sweep. And I'd say ducking. Look, they're spacing out his starts a lot. They're being very careful with him. He's only thrown 28 since July 1st. 28 innings, which is like 84th in Major League Baseball. So you're catching a break, not facing him, and you'd rather see him up close, obviously. But I think it's a break when you get Gasser and May instead of having to face Mizorowski. So, they bounced back to win the last 2 in Houston. I can't write any of these teams off at this point. None of the leaders are good enough. I think if you tell me on September 15th the Mariners are back in first place, I would absolutely believe that. Because, and I'm going to keep coming back to this, the starting pitching is just ridiculous.
And I'll wrap it up with this, Joe, because I think it's Joe Sheehan joining us, joesheehan.com, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. I'm looking through here, and I'm with you. And I've been saying this for a while. It would not surprise me if they're in the playoffs. I don't think they're anywhere close to being done. And yet it's odd because there's fewer teams between them and last place in the American League and them in the 3rd wild card spot in the American League, but they're all separated by only, there's 6 teams with 61 wins, 5 teams with 61 wins, and then a team with 60 in Cleveland, and then Seattle with 59. I mean, a lot can happen over the next couple months. And you mentioned it, everyone's got blemishes on their resume, right?
Right, and we're just waiting for some team to win 9 out of 10. All of these teams just going 4 and 6 and 5 and 5 in their last. Just waiting for one team to go out, win 9 out of 10, and take control of this thing. And again, if we're just talking about raw talent, if we're just talking about even underlying performance, the Mariners are still the best team in that mix. The Tigers are right there with them, but to me, the Mariners and the Tigers are separate from the Jays and Orioles and Twins and all the rest of that group. So if there's a team that can finish the year 24 and 14 or whatever it has to be, I think it's the Mariners.
See, Joe is glass half full guy. And I don't know where Anders is. He needs a little more positivity in his life, Joe. Tell folks about the newsletter. It's fantastic, especially this time of the year down the stretch and into the playoffs.
Yeah, joesheehan.com. You get all the information. There's free stuff up there. The last third, the 6 teams. I cover every single team coming out of the break, coming out of the trade deadline. That's up there. Covered the Brewers in that last one. Covered the Mariners. You can check that out at joesheehan.com. Excerpts from every piece. I wrote about the White Sox. I wrote about Tommy John. Tommy John's not up there. I was writing about Pete Crow Armstrong for tomorrow after that monster game he had last night. I've been wanting to write about him for a while, so I'm excited about that. Excerpts of that will be up at the site tomorrow as well. So please check it out. As Ian notes, there'll be there's a ton of content coming through over the next couple of weeks. September, October, great time to get the newsletter. You'll get your money's worth even by the end of the World Series, and then we will talk about what might happen after the World Series.
I by the way, the whole thing with Joe, with Tommy John, I got to check that out because I mentioned my kids. My son says, I didn't even realize Tommy John was a real person. Oh yeah, he is. And I think a lot of the younger generation don't realize that. It's like Tommy John. That's just the name of it.
They were absolutely baseball fans who learned on Sunday that he'd actually been a player.
Yeah, and a good one, and then also a groundbreaking one as well with the help of his doctor. So, Joe, great stuff. We'll talk to you next week, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Take care.
Joe Sheehan, minus Anders today, right here. Some good stuff. Appreciate him. What does a former teammate at Alabama think of Terrion Arnold and his character and who and what he is? We'll hear from Jalen Milroe talking about what could be the newest Seahawk, and Terrion Arnold. We'll do that next.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks practice, training camp continues. No fans, just media. So we're really not allowed to say anything going on out there, including who's on the field, who's not, until after. So we'll just kind of keep it at that. But they're out there doing their thing right now here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Earlier today in the noon hour, a couple hours ago, we had Jalen Milroe stop by, a Seahawk quarterback from Alabama, second-year player, third-round pick last year. He was teammates with Terrion Arnold at Alabama. And when I was just talking to Greg Bell about this off the air a minute ago when he walked by, the Terrion Arnold thing is a very strange thing. He hasn't officially signed here yet. He is expected to sign here. And the Seahawks are talking about him fairly openly, whether it be in Hard Knocks or even Mike McDonald's addressed it a couple of different times in media sessions. In fact, the last 2 Mondays he has extensively, which normally when they have a guy that's not like they won't even, it's like, well, we're not going to talk about it. They have. It's like foregone conclusion he's going to be here. Now, the problem is with Terrion Arnold, he's facing 8 felony charges. There are those out there that believe that he'll be exonerated and that that's not going to take place. Like he's going to be okay. There's others out there that say he's already guilty. That that's the way we live in this country. Somewhere in between lies what's going to happen. Maybe he'll be able to play. Ian Rappaport reported today on the NFL Network, he'll be placed on the commissioner's exempt list once he does sign. That makes him ineligible, and then they'll figure it out from there. All that aside, Jalen Milroe knows him very well. In fact, in the Hard Knocks episode, you heard John Schneider and Mike McDonald talk about, hey, talk to Jalen about him. He speaks highly of him. Well, I had Jalen Milroe on the show today, and I asked him about Terrion Arnold.
Well, this is my best friend that I consider my brother. This is someone that it means a lot to me because we started the journey together. We were both in the same recruiting class at Alabama. So we started the journey being the backups, grinding our tail off, grinding together, competing each and every day. Being around his room was like 2 rooms away from mine at the dorms. So this is someone I spent a lot of time with. And during this whole time frame, we got each other better. And to see now that we're both in the NFL, seeing, where his direction, his life is going. He's very, very, very talented, of course. We all know that. But he's very smart and intelligent. He's going to bring a lot of juice to our defense. He's going to work hard, of course, but also understanding that he's there. He's here to better the team. He's not going to detriment the team. He's here to better the team and only bring joy to our defense.
So there you go. That's Jalen Milroe, who has great affinity towards his former teammate, former dorm roommate, I guess dorm neighbor, and so forth. But I know the Seahawks value Jalen Milroe's opinion, Jalen's background, where he's from, and who he is character-wise is someone that they trust mightily, and so is and that I think the Hard Knocks is going to be interesting tonight because it's going to be a topic. It's going to be a topic. And there's going to be stuff in that episode that hasn't been reported by Rapp or anybody else, or Schefter or anybody else, I'm assuming, because it has certainly progressed since the last episode because they've figured out some sort of agreement. Again, it's weird. He hasn't signed, but he's going to be here at some point, we assume. Now, will he ever be able to play in Seattle this year? I don't know. Maybe. And I'll still go back and say I'll stay consistent on this. I think it's a very good football move because, in a sense, it costs you nothing by money-wise. And if he does play, nice little bonus. You get a first-round pick that can play a very important position for next to nothing. So we'll see. All right. When we come back, our buddy John Lund is going to join us from KNBR in the Bay Area. God, he's also still doing Westwood One. I was on his Westwood One show on Saturday night. That guy works too much. I always kind of thought of him as a lazy ass, but he actually is working quite a bit. Lund's going to join us. We'll talk about the 49ers have another new injury. Mike Evans is now hurt. Left practice today, quad injury, ice wrapped on his quad he was seen. So we'll find out what's going on with them. We'll talk much more about what's taking place in the NFC West after this first weekend of preseason games. Ty Simpson looked good for the Rams. Also going to talk a little bit about ESPN. the co-founder of ESPN, passed away earlier today, 93 years old. Bill Rasmussen from Parkinson's disease, and us two old guys are going to reminisce a little bit about what ESPN used to be, and still to this day how important it is to the sports media landscape. All that's coming up next. 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, it's Ian back with you from my good friends at Aurora LASIK, auroralasik.com. Your eyes need fixing. You want to have glasses, but those glasses should only be, this time of the year, sunglasses, which I have on right now here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. I don't need reading glasses. I did for a long time. I had reading glasses for about 8-9 years. Had to use them for everything, whether it be text messages, computer screen, looking at game notes, whatever it might have been. I had to have those reading glasses on, whether they be the just readers at the end of your nose or progressives, which look like normal glasses, but just have the magnification at the bottom. Just a pain in the backside, to be honest with you. I hated having glasses, especially because I had LASIK surgery done about 20 years ago, and I've never had an issue since then having to wear contacts, but all of a sudden I was back in the glasses world. Well, I got rid of those glasses because I had Aurora LASIK Refractive Lens Exchange. Incredible team down there in Lacey. They do a great job, and they'll walk you through the entire process. All you have to do is set up that initial consultation by going to Aurora LASIK, auroralasik.com. When you do so, you can talk to them virtually, find out if this procedure may be for you. Maybe you have glasses and contacts for everything else, and LASIK is something you've thought about for a long time. Hey, no better place to go than Aurora LASIK. The marquee says LASIK on there, but I had the RLE, and I can tell you the results are sensational. You'll have those same great results. Go to auroralasik.com. That's auroralasik.com.
the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. A new report about cornerback Terry Arnold. We talked about that a moment ago. The Seahawks are still planning to sign him. May take a while. All kinds of stuff to work through, according to Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. He'll be placed on the NFL Commissioner's exempt list when he does sign, meaning he'll be ineligible to play or practice while the league looks into his case. Good news for Jadarian Price. He returned to the field at training camp yesterday as a full participant after missing the last 5 practices with a sore upper leg. Slid right in with the first-team offense, taking handoffs from Sam Darnold, doing the same thing today. Some other Seahawk updates, and Torrey Horton did not practice Monday. Mike McDonald said he's, quote, working through some things. He's channeling his inner Pete Carroll with that line, by the way. Working through some things. No update on Nick Eamon-Worry status, and outside linebacker Derek Hall missed practice yesterday as well. Mariners, let's get to them. They head to Milwaukee, start a 3-game series against the NL Central leading Brewers. Bryce Miller starts for the M's. Kyle Harrison will be the best pitchers the Mariners see in this series. He'll get the start for the Brewers. Seattle 4 games off of Houston in the AL West. They're 2 games out of the wild card race.
It's now time for Ian's weekly visit with Joe Sheehan of the Joe Sheehan newsletter. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems.
Not Joe
From
Sheehan.
forklifts to pallet wraps, conveyors. Welcome to Ian's weekly visit with John Lund Unleashed. He's a Bay Area media icon who's known Ian for over 25 years. But don't let their age change your opinion of them. John takes you through the Bay Area and the NFC West and dukes it out with Ian over the Niners and the Hawks. So let's unleash it. Now with John Lund, here's Ian.
I'd also say, and I never thought I'd utter these words, maybe the hardest working man in sports radio. Like honestly.
That's not true. Not true.
Well, in terms of hours, you are. I mentioned this earlier.
I do more hours than most people on a given week. I do 7 days a week. It's a lot.
I get a text from Lund on Saturday night, and he says, "Hey." Oh, I got to read the text. Hang on a second, because this is a classic.
You were awesome, by the way. You were sober for the first time. It was amazing.
God, you're
amazing when you're sober.
Really? Some people think the opposite. I get a text at 5:46 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Saturday night. Want to talk Seahawks in the show at 8:40 p.m. tonight, or will you be hammered? No worries if you can't. I take great offense.
I think I've had you on that. Show like 3 times. I don't blame you, and you don't have a drinking problem. It's just, it goes from. Let's see if I can do the math. It goes from 8 to midnight Pacific, and so it's a Saturday night. I wouldn't, you might be out with your wife drinking wine, drinking beer. I get it. It's kind of prime time to have a good time. So it's not like I'm calling you at 9:30 on a Saturday morning and you're in the bag. That would be different.
That would be, you know what? If that happened, that would be a problem. I'd hope you say something to me about it. But no,
unless you were golfing or at the airport. Airport rules in golf don't apply. But anything else,
they never apply. It's 6 a.m. The airport, every airport bar opens at 6 a.m. You just got to go. Yeah, and golf is the same thing. But the other 2 times, the last couple times I was on, this also says that I must not have made a good impression because it's been like 6 months since I was on your national show last time.
Well, what did you want me to talk to about? Well, I could have talked hockey with you, I guess. But we're going to talk Mariners.
Yeah, no, thank God. No, it was after the NFC Championship game and after the Super Bowl were the other 2 times I was over at my next door neighbor Big Sexy's house, and we were getting after it a little bit. So
that was like epic stuff. That was good.
Well, I did the show Saturday night after the Seahawks preseason game when I was fighting my way through Seattle traffic. It was a ton of fun. I mean, the guy's doing a show back on KNBR. Now you're doing a national show. Guy, take some time, dude. Take some time for yourself, John.
I literally just got off because you guys probably do this too, unless you don't like each other, which is possible. But how the program directors like to do crosstalk. So I'm looking at it. And it's like I go 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, and it's like 2:02 or something, and I can see KJR calling, and I'm just like, dude, I just did just like you, I just did a solo show, man, and it's like I've been yapping for 4 hours, like let me off the show, and then and then like you said, I do Saturdays and Sundays, and it's like, but I got bills, man, I got still divorces, I got ex-wives, I got more kids in the house. That was a brilliant idea. Hey, let's add some more to the. It was smart.
Jeez, what the hell's wrong with me? Hey, two more kids through college.
The news today I see out of the Bay Area is the substation has struck again. Mike Evans leaving practice as a quad injury. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, the substation strikes again, as you said, but the reality of it is when you sign, I don't know, I'm crazy. When you sign 30-plus-year-old players who have gotten injured their entire career, you know what they're going to do? They're going to keep getting injured. Like their whole offense is like George Kittle's 32 off an Achilles. Mike Evans is always hurt. Deebo Samuel is always hurt. Christian Kirk is always hurt. Trent Williams is 85. What's going to happen? They're going to get hurt. I mean, and everyone around here acts surprised. Like, it's got to be the substation, or they're practicing too hard, or what? Oh, it's got to be the training staff. It's like, no, you're signing 30-plus-year-old guys who always get hurt.
That happens.
Get hurt.
We're all shocked by this. We're all shocked by this issue, aren't we?
Dude, they're down in they're in LA, and they're doing the joint practices with the Chargers. We had a couple of people on from down there, and then right when Mike Evans, limped off the field with ice on his groin or whatever he was doing, it's just like they have 20 guys out of practice. 20. I mean, it's just unreal. It's crazy.
Okay, in all seriousness, is there concern? Because we've been talking about this, kind of joking about it for a while, but is there any concern about all these guys getting hurt?
Yeah, I mean, and they've done everything. I mean, they've changed their staff. You know how training camp is. You're out there, better than I do. I mean, the Niners used to be in Rockland, California, and it was 105, and we just had, you won't like him because he's a Husky, but I just had Dennis Brown on, and I was saying, are they working out too hard? And I thought he was going to rip my head off. I was like, dude, we were in Rockland. We were doing pads every day. We were doing 2-a-days. Some of it is, there's a lot of different theories. Do they build up enough callus or whatever the case may be? But, you see one or two, you know this, everybody knows this. You see one or two injuries across the league, and it scares the hell out of everybody. I mean, the Cardinals have got to be the dumbest team in the universe. 14 touches in the first half, 11 carries, and 3 catches for Jeremiah Love. What are you doing? There's a happy medium there, but I mean, you can help keep your players healthy, but training camps aren't what they used to be or anything like that. But some of it comes down to bad luck. But like I said, I chalk it up to 30-plus-year-old guys who get hurt a lot. I mean, Mike Evans is going to get hurt. Debo's going to get hurt. Christian Kirk's going to get hurt. Kittle's going to get hurt. CMC's going to get hurt. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has never learned that CMC, especially as he gets older, you got to get a backup running back, and the Niners have nothing. This is the most barren their backfield has been since McCaffrey became a 49er. At least like last year, they had Brian Robinson, who, he's had some decent years in this league. They don't have anybody. So if this is tightness, some people are saying maybe it's a contract thing, but he's probably, I know this is crazy to say, but he might be even more important than Brock Purdy.
Jeez. Well, I mean, he is. When he's healthy, he's a difference maker. I mean, the quarterback's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a 2,000-plus yard, 2,500 yard combined guy in the league. I mean, did you guys 1913 over the Titans beat the Niners? I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
Because I told you on our Saturday show. Outside of the fact that I think Mike McDonald would not have been happy with his offensive line depth, like the backups, I thought. There's not much to learn from that game against the Cowboys, to be honest with you. There just wasn't. I know some people are critical of Jalen Milroe. I kind of look at it like Milroe was behind a bunch of slappies on the offensive line. I'm not sure what he was supposed to do, but
right.
Not much to glean. A couple guys stepped up that were backup linebackers, and that was it. Did the Niners learn anything out of that game against the Titans besides that Deshaun Stribling is okay against bad players?
Yeah, I guess that's the biggest thing. This kid out of Ole Miss, and
he's a Wazoo guy too.
Football. I mean, that's right.
Yeah. He's a Wazoo guy.
I mean, he's whatever. I'm not counting that part, but he played. This is what's crazy. And again, you're right. It's everything. Everyone has to realize preseason. We've seen it a million times. I use this example of this guy. His name was Marcus Rush, like 5 or 6 years ago with the Niners. He led the preseason in sacks, and he had like 6 or 7. I mean, it was ridiculous. I think like 7 preseason sacks. He bore 44, and everyone was going bananas that they had found some guy. The Niners cut him. Everybody freaked out. He was out of the league like a year later, picked up by like 5 different teams. He couldn't play. So, it's with the grain, but Stribling only played 22 snaps. He got 7 balls for 63 yards, and went up to get one, made a nice sideline catch. He runs a 4.35, as you know, because he went to Wazoo. I mean, I think the guy can play, but he may have to, like I said. But that's the problem with the 49ers is if you said, okay, their 3 wide receivers plus Kittle are, Christian Kirk and Mike Evans and Deebo Samuel, that's pretty good. But what's going to happen is those guys are all going to get hurt. And so a guy like Stribling, who you think, okay, well, he can be a depth piece, he's going to have to start. And like you said, okay, that's great that you did that against, although I guess Tennessee did have their starters in, but they stink. But he may have to step up early, just like a lot of these young guys on this team. And not only him, but then this is a really young defense. And so what is it? Is it Niners Seahawks early in the season, right? I mean, they're going to get they're going to get the Niners early.
Well, I would say that the Deshaun Stribling, I mean, he's going to have to play because you get the rotting carcass of what was once known as Deebo Samuel. It's not like he's going to be anything this year. Nick, by the way, your guy you just mentioned, I had to look it up in Seattle. There was a guy here. He was Oregon's all-time leader in sacks. Nick Reed was his name. He finished in 2008, and he came to. He's kind of like our poster child here. Oh my God, Nick Reed is. And I think he was either a 7th-round pick or undrafted here. Comes in. And we're like, Nick Reed's going to be the dude, man. He is going to be the man. And he had that same preseason, like, oh, look out for Nick Reed. And, it's if you go look up Nick Reed on Pro Football Reference, good luck. You won't see much there. There's those guys every year, except for let's make fun of our friends down the street. And, by the way, Stribling is good. Doesn't always catch everything, which sometimes can be a problematic for a wide receiver.
Yeah, I've seen that a little bit.
Yeah. That's why at Wazoo we had no problem sending him to Ole Miss because that was our decision there. Actually, he went to where did he go? He went to like Oklahoma State first. I think he went to Oklahoma State first.
Did he really?
And then Ole Miss. Yeah. What I like is this. I love me this because as we joke about all that. Did you see Ty Simpson, 21 of 25, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns, passer rating of 125? I mean, Ty Simpson, that was a sneaky good pick by that. That was a sneaky good pick by the Rams. Oh, my God, Ty Simpson.
Good.
Stop it. Just stop it. Come on. Please, stop it.
He was playing against, like, Kansas City UPS drivers. No offense to UPS drivers. You have a great job, well-paying, great benefits. I'm not disparaging. It was just the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
But, come on, man. I mean, look. If Matthew Stafford retires, and you've heard the same thing, and I think you and I have actually talked about it, his wife, Kelly, came out and said, look, the girls are getting old enough. I think he has 4 girls, and they wonder where daddy is and all that kind of stuff. Now, look, it's probably tough to turn down $50, $60 million, whatever you could do. I don't expect him to retire after this year, but maybe the Rams know something we don't. If you want to slide Ty Simpson in there and take Matthew Stafford out, thank you. The rest of the NFC will be sending you whatever kind of, prizes that you want. Because right now, Stafford, he's ridiculous. The only team that figured out, as you well know, the only team that figured out Mike McDonald last year was the Rams twice. The Seahawks won those games. They were great games, obviously. But, I mean, he was the only one to figure it out. If Stafford wants to leave after this year, that's great. That'd be wonderful. You want to put it in Ty Simpson's hands? Great.
Yeah, we're all in. And by the way, McVay, in a sense, McVay figured it out. I'd also say that the quarterback is, he was a damn MVP. And you covered him in Detroit.
He's ridiculous.
He's just different. Like, he's just I hate the fact that he plays for the Rams, and because nobody likes the Rams and all that. He's one of the most remarkable guys when you watch him play. Like, just the ball, like, you think you're going to get him, you're going to sack him, and the ball's out. The ball's always out.
Quick.
It's crazy. Yeah. That's a gift and a skill that comes from all those years. All right, I want to touch in on something different with you just for a second. Bill Rasmussen died today. I don't know if you talked about this on your show. Bill Rasmussen died today at the age of 93. He was the co-founder of ESPN. 7 p.m. September 7th, 1979. ESPN went on the air, and it was that ESPN 30, 40 years ago, far different than today's ESPN, as we all know. But and I think there's a fun thing in sports media now. If you're not at ESPN, is to mock ESPN, right? Like, that's just kind of it's a sport in amongst itself, and there's reasons for it, right? Like, there's reasons that we mock ESPN. But I was just thinking back, the original ESPN. Where would we be in just sports media without Bill Rasmussen? Not just ESPN, not just TV, but just us, right? Just us,
right? Yeah, you do wonder if somebody would have come up with this, they probably would have. But you're right. I mean, for it to be done when it was done, and I worked with them for a number of years.
Yeah, that's right.
You know,
Yeah.
it's crazy. I mean, that's a great question because it kind of just became a norm. I mean, remember, people know this, but I mean, you used to have you had two things, and this ages us both, but you know, the newspaper, and you'd open it up and you'd see box scores, and then you had to catch the news. At least I did. I remember like at 10:18 or 10:22 or whenever they would have it. Well, whenever they would have the sports broadcast, you would get, 3 or 4 minutes. And then after 9/11, it went down to about 90 seconds. And that was your sports. So you could, you got Sports Illustrated weekly, you got a newspaper daily, and you got whatever the local newscast had. And that was your sports. That was it.
And if you didn't, and the thing with ESPN was it's evolved. I kind of almost equate it to MTV, right? Like they've evolved. It used to be MTV. You turn MTV on, and that's where you got your music. Like you would, like in college, you'd have it on in the background. You didn't have the radio on. You had MTV on, and the music videos. If you did a good music video, you'd all of a sudden sell albums, CDs, cassettes, whatever it would be. Right? It was all about that. And promoting, and today MTV, I don't even know if they have music videos on anymore, right? And it's evolved.
It's gone. MTV's gone. They booted it. I think that's a great that's a great comparison. I mean, it'll always be around. I think what they did, and I can't fault them, man, because, we see the numbers, we see the revenue, everything. They went from, we loved watching SportsCenter all the time, but it just kind of became too much. And now I kind of look at it as they sold their soul to the devil. Like whatever people think of it. I'm not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's just what they used to do. And I've actually written about this a lot of times. What they used to do is when you worked for them, nobody was bigger than that brand. So ESPN was it. And a lot of companies are like this brand. I would go to these meetings. I know this is crazy, but they actually put me in charge of a station. I was miserable and terrible at it, but still they did. And, you'd go to these meetings and it'd just be like brand, ESPN, no one's bigger than ESPN. And so, like your Dan Patricks and Keith Olbermans and Rich Eisens and all these guys split off because it was like, well, I want to kind of brand myself. And then what they did was over the last few years, good, bad, or indifferent, Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Smith, like all these different guys, they're bigger than the brand itself. And they're getting all this kind of money and they're kind of running the way things work at ESPN. Some people love it. Some people hate it. I happen to not watch those shows. It's, I'm not mad at it or anything like that. But the one thing, and I can't remember the story, what it was, but a serious news story happened. God, I'm trying to think what it was. It might have been 6 or 8 months ago. And they literally didn't have anybody to cover it. It had to be something legal or something like that. But I mean, and maybe it was NBA related. And like they put Kendrick Perkins on there. I'm like, come on, man. Because remember, they used to have like lawyers and they used to have like Bob Lee or something like that.
They had an investigative. Remember they had an investigative unit. That would break stuff down.
So you can bring guys in. Like, could you imagine like if the O.J. Simpson trial was on right now? Like, Kendrick Perkins or some of these other guys, these buffoons trying to explain that. I mean, they don't have lawyers. They don't have straight men anymore. I get it. Like that's the way things evolve. A lot of stuff they're not aiming at me, but depending on what you think of ESPN, they've either bastardized it to such a level that it's too frustrating to watch, or there's a lot of people that think, oh, this is cool. These talk shows and people screaming and all that kind of stuff.
I flipped it on last night just because there was nothing on, and I was shutting her down early, and I was just laying there. I'm like, all right, like I'll flip on to sport, and I watched SportsCenter. I didn't know either one of the anchors, and like I'm thinking, give me some highlights, give me something, and it's kind of the same old stuff. It was there's Brian Schottenheimer from the Dallas practice. There's the controversy with the Lakers sale. A couple highlights that didn't include any teams relevant in the American League wildcard race that I'm kind of curious about. I mean, it has evolved. But I do say I think that Bill Rasmussen is a guy that all of us in the business probably, and sports fans as a whole, owe a thank you to, because the other crazy thing is, like, I'm going to really date myself now. It used to be if you turned the television on after whatever late show it was, so like Letterman's at 12:30, right after Carson. You turn it off, or 12, whatever it was. If you turn, like, once Letterman was off, there was nothing on television, like nothing.
No.
Like you'd have like a what do they call it, color bars up there, and that was it.
Yeah.
And now, now that we're old, like guys like you and me are a little bit older, right? Well, what do we do?
Not me.
Half the time you can't sleep. right? You can't sleep. You wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, okay, I can't sleep. Why? Because I'm old, right?
Where's my life gone wrong? It's 2:30 in the morning.
So you flip on the TV and every channel's 24/7. ESPN was 24/7 before that was a thing, man. So,
Right.
I mean, I thank
Yeah.
Bill Rasmussen. I don't like where it is now necessarily. I'm like, Softy tweeted something out yesterday. I'm agreeing. The only thing I watch now are live events, like a game. But
100%.
Right? But I and you worked for him, like you said, the brand. The brand was everything. In fact, our
No, it was
competitors
so
in town
massive.
were branded that way. Like for a
Yeah.
long time, our
It-
competitors were branded that way. Now they got away from it because a lot of people don't want to be associated with it anymore because of McAfee and Stephen
the
A.
other thing too is, and the other thing too is like they would. I was in the business when it really started to become prevalent that they would stream. So we used to be able to do a lot of crazy stuff. Like I ran a station in Dallas that was owned by ESPN, and we used to do tons of stuff because they couldn't hear us. And then once streaming became as prevalent as it became, they would call me and they're like, "What are you doing? What is this? What is that?" And I remember I came up with some. I can't remember what I came up with some bit that was probably on the edge. And I did it on my show, and man, I got a call like literally 1 minute after my show. It's like, yeah, that's not us. That's not ESPN. That's not the brand. They wrote me up and all that kind of stuff. And now they're doing stuff that's just like, because remember, ESPN used to be the place where it was like, you need 2 sources. You can't run with this. You can't run with that. Now, if it's like, it doesn't even matter if it's an egg account on Twitter. It's like if they say so, you can run with whatever you want as long as it's content,
Yeah.
Totally different.
I'm shocked that you got called on the carpet for something. That's stunning to me. But
I remember it being really funny, but knowing, please, I hope they didn't listen. I hope that, and sure enough, 201. Yeah, we need to have a meeting. You're doing it. Whatever wasn't a Zoom back then, but whatever it was. And
would they?
I'm sorry.
What would they think of your bit that you do at KMBR, or what does KMBR think? By the way, I should ask you this: of your substation bit last week.
Oh, they were not. Yeah, I was 2 days into the show and I got my first reprimand. Yeah, we don't think that injuries are funny. Please don't make fun of our injuries. Because, like, for example, their backup quarterback, Curtis Rourke, got hurt.
Yep.
And so we did this bit, just one question. I said, hey, substation, why did you have to get Curtis Rourke hurt? He's just some backup quarterback. And the substation sang the Baby Back Rib song from Chili's. They thought that was not funny. I thought it was really funny. They didn't think it was funny. So I was 2 days into the show, and they're like, could you not do that? I'm like, all right.
You know who thinks it's funny? Every Seahawk fan thinks it's funny. Keep it up. I say,
they did.
I say, keep up the good work, fella. Keep up the good work, will you, please? Keep that up.
Yeah, they don't have a sense of humor when it comes to injuries around here. I don't know why, but they don't.
All right. Well, listen, we'll check in next week unless you text me at 5:45 this Saturday. I cannot.
Yeah.
I'm not working this Saturday, so there's.
Oh, you're not? Oh, you'll be drinking.
Well, there'll be
thank God I did. You and Cam Cleveland on a national call. I was like, oh my God, that was cool, man. And I appreciate you going through the traffic. By the way, if it was you, I would, because we do this all the time. But like weaving through traffic and being on the phone, not the most fun thing in the world. Miss a turn here and there. That's not fun.
No, I was fine. It was easy. I'm stealth. I got my way out of there, but it was Cam's awesome, by the way. Like he's a Husky, so that that's the one downside. But
that's a problem.
He's really, really good. Like he'll probably, those guys will want him back. They probably won't want me back, but they'll want him back for sure. So, and if they find out that I associate with you, they'll definitely not want me back.
Yeah,
either,
that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem.
Hey, isn't that the guy that did that thing
All right,
called
man.
the substation? Go do your thing. Go do your thing. I'll talk to you next week, if not sooner, unless you guys call me this weekend. I'll be around. See you, buddy. All right, that's the great John Lund joining us here, as he does every Tuesday. We'll take a break. We got some text to get to. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. We'll do that coming up next.
kind of wonder if there's something up with Cal's vision. And I don't just mean his eye for pitches. I know this might sound simplistic, but I mean, you never know. When was the last time he got his vision checked? His actual vision checked? I mean, when you get to, I know mine started to go sideways randomly out of nowhere just a little bit, and just a little bit can really affect your depth perception. So I don't know, just something I was just thinking about.
Certainly could be the case. God, can you imagine the absolute egregious errors on the staff of a medical staff if they didn't think of that, though?
That'd be bad.
Because I think a lot of people have probably thought that. What the hell is going on with him? Why can he not? I want to. Who was it that got? Was it JP got his eyes fixed a couple of years ago and it made a big difference? Somebody on the team that has happened recently. Where like, oh yeah, I thought my eyes were good. And there's different. Cal, can I interest you in my friends at Aurora LASIK? AuroraLASIK.com.
There you go.
You know what? They can take care of you. They can make sure you're fine. They'll take care of what all your problems are. All right, 49451. Let's I'll check the text here. Okay. Before ESPN, we stay up late on Sunday night and watch the Sports Machine. A lot of people mention the old Sports Machine, the George Michael Sports Machine. Way, way before your time, right, Trav?
Yeah, before my time.
George Michael was a sports anchor based in Washington, D.C., and he started doing a national show on Sunday nights. It was syndicated. It aired out here at 11:30 after the local news. I think it aired live, 11:30 back east, and he hit every highlight imaginable across the country. So I thought it was. He was kind of before the times as well. It's 425. I used to watch Aussie Rules football on ESPN in the early days. Yeah, it used to be what they would do at ESPN is they would fill time with wrestling, pro wrestling. And not like now where it's like a thing. Now it's like we're gonna break down a match on Monday Night Raw, which is just ridiculous. No, they would just show a wrestling match with the Von Erichs from Dallas or Aussie Rules football at 2 a.m, and it was fine. I like that. I miss those days. Let's see what else we got. A lot of people don't like Stephen A. and George and Pat McAfee. That's fine. I get that. Marcus says, unless there's a game on, I haven't watched ESPN in years. Years. So, yes, I did, Greg. Thank you. Let's see. Derek from Sultan here. Pumped for fantasy. Won 2 of 2 leagues last year because you guys, we have a high bar to meet. Well, I'm glad somebody won because I know I didn't. Last I checked.
We all know you didn't.
That's well, yeah. By the way, Funston will be on Thursday. We will take your questions on the text line on Thursday for Funston. We won't do phone calls. Let's do phone. We're going to run through probably running backs, maybe running backs and quarterbacks, maybe just running backs and your questions for your fantasy draft as you get closer if you have keeper questions. But week 2 of Brandon Funston coming up on this Thursday at 2 p.m., so get ready for that. But, God, winning 2 of 2 leagues, I'd just like to win 1. That'd be awesome. Let's see what else we got here. Wow, I haven't heard about George Michael Sports Machine in years. That brought back some memories, LOL. Marcus says, can't wait for Friday, getting as many growlers as they allow. You can take as many as you want. I should mention that. Coming up on Friday will be the Mayor of Maple Valley, the Mayor IPA will be debuting. It's 6th year. Let me double check. I'm really bad with this, Trav. Let's see. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. This will be year 7, actually. It's year 7 of the Mayor IPA at Georgetown Brewing. Coming up on Friday. I'll do the show there from 12 to 3 and probably hang out afterwards for a little while as well. Every dollar, every cent. Not a percentage. Georgetown doesn't say we're going to donate 5, 10, 20, 40, or 50% of every pint growler sale to the charities. Every cent. They donate the labor. They donate the hard cost of the ingredients. Everything goes right to those 3 charities for the Mayor IPA debuts for year number 7 coming up this Friday. I think they open around 10 or 11, but again, we'll be there at noon. Come on by anytime. Marcus, as many growlers as you want, buddy. Take as many as you want. They'll kind of limit you if you start hammering beers there, pints. Like, I'm going to guess you only want a pint or two of the mayor on site if you're driving, because it's probably in the mid-6s. I haven't seen it. I'm going to find out tomorrow. I'm making a stop down there to finalize everything. But, yeah, we're going to have a great time. Can't wait till Friday. It's always a really cool time down there at Georgetown. So that's coming up Friday at noon to 3. And then, again, it'll go and sell until it's all gone. Have the Mariners gone 24-14 in any stretch this season? Well, they had an 8-game winning streak. That was it. We talked about it. They've only had one stretch this year where they've won 3 straight series, and that was that 8-game winning streak along the way.
Right.
I like this one, 253. The most Seattle thing ever would be for us to bitch about the Mariners all year long and for them to sneak in and win the World Series. There won't be enough room on the bandwagon. There'll be plenty of room. There will be plenty of room. And I agree. I that's why I've been kind of staying somewhat, I want to say I'm positive, but somewhat optimistic about their chances. And I think Joe just mentioned, if you missed our conversation with Joe Sheehan earlier, I thought he had a great point. Like, roster-wise, just look at the roster, and especially the starting pitching, of that mushy middle of teams trying to get that third wild card spot, and or you could probably say the same thing about the AL West. They've got the best roster, especially starting pitching, of anybody. And I would not be stunned. I know a lot of people would be. I would not be stunned if they got in and took a massive run in the playoffs at all.
No.
Because you do it pitching, especially in the postseason. And it would be the most Mariner thing for everybody to be pissed off all season long. All season long. Mad as hell of these guys. Mad as hell at these dudes. And all of a sudden, boom, they get on a run. And they get on a heater. And they get going. That would not shock anybody at all. Let's see.
Also, September, there's plenty of winnable series in September. You got the A's twice, the Angels twice, Colorado.
Yeah.
Mariners can come away with a bunch of series wins there.
Let's see. I don't care what the official lines are, says the 206. I think Cal did not get a chance to get healthy. He needs to know, and the team needs to know, when health is more important than looking like you're contributing all the time. Baseball players, I feel, have a hard time coming back from lingering or during season injuries. He goes on. I just think it's hard for us to speculate on a player's health. I mean, we joked about the vision earlier. Go see our friends at Aurora LASIK. It's just hard. We're not in the locker room. I mean, they have medical staffs that are highly trained. His bat speed hasn't diminished to a point where it would be concerning. It's down a little bit. I know, just talking to Eno Saris every Thursday. It's down a little bit, but not significantly enough for you to go, man, there must be something really wrong with him in that regard. So, All right. Thanks for the text. Appreciate it. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Softy joins us coming up next. Hey, Zane back with you for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino, Snoqualmie Hotel and Casino, Sportsbook there as well. Great dining options, all there for you. Enjoy yourself, enjoy a weekend. Also, now is the time to get up there for your futures bets on college and NFL games. Why not? Why would you not be up there doing that right now? The NFL is there coming up very soon. College starts, believe it or not, a week from Saturday is week 0. In the college ranks. Yes, we'll have college games a week from Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Sportsbook is there to take all of your wagers, whether it be on the app or, which I love the app, or you can also use the kiosks that are located throughout the property and the windows there if you like to have human interaction. It's all there. The hotel, sensational, gorgeous views of Mount Si, Snoqualmie Valley, and the dining options are plentiful. Find out more by going to snocasino.com, Seattle's closest now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. I should mention NFL Network reporting Trevon Diggs, former cornerback for the Cowboys, Packers, other teams worked out for the Seahawks today.
Another connection to Adon Durde and DeMarcus Lawrence and Dante Fowler. And it's unbelievable.
Also an Alabama guy.
That's what I was going to say. There's a kind of Alabama, I guess, pre-2015.
Yes.
And then there's a Cowboys post-2020. It's wild.
Also,
right? Carl Scott, too?
Yeah, Carl Scott. Also tells you what they think of their cornerback depth.
Right.
They're going after whatever they can
You
right
think
now.
that's a real mustache on Brady Henderson, by the way?
Nope. It's fake. I'm taking it off right now. Watch, he's taking it off right now. Look at that. It's coming off just like that.
That is just like witness protection program grade.
Yeah.
Right there.
Listen.
Hey, you want to jump on? Unbelievable.
Listen, if you were as good looking as that guy,
he's a good looking dude. He really is.
You could wear whatever you want.
He's not the
buddy.
best looking guy. He's not the worst looking guy. Maybe that's a bracket over the summer next year on the show.
Best looking media guys in
that's
Seattle.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And the worst looking media guys.
Well, so you and I are on that one.
100%. 100%.
We're Mogerby.
Bringing up the rear. Moger's a good looking dude.
Yeah, I think so too.
Moger's a good looking guy.
Yeah.
I think we can start with our guys.
Yeah.
Best looking dude on KJR. Ooh, that's a good question.
There's no
Who
answer.
would you make number one?
There's no right answer.
I mean, Jess and Ashley, number 1A and 1B.
But it's guys.
Okay, we're just doing dudes?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
I don't think any of us are in the bracket.
Moger, are you there, by the way?
I'm here.
Are you still in the studio, or did you
he's
take
there.
off?
No,
Okay.
He usually just leaves 20 minutes early.
Who would you say is the best-looking full-time employee at this radio
I think Andrews is a handsome guy.
Andrew's a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
Andrew's a good-looking guy. Jackson, a little pudgy, whatever.
Aren't we all?
I look too much like Pee Wee Herman. You got a weird Canadian thing going on. I don't know what's going on with you.
I never noticed the Pee Wee Herman thing.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, big time.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
You've seen it.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that.
You've seen the picture of me and my buddy Casey.
Yeah, you at the Apple Theater,
dressed up as no. The fact, you know what? The fact that you even know what that is,
I told you,
says
this.
a lot about you.
I told you this. I drove by that place every day on the way to O'Day High School on Bourne Avenue. And then we turned 18 and
wait a minute, wasn't the Apple on First Avenue?
No, the Apple was a little one.
The Apple was on First Avenue.
What was the one on the? What was the little one up on Bourne Avenue?
That must have been a different one, man.
No, I think
that was the grapefruit.
Wait, the orange. Well, actually, number 5 orange.
Lemon.
The number 5 orange is a strip joint in Vancouver. I do know that.
Oh, this is just devolved.
Yeah,
we really need the Seahawks season to start.
Well, I was
ASAP
because I was not here yesterday.
Yeah, neither was I.
Oh, you weren't?
No, I was in the studio.
Okay, well, no,
the first time in like forever.
But I wasn't here listening to the radio station.
Oh yeah, you were off. You were in Westport, I heard.
I was just driving back, but I missed your breakdown the top 10 things from the preseason game.
That's because it didn't happen. Didn't happen. I tried to do it, man. I didn't watch it live. I'll admit it.
Okay.
I started watching it yesterday morning.
What happened?
My eyeballs started bleeding.
Yes.
And I quit about halfway through the second quarter.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stand it. I mean, there was no more scoring, obviously, after that. Was
first drive.
The first drive of the game.
Drive, yeah.
You know, what's the guy's name from Michigan State, the wide receiver?
Montoria Foster.
Right, Montoria Foster. I felt bad because I was on with our buddies over at King yesterday and Ariel.
You had no idea who he was.
No. I told him he was on the practice squad last year. Here,
yeah,
I know who he is.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man, I'm not that big of an idiot. I'm an idiot, but not that big of an idiot. And so she's like, "Isn't it great that he's got a personality in this story?" I was like, "Yeah, well, that'll be fine and good when he gets cut in 3 weeks."
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of stories and personalities
out
here.
I felt bad about that. Yeah,
okay.
We had the gal on from Hard Knocks last night, Kaylee Campen, who's the one of the directors, producers of Hard Knocks, and I asked her about how they don't do the cuts anymore. They don't show the cuts.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, there's first of all because it's just a one day.
Yeah,
they don't have as much content to choose from anymore. And then number two, I think they just the league wanted them to get away from things that could be deemed as controversial. And I even asked her, like with Darnold, Brady might want to write about this. With Darnold and Cooper Kupp. Remember the scene they're talking about LeBron?
Yeah.
Right? And they're both complimenting LeBron.
Right.
So I asked her if they had ripped LeBron, would you have put that in there? And she basically said no.
Wow.
I mean, can you imagine how big a story that would have been? Super Bowl champion quarterback criticizes LeBron James.
Oh, been awesome.
For signing. It would have been great for us.
Yeah.
But they don't want to do that.
Well,
they don't want to do that.
The thing with the cuts was I thought that was it's a human interest story.
Right.
You're following these guys
100%.
From day one at camp. They're grinding.
Then they get cut, and then they go to Arby's.
Because you find yourself rooting for them, right? You're such a knucklehead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Arby's is great. I love Arby's.
When was the last time you went to Arby's?
Oh, it's been so long.
I have not.
There used to be one up in, I think that's still there up in Northgate.
Okay.
Across the freeway from the Kraken. I think it's still there.
I don't know if it's still there.
Other side of I-5.
I've explored over there.
I'd stop there all the time, man. God.
I drove by one on the way to the aforementioned Westport, and I saw a sign. Right. Well, because if you drive through Aberdeen, Aberdeen is fast food heaven.
Oh, yeah.
They have that little strip. They even have a Dutch Brothers.
Is the Star Wars store still there? Or is it gone?
Oh, I know. I think it is.
It's still there?
It's right before you take a left to go to Westport.
Okay.
You know what? I'll confirm for you.
Let me know next time you go.
Anyway,
home of Kurt Cobain.
It is.
Right. And Mark Bruner.
But I drive by the Arby's, and a little sign says, "Try our cheesesteaks."
Right.
And I'm telling you right now,
that's a delicatessen out there, man.
I was thinking to myself,
oh, God.
I got to try the Arby's cheesesteak. I bet it's good.
That's a 5-star meal in Aberdeen. Anyway, I don't know, man.
Preseason, you're fired up.
I'm so done with
Don't you wish you were in Tennessee watching joint practice?
I'd rather watch that than watch the game.
Yeah,
honestly.
About 100
on
fights
Saturday. That's my whole point.
Yeah,
that's what I told the people at King.
Yes,
I'm more fired up for the fights than the joint practice, man.
Yeah.
Guys swinging helmets and all that. Hell yeah,
God,
bring it on, man.
Let's go.
Donnybrook.
Yeah,
why not?
I'd like to be there just to go to Nashville.
Don't you think that the Seahawks?
I don't care about the football. I want to go to Broadway.
Designate a fight squad.
Okay.
Of guys that have no chance of making the team.
Yeah.
And you guys, you 5 goons, are in charge of boxing those 5 goons if things get out of control.
Just go. Just run on the field. Even if you're on the sideline,
that's right.
Just jump in there.
All right. DeMarcus Lawrence, Ernest Jones.
Get the hell out.
Get off.
Yeah.
Here comes goon 1, goon 2.
Yeah.
It's like a hockey line just checking in. Right?
Well,
how great would that be?
Judging from the fact that they are bringing in every retread cornerback available.
Right.
My guess is if you're not Devin Witherspoon, Nehemiah Pritchett, or Josh Jobe.
How about Iggy? Iggy? No Iggy?
I think you guys, that's where you start with your, what do you call it, the Goon Squad?
The Goon Squad.
The Goon Squad.
Fight Club.
Fight Club.
First rule about Fight Club, we don't talk about
Fight Club.
You don't want to be on Fight Club. Well, maybe it's a sign that the Terrion Arnold thing's not going to happen. I thought it was really weird, guys, and I said this on the air Friday, and Dick and Jackson disagreed with me, and I even texted Curtis, and he disagreed too. I thought it was weird that the Seahawks came out and spoke publicly
you're right.
about a player they hadn't signed yet.
So, I was talking to Greg Bell about that today. Greg Bell.
Right.
And we said, never have
I've never heard it.
They've never spoken about a player that's not officially signed before.
And
it's one thing on Hard Knocks behind the scenes.
Right.
But last Monday, so a week ago yesterday, I because I'm a hardworking guy, I stuck around for the Mike McDonald post-practice.
Defined hardworking.
I stuck around for a press conference and asked a couple questions. Anyway, he's talked about it, 8 questions about, and he answered all of them.
Like he was here.
Yeah,
like he was already
normally
here.
what you hear is, hey, we're exploring every opportunity. We can't really talk about it.
Right.
Instead, they taled about like he's already under contract for the next 5 years. It's
That's
very
right.
strange.
I thought it was very odd.
Yeah.
I just don't
and
remember.
Nobody agreed with you?
No, those guys didn't. I mean, I
not
understood Curtis's point that, everyone knows he's being signed. Well, okay, but he hasn't signed yet.
And that's not what they've never done
and
that
it's
before.
very odd to hear anybody, I think, in town do that, right? Anybody. Yeah, that was not good.
That was not good.
Not good.
Yeah, that was not good at all.
Yeah.
Well, we can't talk about it.
We can't talk about that, right? All right, we'll be zapped.
Yeah, you won't be allowed to come back tomorrow. Actually, we're not here tomorrow anyway.
I think we're done.
Yeah, we are done.
After today, we're done.
What are you doing?
What's today? Tuesday?
Today's Tuesday.
Wilner's on today.
Okay.
Husky fans that hate Wilner won't want to hear him at 5 o'clock.
No, I read his column today. They're not going to like that.
He's very complimentary of the Huskies, man. Has him ranked 13th in the AP poll. I think he's got the second highest ranking. McMurphy had him in the top 10. You see the Fox poll that has you guys as like the worst team in college football? By the way, they ranked all 138 teams, and you guys are number 1. That's what I said. Like, what do you know?
Yeah.
They got a brand new head coach. They got a brand new quarterback. By the way, who's your guy going to be? Is it the kid from Poly?
Pennick?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be
Caden Pennick.
Might be Eshelman.
I saw Pennick last year in person, and I was like, ugh. Now, he didn't have a lot of talent around him, obviously, going up against the Dogs. That's a different deal.
I might also say that might be like watching poor Jalen Milroe play with the 4-string offensive line.
Well,
hard to judge.
You know who his backup was at Cal Poly? Cam's kid.
Yeah, I know.
Trainer.
Yeah,
I
know.
Right.
I know.
Right. So
I learned that on Saturday night during the broadcast.
Yeah, it was his birthday on Saturday.
I gave him, and I appreciate that. I wished him a happy birthday. Right at the end.
Good.
Like right at the end. Got it in right at the end. Actually, thinking about it, I had a whole fourth quarter I could have got that out there.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have.
No.
I mean, what the hell else were you talking about?
I don't know. Well, they want us.
Cam, let's spend the fourth quarter recapping your last 25
You know
birthdays.
what? They wanted us to play it straight, Dave.
Yeah. Did they really?
Yes.
They didn't tell you that.
Yes, they did.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, and no homerisms. Actually, we were supposed to be more homers for Dallas.
Yeah.
which is fine.
Probably a lot more Cowboy fans tuning in.
Well, it's
anyway. So Wilner's on today.
Okay.
Brian Schmetzer's on today.
It's his birthday.
Yeah, his 64.
Wow.
Wait till you hear what he's got planned for his birthday. By the way,
He's probably gonna go to bed
something you and I would never do.
Early bird special at Denny's.
Something you and I would never ever do.
Okay.
Ever. Like
All right.
wouldn't even think about doing it.
All right,
It's
you can
so
tell me off the air.
preposterous,
Okay.
all right? I want you to listen.
I know.
I'm not telling you.
What time is
anything. 6 p.m. tonight.
Okay.
And then DeMarcus Lawrence will join us after practice
All right.
today.
Where's Fane?
He's not here. It's a Tuesday. He's off.
Okay. See ya. Bye.
See you, man.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, boys and girls, happy Tuesday. Headlines on Sati Dick with Jackson, no Dick, Hugh in for Dick Fain again this afternoon. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Milner?
Yeah, Hugh Milner coming up, by the way. We'll talk some baseball before the M's start a series against Milwaukee. Brewers have the best record in Major League Baseball. 77-48, including 41-22 at home. Bryce Miller, Logan Gilbert, and George Kirby on the mound in this series with the M's at Milwaukee before they start a 3-game series starting Friday with Pete Crow Armstrong and the Chicago Cubs. More news in the National Football League. The Seahawks bringing in former Cowboy corner Trevon Diggs for a tryout. And how about this? Reports say as soon as Terrion Arnold signs with the Seahawks or any other team, he will be placed on the NFL Commissioner's exempt list. That means he will be eligible to play or practice while the league evaluates his case. More news in the NFL. Giants signing former Steeler running back Najee Harris to a 1-year deal. And Roger Goodell, speaking of the commissioner today, interview with German TV, says there's no doubt at some point there will be a team permanently based outside the U.S.
And here we go.
And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on a busy Tuesday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Hugh Millen once again in for Dick Fain.
Parcells is a freaking prick.
On this Tuesday afternoon, I cannot think of a better way to spend my Tuesday than spending it with you, Hugh Millen. So thank you for gracing us once again with your presence.
Happy to help. Good to be with you. And yes, Bill Parcells was a prick. He would not say to Derek Hall, "Hey, bitch all you want." That would not come out. Yeah. Sierra Tango Foxtrot uniform.
I got you. Yeah, shut the Frank up is what he would say.
Yes,
well, I mean,
exactly.
we didn't really get into kind of what you prefer yesterday because for those that don't know, we talked about this yesterday. Hard Knocks comes out again tonight, by the way, episode 3, and the scene where Derek Hall just keeps bull rushing Sam Darnold, came close to hitting him. McDonald's getting mad because there's too much humping going on.
Trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
Right, it's a no humping day, and he was violating it. And he basically told Derek Hall,
I prefer humping days.
Yeah, exactly. So do I. Well, there's not as many anymore. There's not as many more for me, by the way, as there used to be. I'll tell you that right now. But he's telling Derek Hall that you can complain all you want, you can bitch all you want, have at it, but I'm running the damn practice. So what do you prefer? Do you prefer the head coach says, hey, look, go ahead and have your little voice. Go over there and speak your mind. That's fine. Be you. Be unique. Be Derek Hall. Bitch and moan. Or do you want the guy that says, you know what? I don't give a crap what you think. Shut your fat face. I'm coaching practice.
Well, I like that ultimate. He arrived at the same destination. It's just by what route. I absolutely would have been, I don't know, bothered. I mean, it's not my right to be bothered. Who cares if I'm bothered? He just won a freaking Super Bowl. I love the man. I wouldn't trade him for anything.
Right.
So I love that the final point was, it turns out I'm running the effing practice, and he took control. I think as you kind of reverse engineer the dialogue, along the way, instead of saying STFU, I think I would call it a modern the modern form of red ass, or at least his personal style of red ass. Certainly Don James would have not put up with it like that. Jimmy Johnson, Bill Parcells, most of the guys that Don Shula, I don't think anybody would have said it like that to him around him, just because Shula had so much respect. But
God, yeah, can you imagine?
Yeah, it just he was old and he wasn't nearly the coach that the other guys that I mentioned on that list were, but he had accomplished more than anybody. But anyways, back to the point, I would say with Mike McDonald, in essence, he's saying, hey, I'm going to give you that space. It's right higher in front of all your teammates. You can complain about what you dislike all you want. You don't have to internalize it, bottle it in. I don't know. I assume that's, kind of the basis of therapy and shrinks. What they say is, hey, let it out, talk about it. This is just kind of a football field version of, hey, go ahead, bitch all you want. But at the end of the day, it's going to be my effing way. So I like the final point. I'm totally cool with, if it's a modern version or if it's a Mike Macdonald style. It just came, it just came innately to him. But I do think that is an important distinction, that he's allowing them that space. Hey, because from Derek Clark's Derek Hall's. I was thinking of Frank Clark because of the problems with him, but Derek Hall's perspective, he's saying, "Wait a minute, I'm just trying to practice hard. Why are you bitching at me? Because the offensive, his perspective, what you tell me, because the offensive tackle can't block me, that's my problem." That I got too close to the quarterback because I dominated the tackle. Like Derek Hall has a point. Mike Macdonald has a point, and it turns out Mike Macdonald's point is supersedes Derek Hall's point, and which is exactly the point. So at any event, I really like the exchange. I would have been fine with him saying STFU. I would not personally have been fine if if Derek Hall would have got the last word, and Mike Macdonald would have just sat muzzled and bit. That's what Kyler Murray did to Cliff Kingsbury on the sideline. That pissed me the hell off, and I just said Kingsbury's done. As soon as I saw Kyler Murray undress his head coach on national TV in ways that I've never seen a quarterback do, I'm like, whoa, that guy cannot coach. I would hate to play for him, and I'm certain that guy's done soon. And in fact,
I'll tell you what struck me. So we've, all of us have kind of, been getting to know Mike Macdonald, the person, for a while. And he comes across as maybe a little bit of a slight goober or whatever, but then you hear that he's got a little bit of red ass in him, and we don't really hear a lot about that. Like I was telling you last year, I was hearing stories about, instead of putting Torrey Horton and Julian Love on the IR right away and taking their 4-week lump, he's like, no, you're not going anywhere. Get your ass back out there. And I think eventually they probably would have wished they would have done that a bit earlier, but just the way that he delivers these zingers, you can almost hear the goober in him. I mean, starting with,
we did not care.
Right? It's like, where did that, like, who talks like that? Who says things like that? Who says things like this?
You can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want.
Turns out I'm running the practice. I am running the effing practice. So he's so unique.
That part is that
no. The part about I'm running the effing practice that sounded a little bit gooberish to me. Not as gooberish as we did not care. That's a number one seed. If we're doing the bracket contest, that's a number one seed. But there is a little bit of that to him, and I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's just the robot in him, the disciplinarian in him. I'm trying to figure that out, but it is really kind of a fun, new, fresh, unique approach, and I don't even really know who to compare the guy to be honest with you.
Well, I do think there's a little bit of goober. I mean, look, the guy has said at some point in the Hard Knocks, he said, hey, you guys know me, I'm a little awkward. So I'm not going to
Correct.
I'm not going to staunchly
it's a better word.
argue against you, but I am going to, on the examples you gave, I am going to push back a little, Dave, because number one, we did not care. He's already explained when he was up there, he felt that there was an audio delay, that he's on the microphone. It's the NFC. They just won the NFC championship game, and he's talking, and 3 seconds later, or 2 seconds later, whatever it is, the echo. And so it was the acoustics that caused him to slow down and say, we did not care, because it was just messing with them. So if you want to say that's gooberish, the second part.
I'll tell you what, hang on. Next time I drop an F-bomb on the air, I'll say, geez, I thought I was off the air. You tell that to the FCC. Tell that to the FCC.
No, all he said was, we did not care. We're talking about the fact that he didn't say, we did not care. He said, we did not care because of how the acoustics were messed in with his. And he explained it's because of the acoustics and how his
I understand. Hugh, my point is, it is what it is. You don't get to explain it away. But it is what it is. That's it. That's all.
I don't think that
right?
there was one piece. You could supply evidence of him being a goober, but at the moment he said, turns out it's my effing practice. I don't think there was an iota of goober in that. I love that. I love that he said,
I'm not saying I didn't like it. I'm not saying I didn't like it. Yeah, no, we get it. I'm not saying goober. I'm not saying I didn't like it at all. I just thought the delivery was I'm curious to know what that delivery sounds like in 5 years from now, or 10 years from now, or 15 when he's 50 years old and he's a salty, crusty bastard.
How would
that's
you
what
preferred
I'm
him
that's
say
what I'm
right
wondering.
then?
You know what? This is my free. Oh, I can't do it on the air. I'd be fired.
Do it.
I can't.
Well, you can.
I'd be let go.
You can substitute.
Okay, I am going to replace the F word with fruit salad. Okay,
all right, roll on this. Jackson.
Live on the air. Okay, you got it. You know what? You can complain all you want. It turns out I'm running the fruit salad practice. That's what I would have said. How's that sound?
Okay.
Is that better?
I feel like there's not a material difference, but okay.
There's a huge difference. He enunciates.
Jackson,
he
run
enunciates. He enunciates everything. It turns out I am running the fruit salad practice. Okay. We did not care.
Oh,
we did not care.
I don't hear it.
The fact that we are even talking about this and having fun with this guy, man. What's not to love? And it's really interesting that we're bringing this up because Jackson and I were talking about this off the air. I don't know if this is going to make fun with audio or not today. Maybe it won't. Colin Cowherd did a ranking of the top 10. I think it was top 10 or top 5 quarterback head coach combinations in the NFL. Okay, so where would you personally put Mike Macdonald and Sam Darnold right now? On the list of I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, right? I get that. But just off the cuff, top of your head, Reed Mahomes, McVay Stafford, maybe Harbaugh, Justin Herbert, whatever. I don't know. Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott for giggles, whatever. Where would you put McDonald and Sam Darnold on the list of the best quarterback head coach combos right now in the NFL?
I would say, is that just for this year? Because long term, I would
going into this year, right now.
I know, but was it for just this season, or because I would rather have Darnold and McDonald than Stafford and McVay because Stafford may only have one more year left.
Talking about right now,
for this season, I would pick
you
Stafford.
Asked me the
and
question.
I would say
right now,
top 5 for sure.
Top 5.
Like,
okay.
No. Well, absolutely. If he's if they're not in the top 5, then there's a problem.
Coward's got him number 5. Got him number 5, but he's got Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams ahead of him, and he's got Harbaugh and Herbert at 3, Reed Mahomes at 2, and McVay and Stafford at number 1. So. Again, maybe that's more about a criticism on his part from Darnold's perspective, not about a lack of respect for McDonald. But he's got him number 5, and Jackson and I were talking off the air. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams at number 4 ahead of him. I was a little bit surprised to see Colin say that. How about you?
Yeah, I think on that I'm closer to 3. I think that we'd be a little bit homerish if we're pushing past 3. I think it's anywhere from 3 to 5. I would say closer to 3 than 5 for exactly, I'm responding on the fly to this, but I would put Darnold and McDonald above what they have in Chicago.
Well,
yes.
Is this the best?
And what was the other one? What was the
4? They had Ben Johnson, Caleb number 4, Harbaugh, Herbert 3, Reed Mahomes 2, McVay Stafford 1. In the top 5.
That's interesting. I mean,
is this already
Herbert
the best?
Is an interesting. Herbert's we could do a whole segment on Justin Herbert, right?
No, we're not doing that.
I know that. I said we could. We won't, but we could.
Hey, Hugh, you know what? This is my fruit salad show. I'll decide the topics. I will decide the topics. You can bitch all you want. You can bring up whatever stupid questions you want. But it's my fruit salad show. See? That's how you do it.
Even bring up ideas, Jackson.
That's how you do it.
All right, that's how you
I'm
do
the
it.
idea guy. You sit there and you answer the questions, okay? Is this the best? Is this the best? Is this the best head coach quarterback combo in Seahawks history?
Oh wow!
I mean, we're talking. There's only 2 other ones that would come close to.
Yeah. Your Holmgren,
Hasselbeck, and Carroll Russell. Is this the best?
Well, I would be. You see,
hey Hugh. By the way, just so you know, Huey. Just so you know, Holmgren's listening right now.
Separating personalities, you could objectively say you got a Super Bowl winner gets that breaks a tie, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know, but I'm probably inclined to go with Darnold McDonald because they won it. If you say for the career, Mike Holmgren is the most accomplished coach who's ever who's ever coached for the Seattle Seahawks.
Correct.
He just
agree.
didn't win a Super Bowl with Seattle. So I that in your question, I would assume is a noteworthy distinction. But Mike Holmgren is the number one coach in terms of accomplishments, right? Yeah. It's like saying Jerry Rice is the most accomplished receiver who ever played for the Seahawks. So, well, now that's an extreme example because Mike did a lot more as the Seahawks coach than Jerry Rice did as a receiver for the Seahawks. But Franco Harris, Jerry Rice, if you take their career accomplishments, but I divert. I would say McDonald and Darnold personally.
Yeah. Well, this was,
people, but that's kind of I know I can feel personal preference kind of sneaking in there with the current group versus the Pete Carroll, Russell Wilson.
Yeah. Well,
what about you?
What about you? Had I think I probably would say. Honestly, I think I would say McDonald and Darnold is number one just because they won it.
How would you say that that's superior to Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson? If right now, there's a lot of people are saying, "Hey, dude, Russell Wilson's the premier quarterback in the history of the franchise," and Pete Carroll went 10 years of dominance and won a Super Bowl.
I'll tell you why. Because I think in the end, when the what hit the fan, this last team needed Darnold more than that team needed Russell Wilson. This team doesn't get to the Super Bowl without Darnold and the way he played in the NFC.
I like how you played that card. That was a well-played card. Yes.
I mean, am I wrong?
That's
Jackson, we had the conversation, did we not, about who was more important to his team?
Yeah.
Russell in 13 or Darnold in 25?
And I think all three of us were in agreement that it was Sam for sure.
Because of the Ram game.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Because of the Ram game. Now, you can argue, okay, maybe the next year when things were going down the toilet for 3.5 quarters against Green Bay, the way Russell Wilson stepped up. But, I mean, they also needed John Ryan and Gary Gilliam, and they needed Chris
Well, hang
Massey,
on. He threw
Matthews,
5 interceptions.
He
threw 5 interceptions.
That's why I said the first 3.5 quarters, okay? That's why I said that. And by the way, a few of those bounced off Jermaine's chest, if you remember correctly, in that game against Green Bay. But I'm just trying to play the other side for like a half a second now. Russell Wilson did not have, in that playoff run, a game that was anywhere near what Darnold did against the Rams in the NFC Championship. Is that fair to say? That's fair, right? Okay.
In the entire history of the playoffs, going back to 1920, there's only been 16 games where a quarterback in the playoff game had over 330 yards passing, over 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. There was only one game where both quarterbacks did that. And that game was last year in Lumen Field in the NFC Championship game. And it was Matthew Stafford it was one of the quarterbacks, and obviously Sam Darnold was the other. And oh, by the way, of the 16 games, there's only been 2 of those 16 games where the running game for the quarterback was under 3 yards per attempt. One was the 2018 AFC Championship game. Tom Brady had no running game, and the other one was in Lumen Field in the NFC Championship game last year. Sam Darnold had 2.9 yards per attempt coming from his running game, just 75 yards rushing. So not only did Darnold have to deal with he had a Matthew Stafford problem that he had to step up and match, but he had no running game to help him. It was all on Sam. I don't really mean it was all on Sam, but if we start honing these measurables to define his performance in the NFC Championship game, you're going to be left with the conclusion Sam Darnold was all they had.
Yeah, number 3 scoring offense in football versus the number 8 scoring offense in football, or number 9. Yeah, number 8, sorry. In 2013, they had the 17th best total offense in football with Russell, and the 8th best total offense in 2025 with Sam. So, I don't know. I mean, the cool thing is that we're now at a point where we've got 4 of these, 4 conference championships, and we can start to argue about which team was better, which quarterback was better, which coach was better, blah, blah, blah. Good to have some damn history, which we had none of this crap growing growing up when we were kids, man. Hell, I remember going to games at the Kingdom. We had one retired number. It was number 12. We're going to break. More to come. Hugh Millen. DeMarcus Lawrence, Hugh, is going to join us very shortly as well. John Wilner coming up. Brian Schmetzer, too, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. It's Santi back here again from my friends over at Duke's Restaurant, who want to remind you, if you're planning a wedding reception, birthday party, corporate event, any intimate event or private gathering, if you're struggling to find the perfect spot, struggle no more. I want to recommend Dockside at Duke's, a perfectly sized space, both indoor and exterior patio on the first floor of the Duke's Lake Union location. Whether it's for 30 or 300 people, sit-down dinner or appetizers, Dockside at Duke's can provide everything to make your event special, from a private kitchen just for you, plenty of parking with stunning views of Lake Union. Imagine seaplanes landing in the background and a menu that fits all your needs. Looking for the perfect venue? You found it. Find out more at docksideatdukes.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, how about that? How about the Boeing Classic getting some pub for next year's tournament? I love that, man. Find out more about the 2027 Boeing Classic at BoeingClassic.com. All right, Softy, Hugh Jackson hanging out with you until 7 o'clock tonight. Hugh, there is some news on the Terrion Arnold front, and it's funny how this thing is kind of growing a little tentacles, right? A few octopi, I guess. I'm not sure if that's the right word or not, but you know what, whatever. You get what I'm talking about. There's a report out this morning from both Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport that when Terrion Arnold does sign, he is immediately going to be placed on the commissioner's exempt list, which means he is ineligible to play. Can't practice, can't play, can't do anything. He can do team meetings and all that, and he can get paid, but he can't play. So no surprise on that. Now there's a story coming out that the Seahawks today worked out former Cowboy corner Trevon Diggs, who's another Alabama guy who played not only with DeMarcus Lawrence and Dante Fowler in Dallas, but also knows Aden Durde, the Seahawk defensive coordinator. So is this
and Carl Scott in all likelihood, right?
Correct. Is this also a potential sign that maybe the Terrion Arnold thing is falling apart? I told you guys last week on the Air, Jackson, I was very surprised that Mike McDonald went in depth as he did on Arnold when they hadn't signed the guy yet, and now they're bringing in somebody else to look at. Is this a sign, Hugh, that maybe the Arnold thing's not going to happen?
Well, it could be, but I think that there's also a reality that they, let's suppose that they knew that Arnold was going to be available.
Right.
They may still be having interest in these others. So I don't think we can conclude decisively that this speaks to any hiccup in the Arnold chain of events.
Well, sure. Nobody can conclude anything decisively. I'm just asking you for your take on this because when did McDonald talk about Terrion Jackson? Was it Thursday or Friday that he talked about him? I know it was late last week.
Thursday, yeah, it was late last week.
Right, so here we are 4 or 5 days later, and he hasn't officially signed yet. So there's something holding that up. What that is, we don't know. They're bringing in other players to look at. I would just say this. If you were 100 on the idea that he was going to sign on Thursday night, I'm backing off that a little bit right now. Maybe a 90, maybe an 85. I'm not where I was Thursday.
Yeah. And what I was going to say, all I was trying to say is that it doesn't prove their intention, but yes, you can make inferences. I would say go back to the first probably day 1 or day 2 of training camp when we were assessing this team. I told you in my estimation before the Super Bowl, that's when they still had Reek Woolen, that the weakest guy on a very, very, very good defense was Josh Jobe. Not a pigeon in any scenes, but I kind of felt like that would be the area that maybe the Patriots would go after. Go after 29, and so then what's happened? You lost Reek Woolen, who, by the way, if you watch the man-to-man reel with the Seahawks, they put Reek Woolen on Puka Nacua on not every time, but on numerous times in vital downs. So you know how they felt about Reek Woolen. He's gone. He's an Eagle. And so coming into camp, I think there was more questions. Pritchett was thought to be a guy that really could make a move up. He took the first rep of the first practice in training camp.
Right.
Pritchett was a starter. And I feel my sense is that they were expecting Nehemiah Pritchard, out of Auburn, drafted in 2024 in the 4th round, to kind of in year 3 make that step, and that maybe he isn't making that step. And so, I concluded, hey, the weakest team on this, weakest position group on this team from a depth standpoint is corner. Mm-hmm. And so that was something that we were discussing well before any of this Arnold stuff. So some of the moves that they're making, considering veterans, and guys who played at a high level, including Diggs. I mean, he had 7 interceptions one year, right? And led the NFL in interceptions, if I remember right. And so I'm not surprised. I think they're addressing the shallowest position group on the football team.
Yeah, you got to wonder if they would have addressed it anyway, even if Reek Woolen was still here, and even if Kobe Bryant was still here, right? Because, do you feel great about just tossing Reek Woolen back out there as a starting corner after what you saw at times a year ago? Probably not. I mean, I always thought it was kind of telling, Hugh. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. What Reek Woolen got on the free agent market, that the best he could do was a 1-year deal from Philadelphia. Now, they're giving him a decent amount of change. What is it, $13 million, whatever it is for that one season. But, I mean, everybody wants long-term, financial security in the NFL. And on a 1-year deal, he's on a prove-it contract. This is a guy that won the Super Bowl, started at corner, and he's on a prove-it contract. I thought the market showed you all you had to know about Reek Woolen, that was the best he could do.
I think you always look at the market. The market speaks. Not that the market is always right, but I would argue that the market is right more often than they're wrong. So yeah, absolutely. I think that speaks to some of the questions about his consistency, some of the questions about his volatility, some of the questions about his aggressiveness. I mean, I've kind of had a hunch, and it's kind of a shot to say it on the radio because I don't have a lot of data to back this up, but I've looked through his background, because you look at him and you go, whoa, that is just not a corner body. That looks like a basketball player. So you look up, I think he was out of, he had a suburb of Dallas, where presumably they played big time basketball. He was all conference basketball player in high school. And so he just looks to me, my hunch is a guy that basketball was his first love, then wide receiver was his second love, because the wide receiver line in a high school football team is always 10 times longer, and I'm not exaggerating. The wide receiver line is 10 times longer than the DB line.
To play.
Line.
Yeah.
And then he went to UT San Antonio as a receiver. Right. And I think, I think cornerback was his third favorite choice as an athlete, behind basketball, wide receiver, and he plays with it. Hell, he was benched his second year for not being physical enough after he made the Pro Bowl as a rookie year. So he was a complex dude. Of course, he had the famous misstep, to put it mildly, in the NFC Championship game where he gets the 15-yard penalty, and then
not as infamous as it could have been if they'd lost the game.
Correct, and then the next play he gets beat on a double move by Puka. So he's a complex figure, and the market reflected it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you said what you said about him there, because I feel like we're kind of picking on him a little bit here, and I guess we are. I mean, the fact that he actually did what he did for a guy that hadn't played a lot of football, if at all, growing up, is pretty damn amazing. Like, I think sometimes, Hugh, we tend to judge these guys by only what they do once they get to the NFL. Like, oh, that guy's a bum. I mean, dude, You know this. Making the NFL's damn freaking hard to begin with. It's an accomplishment in its own right to put a toe into the National Football League pool. And the fact that this kid was a basketball player, turned football player, wanted to play receiver, as you said, played corner, went to a small school like San Antonio. Pete Carroll took a shot on him in, the 5th round, I think it was. Yes. And now he's making $14 million a year for 1 year to play cornerback in the NFL. That's a damn success story, if you ask me.
Oh,
That's
100%.
pretty damn cool.
And think of all the money he's made already. I mean, unless he wants to live like Mick Jagger and own jets, I mean, he's set for life. Right.
Yeah, no question.
You know, if he just reasonably sound and invests his money. So it's a 100% success story. And by the way, McDonald played him in man-to-man against
No
Puka.
doubt. Yes, let's do this. Jackson, pull out the promo. We're going to take a quick break. DeMarcus Lawrence will join us next on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. Santi here again from my friends at AAA Washington. Your parents were members. Your grandparents were members. Are you and your family members at AAA? If not, then why not, man? The peace of mind of 24/7 roadside assistance and a lot more, including discounts at local and national spots, including auto repair shops, restaurants, insurance savings, daycare, and more. Jump on the web and learn more about joining AAA Washington right now. AAAWA.com/join. That's AAAWA.com/join for AAA Washington.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, boys and girls, we are back on a busy Tuesday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Joined now by a guy who I thought was sensational for the Seahawks a year ago. And look, I'm going to just admit this, that I did not know what to expect out of this guy coming in here at the age of, I think, then 33 years old, now 34 years old. And I was dead wrong about this guy because DeMarcus Lawrence, I think you'll agree, Hugh, kicked ass for the Seahawks a year ago.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
626 snaps last year for the Hawks. Just an unbelievable season for Seattle, and now a Super Bowl champion. D-Law, how are you, man? Thanks for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's good to have you on the show. I got to tell you, before we get going here, I got a text from somebody you'll know. I asked this person if there was any stories on you that I should bring up on the radio program. And this guy wrote back and said, such a stud. Love that guy. True warrior, great mom. And yes, I have lots of stories, but what happened in Boise stays in Boise. Who do you think sent that text? Huh?
A great mom?
Chris Peterson sent me that text. So what are you hiding from your Boise State days that he won't tell us? Huh?
Oh, man. Shout out to Coach Pete, man. Love that guy. He's a man's man. Took me all the way out of my home in South Carolina all the way to Boise State. And, first and foremost, he taught me how to be a man.
Wow.
And the player came after. So, much respect to him, and, yeah, shout out.
What does that mean to you? Taught you how to be a man. How were you a boy before you became a man? In what ways are important that you felt like you matured in those years?
Yeah, putting the main thing first, college, you think about the parties and, being out and, things like that. You don't think about, doing your job and, respecting your time, respecting the players around you and the staff.
Yeah.
So, just being under his system, just learning how he likes to do things. It just helped me elevate, myself mentally, but also it did help me on the field too.
Yeah, well, and now you're a champion for the first time in your life. And I thought, and Hugh and I talked about this, that there was a chance that we could see you and Cup say, that's it, we're done. We won the title. We got our health. We're early 30s. We can walk away with our heads held high. That's the dream, right? To walk out as a champion. I know you've said this year now is going to be your last. Mm-hmm. Did you consider remotely after that game calling it quits?
Yeah, remotely, but just had too much in me. Didn't want to end it on, that note. The Super Bowl it lasted, so it didn't last long at all.
Wow.
So, for people that's, chasing that dream, just know once you walk off the field, you got to start all over again. And, just me being in the off season and sitting in that, knowing that I'm a champion, but, the game starts all over again. It's like, well, I got to start back working out because if I don't, then I'm not going to be prepared for the season. So I might well just get back into it and then, that switch clicks and, forget last year what happened is now on to this year.
DeMarcus Lawrence with us, and D-Law, tell us the position you play. Obviously, a violent position. You're a large man. It takes a toll on a body differently at different positions. But tell us things that either whether you feel it or whether you see it on tape, you cannot do that you could do at 25. But then maybe something that because of your experience, your wisdom, that maybe you make up for it in that regard. Just talk about the challenges of being a 34-year-old edge and trying to dominate and doing it the way you did.
Yeah, there's plenty of challenges out there. I say, you got to just control what you can control. The body, my body, it picks and chooses. If I'm hurt, it fluctuates. One day it might be my right knee. The next day it might be my left elbow.
Wow.
So it's like, I never know, how I'm going to wake up and feel. It's just all about, getting in there with my training staff, making sure I'm taking care of the things that I can take care of and get, as ready as I possibly can, to go out there and attack my day.
Yeah, well, DeMarcus Lawrence with us, and you mentioned, we're talking off the air about Jason Garrett. We talked about Coach Peterson. Obviously, you've been around some great mentors for you. Do you now, at the age of 34, kind of feel that way, that you're a mentor for guys like a Derek Hall, for example, that you're the OG now that's got to, before you take off from the NFL, kind of maybe give out some of that wisdom that you picked up?
Oh, most definitely. You always want to pass what you don't learn, along the way. And my boy D Hall, man, he's a heck of an athlete, a great talent, and he has that dog and tenacity to him, to his game. So it's just all about, just cleaning up his rushes,
right?
Making sure he's on the details, and he's going to be a hell of a player for us.
Can you start, though, by explaining to us what the hell he's driving and that truck, for God's sakes? I mean, honestly, is that the most obnoxious thing you've ever seen in your life? We're seeing this thing on Hard Knocks. It looks ridiculous. Come on.
I mean, I've been scratching my head ever since I got here. Like, how can you go from the biggest truck on earth to the smallest shorts on earth? It's like, but that's my boy, though. That's my boy.
DeMarcus Lawrence, that's awesome. Well, let's stay on D-Law because we've been discussing. Have you watched Hard Knocks? Have you watched the episodes, or are you just kind of waiting for the offseason to watch it?
Nah, I'm up on episode 2. I don't know how
you're on episode 2
released. Yeah.
Okay, so there's an incident that we've been talking about where D-Law, he's a little frisky in practice. He gets a little close to the starting quarterback. And the head coach is having none of that, right?
Yeah.
All right. But there's a part in there, DeMarcus, where Mike McDonald says, "You can bitch all you want. It turns out I'm running the F in practice." My interpretation, now you're old school enough to know that there's some coaches that would say STFU, shut the F up. But I'm trying to read into something there that maybe he gives you guys a platform to express yourself. You can bitch all you want, so you don't have to internalize it. But at the end of the day, I'm in charge. Is that an accurate depiction? And expand on what you interpret how his coaching style is when he needs to be a red ass.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe that Mike, wants us to chase edges, and sometimes, we go overboard and we go past that edge, and you need great leaders around you that can bring you back. Some people need that curse out. That hard head, 58 that we have. He needs to be talked to like that in that fashion. But it's just learning how to coach and learning what each player individual need out of you. And I feel like in that moment, you have to put your foot down, or you might have a rookie thinking he can talk back. You know what I mean? So,
right.
On that standpoint, I stand on my head coach.
Okay, well, you got to answer this one question. I'm going to play this clip. I think we know what this means, but I want to get you to interpret this.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
No humping. What does that mean to you?
Oh, man.
When the coach says no humping, nobody's humping today.
Nobody's humping today.
What does that mean?
That means you go on your straight rush and you don't come back.
Okay.
There's no humping back.
Okay, no humping back.
I love that.
We will etch that in stone.
But Hugh, sorry. Are you seeing a difference in Derek Hall today versus the guy that you saw a year ago? Because Hugh and I both said that, God, this just fits the exact mold of a guy that once the season starts and he's unleashed all that energy that he can't bring out right now, he's going to unleash that starting in week 1. Are you seeing that from him?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. Like I said earlier, his tenacity and how he goes about, the game each and every week. Like, you definitely going to see that pop from D-Hall week 1.
Love it. Love it.
DeMarcus Lawrence with us, and let's stay on the head coach if you can, because I think it's fascinating. You were described when you first came to SEAC, hey, there's a lot of volume on this defense. It's a complex defensive playbook. Einstein once said, be as complicated as you need to be, but no more. So we're trying to get our arms around what we perceive as a genius in Mike McDonald, but we know he throws a lot at you. Give us a story about how you think it's complex, but maybe the right amount. Or however you interpret the complexity, the big volume in what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I don't have no story for you. I'm gonna just tell you straight up, it is complex.
Okay.
And but I feel like the beauty is in the guys that he has as players. Being able to have J Love, Spoon, on the back end, and then trickle down to EJ and Drake in the middle, and then Leo. You got Slime, you got Murph, you got me, you got Chenna, and I feel like all those guys are great communicators. So when the call comes in, we able to communicate amongst the line, communicate amongst the back row, so we all on the same page, and then we attack it like that.
So you said it is complex. Give us an example of something that you as a defensive end that you have to process through. That there's a complexity there that isn't in most defensive playbooks. Give us an assignment that you think is complex and relatively unique.
All right, I'm not gonna give you the play, but we have a play that first off, my first responsibility is to drop. Now, if we see them in a gun, then we'll check gun, and now I have to rush. But if the back scats out, now I have to drop again. So it's like I have 3 different things that I have to do in one play, but I have to be able to read my keys and be decisive.
Yeah.
Dave, I got to interrupt Dave because I watched the tape, the NFC Championship game, 4th down by the goal line. Matthew Stafford looks out. He's got a running back on a swing, and Julian Love is trying to peel and covering him, but that's a wide open touchdown. You drop off. That's one of the most instinctive plays I've seen in 40 years of watching pro football. Tell us what happened and why did you have the instinct to go out there on that game-winning play?
Yeah, so first off, I had to peel first. So I would have had to peel on the running back. But when Julian Love came down on the line of scrimmage and gave me a I'm here call, that means he has the back. But J Love is faster than me. But when he took off, he took 2 steps up the field, and I seen the running back on his outside shoulder. So that was an old shit moment for me.
We talked about this off the air. Remember the conversation we had? We just talked about this off the air.
Right.
It was for everybody, all the fans. It was we had an oh-ish moment too. So go ahead.
Yeah. So when you
continue that thought,
when you have an old shit moment, you gotta understand your situation. So if J Love took 2 steps and took my responsibility, I guess I got to take his responsibility. So, made that decision. And then on top of that, it's like it's red zone. Matt Stafford ain't running the ball. So
yeah, I love that.
Wow.
Well, DeMarcus Lawrence is with us. Let's wrap it up with this, by the way. Don't forget, we are on live radio. All right, that's number 1.
Right.
Number 2, give us your thoughts before you go. Your former teammate, Trevon Diggs, was here.
Okay.
Did you know that, by the way?
Yeah, I
okay,
did.
good. I hope I wasn't breaking some news over here. Can he still play? Is this the right spot for Trevon, you think?
So I didn't get to see him work out today. Heard great news. Heard he's in great shape. But I feel like, man, with the system that we got, with the the players that we have in the locker room, he'll gravitate and come in and be a great player.
Okay,
for us.
and then just to wrap it up, the Terrion Arnold story. A lot of folks have said exactly what you just said. We got great chemistry here. We got a great locker room. We don't want to mess any of that up. Do you fear at all that a signing like that, with the noise that comes along with it, could disrupt this thing?
No, not at all.
Why not?
What we got going in this locker room, man, is something special. And then on top of that, I feel like we got the right leaders that if they're not meshing and fitting in the way that we see fit, and we get them up out of here.
Yeah, love it. All right, DeMarcus, you're the man. Great year.
Appreciate
Congrats on, I guess, your upcoming final season in the NFL.
Yes, sir.
Soak it up, man, every moment, right?
Oh, most definitely.
Love it.
Most
Great
definitely.
stuff, and we'll talk down the road.
Absolutely. Appreciate you,
Thanks,
man.
Steve.
You bet. All right, DeMarcus Lawrence with us on the radio show. We'll get a break. A lot more to get to. We'll talk a little dogs as well. Coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. All right, boys and girls, it's Sati back here again from my friends at family-owned Beery and Toyota, where Johnny Chong, the GM, has a great big bunch of certified used Toyotas on the lot right now. We're not just talking Toyotas, by the way. We're talking Hondas, Chevys, Fords, Subarus, and a lot more. So what are you waiting for? Looking for a brand new ride this summer? Check out the new cars and the certified used vehicles, all marked and ready to move off the lot right now. Find out more on the web at BeeryandToyota.com.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on a big Tuesday live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
No humping right now, Huey. Maybe after 7, but no humping between now and 7 o'clock. Mariners, Milwaukee tonight. Brewers have the best record in baseball, 77-48 overall, 41-22 at home. Miller, Gilbert, Kirby on the mound for the M's in this 3-game series at the Brewers before the Chicago Cubs and maybe the MVP, PCA, come to town on Friday. Teams in front of the Mariners, Orioles, Yankees, no score, bottom 2 from Baltimore. Tigers, Pirates, no score, top 3 from Pittsburgh. Guardians lead the Giants 3-1 at top of the second. Blue Jays up on the Rays 2-0 from Tampa in the middle of the second. The Rangers tonight are back at it at home against the Nationals, and the Astros, by the way, starting a 3-game series with the Angels. Some news in the NFL. We should get your take on this, by the way, Hugh. Roger Goodell telling German TV today, Marcus Kuhn, that there's no doubt in his mind at some point there will be a NFL football team permanently based outside of the U.S. Now, that could mean Canada, that could mean Mexico, you never know, whatever. Maybe he thinks Hawaii is in a different part of the country or a different country. I have no idea, but we'll talk about that in a second. I want to go back real quick in the interest of time. We'll talk some baseball here in a minute as well with the M starting in about an hour or so from now. DeMarcus Lawrence with us last segment. I asked him flat out, is he concerned about a Terrion Arnold signing potentially disrupting locker room chemistry?
No, not at all. Like,
why not?
What we got going in this locker room, man, is something special. And then on top of that, I feel like, we got the right leaders that if they're not meshing and fitting in the way that we see fit, and we get them up out of here.
There you go. They're not getting the job done. See you later. Adios. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
I said the same thing today on Twitter. I'm not expecting anything right now out of Arnold because the guy can't even play, number one. When he does get signed by anybody, he's going to be on the exempt list. It's like when you enter a country illegally and you get immediately arrested, right? So the second this guy signs with the Seahawks, boom, go sit over there for a while, right? And you know what? If he's cleared and he can play, then we got his rights. And if he's not, no harm, no foul. So I guess I just keep looking at this from the same perspective, Hugh. I don't really see much risk here. I see a lot more reward than I do risk. How about you?
Well, I think we have to ask D-Law the question that you asked. And I think he gave us an answer that sounded sincere to me.
Yeah. Yep.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that from that standpoint, we're. It doesn't surprise me that would be his response, right? Because what else is he going to say? Right. Yeah, I don't know. Right. I don't know if that's a good idea for the club. He's not going to say that. So, but I think he sounded sincere. I think. But
he didn't sell it either. He didn't go on the air and sell the guy either, right? Like maybe he doesn't know him from Adam. That might be one of the reasons why. But he just said, "Look, if it's not working out, we'll kick his ass out of here."
And that speaks to the football character part of it, right? That if he's not towing the line and doing it the Seahawk way, they will get him out of there. And he almost implied there's a leadership group that will be part of that decision, or it at least could influence the coaching staff to make it part of the decision. But I think that the concern, if you were to steel man the argument, would be that just the energy that you have, that how the team feels about itself, how the fans feel, the energy, all of that, is it worth it given how serious these charges are?
Right. Well, when you say worth it, because I've heard you say that a couple of times. I mean, worth what? Like, what is the worst that could realistically, honestly, in your mind, happen to this football team if they bring in Terrion Arnold? And Jackson, actually, I asked Jackson this question the other day. Jackson brought up a good point. If they start counting on him to be a starting corner, and then let's say all of a sudden come October 31st, he's got to report to prison and he's gone, and they got to bring in somebody else, either depth-wise or outside, to take his spot. That, to me, is a potential downside of this whole thing. Outside of that, I'm not sure if I really see the risk, man. You tell me.
No, I understand. I think it would be more intangible. I think it would have to do with how the team, again, the energy of the team, that when Mike McDonald, we've already seen it on Hard Knocks, Mike McDonald is appealing to the guys. He's trying to hold up the mirror to them. What do you see? He said, "Hey, you guys are warriors in the garden. You guys are you guys will drop, stop, and fight at a moment's notice, and you'll do so violently. But you're also good citizens in the community. You're good husbands and fathers." Those aren't my words. That's Mike McDonald, and you could see not only hear the words, but you could see it because it's on the Hard Knocks. Right. And so that kind of like, okay, how do we feel about ourselves? What's our self-image? If now all of a sudden he comes in and there's this big distraction and all the TV cameras are constantly interviewing him, and that's the narrative. Oh, the Seahawks signed this felon and what have you. You know, you'd say, well, why did they bother? And I'm also influenced by the Jimmy Johnson scale. Yeah. Right. You know the hot crazy scale on have you ever seen that on YouTube? You know the guy who's talking about
I do want to comment on
crazy scale.
What you just said there about if they sign a felon.
I'll stop. Go ahead.
If he's a felon, he's not signing with the Seahawks because that means he's convicted.
But no, I understand. But what I'm saying is that people in the court of opinion would be thinking him as a felon. Now, you know, the Ravens dealt with Ray Lewis. Right. You know, was he innocent, or did prosecution just not have enough evidence to prosecute him? You know, that's a big difference. So, but Ray Lewis was Ray Lewis, a Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer, arguably in some people's eyes, the greatest middle linebacker of all time. I spent 4 hours looking at every single pass play from the Lions last year and looking at number 6 and evaluating him, whether the ball went near him or not, and just kind of checking out how he plays. And I did it from the perspective, if I was in a quarterback room and we were preparing to play the Lions, how would we feel about going after number 6? Right. And, you know, I gave you the stat, which was 4.7 snaps per target, which is tied for the fewest of 109 qualifying cornerbacks. What does that mean? It means that quarterbacks, and offensive coordinators, when they looked at Detroit, they chose to attack him. He was tied for the most attacked cornerback in all of football. So you know, somebody's agreeing with my assessment about what I see on the field. So at that point, I'd say, Ray Lewis might be worth it. Deion Sanders might be worth it. You know, going through a little bit of turbulence. To me, it's like, why fly through that storm? You know, the view ain't worth it on the other side of the storm.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I guess I just don't see a big storm. I mean, he's either can play or he can't. Right? That's it. And right now he's ineligible. He's going to be ineligible. You sign him. Yeah. You sit him. You let the court figure it out. You go with somebody else for now, whether a Pritchett or Iggy or whoever the hell you want. And then when he's cleared and free to go, you bring him into the mix and whatever.
Yeah. And look, that's a succinct argument for bringing him in. And it carries weight. And what I've said is on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being I want him desperately. 0 is I'm defiant as a Seahawks fan. I am outraged at the thought of it. On that scale, I'm a 5. And you say, whoa. 5 doesn't work for us on sports radio. 5 is planting yourself on a fence. So get off of 5. Well, that means necessarily I got to pick 4 or 6. So I'm picking 4. Yeah, I'm saying that it's not, the juice is not worth the squeeze from it. But I'm open to your argument. You stated it well.
Yeah, I just, I mean, again, I guess we're talking about, from a football perspective, is it worth giving that job? Clearly, the Seahawks see some kind of a job open, whether a starting job, depth job, whatever. Is it worth giving that job to somebody else? Maybe somebody else who's already here, maybe a guy like Trevon Diggs. We'll do this. Let's get a break. We're going to talk some dogs, right, Jackson? John Mills, starting left guard for the Huskies, had a chance to catch up with him. My God, are we expecting big things out of this kid or what? Next on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. It's Softy here again from my pals over at K2VisionRLE.com. When I say my pals, I mean it. Dr. King, Dr. Kopstein, good buddies, and two of the best vision correction surgeons in the country. They performed over 150,000 procedures. They know what procedure is right for you. You're asking me yourself, what do you mean, what procedure? There's more than one? Yeah, there's like three of them. Refractive lens exchange, LASIK, EVO ICL. You got to know which one fits your needs. That's why you need to schedule the free Zoom call right now at K2VisionRLE.com. Get all your questions answered for free and figure out what procedure works for you. Does insurance pay for it? What's the recovery like? All those questions and more answered on a Zoom call with the docs. Imagine a life free of the bonds of readers, contact lenses, prescription lenses, and never worried about a cataract ever as long as you live. Jump on the web and learn more about them and schedule that free Zoom call now and get your vision back. You're frustrated going to a restaurant, you can't read the menu. At a sporting event, you can't see the numbers on the back of the jerseys. I get it. I'm there. Jump on the website, schedule that free Zoom call now, and get rid of readers, contact lenses, and never, ever worry about a cataract ever again at K2VisionRLE.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, boys and girls, here we go live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. John Wilner will join us coming up at 5 o'clock, by the way. We'll get his thoughts on where he's got the Huskies ranked in the AP poll. And hint, it's a lot higher than they were ranked in the actual AP poll. I know Brett McMurphy had him at number 10 in the country. We'll see where John's got him ranked and why. Coming up at 5 o'clock tonight. Brian Schmetzer joins us as well, talking some Sounders. It actually is his 64th birthday today. Looking to get off the schneid and get a win tomorrow against Austin. You'll hear that game tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pregame, 6:30 kickoff right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Well, joining us right now on the radio program, a guy that I think we all were very, very pleased with his freshman year, his rookie year, a guy that showed up on campus in January, and by September he was pancaking people for the Dogs. Left guard John Mills joining us right now on the radio program. John, how are you, man?
I'm amazing. How are you?
I'm good. Why don't we just start there, man? I mean, you are hard-pressed to find somebody who's got a negative thing to say about John Mills after year number one. You got to really reach deep. I mean, maybe someone doesn't like your hair. I got no idea, right? But the way you played is getting kudos from everybody, and not just locally, but also across the country. But I'm assuming that you are your biggest critic, right? So why don't you tell us about what your thoughts were on how year number one went for you?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the praise, but you're right. It's got to be myself's biggest critic. I think it was a good season. There's obviously so many things that I had fixed now, but there were just so many little things that I couldn't be the best on that just because of my athletic ability, my weight, whatever, and just knowledge of the game as well. But now I feel much better moving overall. I still have many things to work on. Can never be good enough in this sport. So I'm just every single day working, trying to get 1% better. And improve my areas again.
Well, let's talk. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about maybe a couple things on kind of your to-do list. Obviously, you got a few more weeks left of camp before the Apple Cup. But at the end of the year, if you could say, "I got better at this, I got better at this, I got better at this," what would those 2 or 3 things be for you?
I would want to be, first off, better conditioned. I think. I mean, obviously, I've gotten much better conditioned. I feel like from year 1 to year 2, but you can never be conditioned enough. You can always just be in better physical form. And then another thing is, I'd say just staying overall just like in pass pro and run game. I want to be more consistent in both of those areas. I feel like sometimes I'll have a better play in run game and then get sloppy in pass pro. I want to stay more consistent in both of those.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, all those things were supposed to happen when you're a freshman, for God's sakes. You showed up here in January and you're on the field in September, right? In the non-conference, starting 11 games. So I do think you got to give yourself a little bit of a break for all those things, but it just goes to show you how high your standards are. And I kind of, John, honestly kind of wonder where some of that comes from, because I've heard stories about your grandfather, obviously, who played at UW, but I've also heard stories about your dad. Now, are we allowed to say what your dad did for a living, what he did for a career in the military? Is that like public knowledge, or is that top secret stuff?
Yeah, that's public knowledge. I'm very blessed to have my dad and my grandfather being such big idols and influences in my life. My dad, he was a Navy SEAL, and I'm just so grateful, first off, for him serving the country, but also being able to be there for me and my brothers every single day, giving us the best possible mindset and work ethic. Just every day, we talk about the 3 H's: harder working, humble, and hungry. For me and him, that's what we work on. Just everyone wants to be hardworking, but you can always stay harder working, stay humble, and that's one thing that I think everyone can work on. You can never be humble enough. So, and obviously hungry for more.
Yeah. No, I love that. Well, yeah, John, speaking of your dad, did he teach you any tricks, by the way? Like, can you hold your breath underwater for 2 hours? Did he show you how to knock somebody out with a fingertip? What did you learn from your dad?
I learned, he taught me how to swim very well. So I'm a good swimmer. And me and my brothers are all good swimmers. So
I love it. Well, John Mills is with us from UW. And, John, you played some right tackle, I think, a couple games last year, Purdue, UCLA. But most of us are looking at you as a guard at the next level. Is that the way you're kind of looking at this? Do you see yourself maybe kicking over to tackle again one day, left or right? What do you think your future looks like, man, honestly?
Honestly, my future looks like whatever coach sees me as. If I'm a tackle or guard, I just want to play the position I'm best at, whatever's best for me and the team.
Yeah.
I think that if I need to play guard to be the best team possible, I'll play guard. If I need to play tackle, I'll play tackle. Just want to be the best team we can be. So,
love it.
You know how it is.
Absolutely. Well, John Mills is with us, and John, you got a guy to your left right now, and Cody Green, who was 18 years old, just like you were. Right, this is second straight year where we're going to be seeing a freshman start on the left side of the offensive line. You did it last year, and now Cody Green is set to do it this year. Give us kind of a scouting report, a progress report, and what you've seen from the young buck to your left over there.
Well, he's just a stud. He's came in from day one and just been working. I'm trying to take him under my wing and show him the ropes, because I know exactly, as you said, how he feels. I've been in his position. I know the stress and the mental strength that you need to have to be playing in that position, doing that, what he's doing. So, and he's absolutely taking it amazing. I'm so proud of the way he's been working this off season. His transition from spring ball to fall camp has been great. So I'm just excited to work with him during the season as well.
What is the biggest challenge you think for him going to be? What was the biggest challenge for you when you immediately stepped onto that field when you first showed up on campus?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. Whatever his personal challenge may be, everyone has their own. But I think that he'll figure that out when it comes. And I'm just excited for him to see how it feels for his game.
Yeah.
He's going to ball. So.
Right. Okay. Well, John Mills with us. And, John, there's been a lot of talk about this offensive line being a strength of this football team. You know, a couple years ago before you showed up, they went through a hell of a lot of transition, man. I think you kind of know the stories by now about, you know, what was going on with that, with Drew as a party and the Hatchet brothers and all that. But tell me about that. Do you guys now feel like it's okay for us in the media and fans to start thinking about the offensive line as a strength on this football team? Does that sound fair to you guys?
Well, I think it's definitely fair to call the Hatchet brothers and as a party a strength in the O-line. They're absolutely ballers. The way they've been working as well, just taking me under their wing. They're leaders in this team, and they're amazing offensive linemen. I think so. I mean, this offensive line, we've been working very hard this offseason. And like I said, Coach Swift, Coach Brew, and the strength staff has just taken us. We're trying to just get to the place where we can be the Joe Moore Award, and we're trying to get there every day. So I'm really, really excited for this season and to showcase our talents, how hard we've been working.
No doubt. John, before you go, he mentioned Cody. Give us a take on the other young kid you're going up against in practice. Derek Coleman-Brusaw shows up as a defensive end. Then he gets too big, and Coach Walters has no choice but to kick him inside. So I'm sure you've been matched up against him a ton in practice. What can you tell us about Derek Coleman-Brusaw and your battles against him so far?
Well, I can tell you that he comes in the facility every single day with a great attitude and a consistent guy every single day, and that's what we need. No matter how good or bad he does on the field, he always has that great attitude, trying to get better. But personally, the matchups with him, he's a strong dude. And I just think the sky's the limit for him when in the next coming years, too. He's going to be a stud this year as well, but I'm just excited to see him develop as well.
Yeah, well, we're all fired up to see what you can offer this year, man. I think a lot of people are jacked up to see you take that next step because the initial step last year was amazing, man. So best of luck. Stay healthy, man. Keep it going, and we'll talk down the road, John. Appreciate this, man.
Thank you, guys.
Now, you bet. John Mills with us right there on the radio show, and I'm just thinking about this kid. This kid could right now, Hugh, be suiting up for Steve Sarkisian and the number 5 team in the country in Texas, because he had originally committed to Texas out of high school and then was kind of waiting for the Husky offer. His granddad played football at UW back in the 60s. John Ryan, I believe, is his name. His family, by the way, he is the nephew of Katie Anger, who was the founder of San Juan Seltzer. And John is her dad, by the way. Okay, so that's where the connection kind of comes in a little bit to play there. But he had committed to Texas before he got the offer from UW. Finally got the offer from UW and just said, I'm going to Washington because that's where my family goes and I want to be a Husky. I can't tell you how impressed I was by this guy last year. I mean, he had his ups and downs. I mean, you watched him play, obviously. But to be 18 years old, starting on the offensive line from game one, you and I have seen freshmen start. Nick Harris, remember, against Alabama in the Peach Bowl, but he wasn't starting the opener. Rosengarten, I believe, was a redshirt freshman. I think Parker Brailsford was also a redshirt freshman. This guy goes from high school football in November, and then 10 months later is starting for Washington, and 3 weeks after that is starting against Ohio State as an 18-year-old kid and looking pretty damn good doing it. So if that's the starting point for him last year, what is this kid going to look like when he's a junior next season?
I think there's some guys where you look at a coach, just you kind of pinching yourself and you say, this is a coach's dream, that he checks every single box. Right. He has all of the physical capabilities that you want. He has all of the leadership. He has all of the intensity. Football matters to him. He has all of the humility. He has all the drive. I mean, he said it right there, the 3 H's: hardworking, humble, and hungry. Now, I'm a little bit curious, how does hungry differ from hardworking? Certainly that's a Venn diagram that overlaps one another. But look,
next time I have him on, I'll ask him. Can you picture a Venn diagram, John? Can you tell me the difference?
I want you to draw it. Let him fill it in. But I think you should also mention Trey Adams, started as a true freshman, the kid out of Wenatchee for Chris Peterson. Did he not start as a true freshman?
I don't think he started the opener. That's what I'm talking about, right? Okay. I don't know if he began the opener, but yeah, you're right. You're right,
but,
for sure.
But in any event, there's been some young linemen that have been noteworthy, but I'm just certain that Jed Fish just says, there's some guys that come along every few years where you just go, wow, this is everything a coach ever wants. and he's that guy. So I mean, can you imagine trying to sell him to the rest of the staff? You can, oh, by the way, his dad's a Navy SEAL,
right?
And was a huge influence in his life. I mean, who would you want to have more of as an influence in your life than a Navy SEAL? I don't know. It's a short list. Yeah. So love it. Good on Fish and the staff to land him and retain him, and hopefully now leverage him to really get something going special on that left side as you described.
No doubt, man. And I think that's one of my biggest curiosities about this team is what does an 18-year-old Cody Green look like, right? I mean, the first 3 games of the year, kind of a softer landing, right? We'll see what the Cougs have planned for him in the opener. I would bet that maybe they have some protection for him over there. And if I'm Kirby Moore or whoever Kirby Moore's defensive coordinator is, I might want to come right at him. Let's see what the 18-year-old kid can handle in game number 1, and maybe we'll get ourselves a couple of sacks or TFLs on Damon Williams. So that's a curiosity to me. And then number 2, Derek Coleman-Brusa, who's the defensive tackle out of Kennedy, right, that we talked about, who Ryan Walters has said showed up as a defensive end, got too big, and now he's playing defensive tackle at the age of 18 years old. So all of a sudden, the Huskies have had a habit in the last 3 years of playing 18-year-old kids right away on the line of scrimmage. I mean, you think about like running backs that play right away, wide receivers that play right away, not offensive and defensive linemen. They don't do that. Well, now they are. And I just wonder how much of this is driven by NIL and more, that when you're paying a guy that kind of money, you got to play him. Because if you don't play him, he might take off and somebody else may bear the fruits of your labor.
Yeah, and I think it's possibly a sign of the times. Maybe it's just a philosophical position, a worldview from Coach Fish that hey, he sees it like he's trying to tell everybody that his program is the 33rd team. Right. And that they run things like the NFL. Well, there's a lot of programs. Trust me, there's a lot of programs around the country that basically steal NFL schemes and nutrition and weightlifting and what have you. But that's not the important thing. The important thing is that the players believe it. And in the recruiting process, to tell his staff, hey, this is like a first-round draft pick. You know, a first-round draft pick as a rookie is going to start.
Yeah,
and
that's the way he's framing it. That's exactly
the way he's
what
framing
saying.
it. And so he is putting these guys that we're discussing in the category of a college first-round draft pick. Like as high school players, 5 stars, high 4 stars go to college the same way. So he sees a similarity in it, and it works, of course.
Yeah, let's do this. We're going to break testimonials, 49451. Lots on the table, by the way. We'll get to that. John Wilner will join us at 5. The Apple Cup, by the way, is 3 weeks from Sunday. Actually, I'm sorry. It's 2 weeks from Sunday. 2 weeks, it's 2.5 weeks away from the Apple Cup. Unbelievable. We'll get John on the air at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. Softy here from my friend Tamara Lamore, the entire team of agents over at BKT Northwest Real Estate. And here's the deal, man. This is a wacky, crazy time to sell a house, especially in our area. Okay, you got to have somebody who knows market trends, knows how to price homes correctly from the jump. So, number one, your home sells fast. And number two, you're not getting taken advantage of in negotiations by another agent. That's why you got to have Tamara and the entire team at BKT. They will price the home correctly so it sells for as soon as possible, doesn't rot on the market for months at a time. And then number two, they'll be able to, on the other side, go take advantage of homes that are improperly priced and help you win along the way in negotiation. So what are you doing? Looking to sell or buy a home this summer? Jump on the web and Google the name Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest, or check out the website directly tonight at sellerschallenge.com.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, great show so far, Huey.
Well, that's fantastic. A really smart decision, young man.
I appreciate you coming here, being with us today on a Tuesday afternoon. I can just sense the enthusiasm just dripping from your face.
I'm ready, man. No.
There's nowhere you'd rather be than right here talking to me. Thank you for
You
that.
know what? There's guys shoveling asphalt somewhere, and we're talking sports. And you asked me to fill in, and hey, we can talk ball, man.
All right, well, here we go.
Good.
49451, little testimonials, courtesy of our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Jackson Phelps back in the studio. We're at the Seahawks. So what do you got there, Jackson?
There was not anything dorky or gooberish about his statement in Hard Knocks. It sounded natural and established that he runs the show.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
It's a no humping Tuesday, Hugh.
That's
Whatever
not what,
thoughts you had. Okay?
I don't think that was the gooberish part.
It's
I agree
not.
with
Will you just go with me for a second, for God's sakes? That's not the clip he was referring to. We all know it's not the clip he was referring to.
How do we all know that? How do we all know that?
Because people can just make assumptions. They're smart, okay? Obviously, that one doesn't sound gooberish, but this one might.
Hey, you can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want.
But I'm running the effing practice. I'm running the fruit salad practice. I'm the one in charge here, not you. Shut the hell up. Go back to the locker room.
Yeah. Well, you and I are going to have to plant our flags on different
My
spots.
problem is I just cannot get over this.
We did not care.
Okay. There was feedback. There was this.
Right.
There was that. Okay. What's next? What's next, Jackson?
Derek Hall was being difficult. And the "we did not care" is awesome. Clearly, they did not care what everyone nationally had to say.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm not saying it's not awesome. I'm not saying that at all. I love all of it. I would not want him to change whatsoever. I think it's unique. I think it's his personality. He's also mentioned before, as you said, that sometimes he comes across as maybe a little bit uncomfortable. I love how yoked he is, by the way. He looks even more yoked today than he was when he showed up here. I love that his kid's playing golf inside of his office. I love that he's hanging out, talking to Mitch Johnson. I love the fact that he's learning things about the Rams offense from Cooper Kupp. There's nothing I would change about the guy, including the fact that he's a little bit of a goober.
Agreed.
It's all great.
And by the way, the "we did not care."
Yes.
We did not care.
That emerged so organically that you couldn't even script it.
I know.
Because it's obviously something we're all latching on to. We identify it's kind of their state. 20 years from now when they have a reunion, they'll play that. But what's organic about it is that he didn't think, okay, how am I going to motivate my players? If I put a little slower cadence to "we did not care," we did not care, like that wasn't planned at all. He was just merely reacting to the acoustics and the delay in the stadium as he's being interviewed after the NFC Championship game. It could not have emerged from more innocently and unplanned than how it did.
Yeah. We didn't care. We don't care. No, it was "we did not care." and enunciating every single word, which made it awesome.
We did not care.
All right, Jackson, what's next?
Mike McDonald is a badass. Mike McDonald has always been a badass. And Mike McDonald's comments were badass.
Badass.
Amen.
Like we said, we love the guy, man. I think it's been an unbelievable journey for him. I just wonder what's next, right? I mean, because you know that at some point in time, the rest of the NFL kind of started to figure out Pete Carroll's defense. I mean, he went 4 years in a row with the number one scoring defense in the National Football League. So we'll see if Mike McDonald can do something like that. Didn't they finish like a 1/10 of a point in front of the Texans last year, by the way? I think they allowed 3 less points than Houston did. So can Mike McDonald do something like that? Can he become the first coach in Seahawks history to win back-to-back Super Bowls? And then can he evolve when the rest of the league starts to catch up to him whenever that does happen?
Yeah, we asked him that question on the interview because one thing that has fascinated me, you cannot name any scheme in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
When the I formation came in, when spread offenses came in, the 85 Bears, quarters coverage, every single the Seahawks cover 3, every single scheme that has ever been dominant has been solved at some point. And so you just hope that Mike McDonald is smart enough to keep on evolving.
Right.
But there'll be times, in his career, he's not even 40 yet. There'll be times at some point, might be on this station, where there's a segment where we're, criticizing Mike McDonald, but this ain't that day.
No doubt. All right.
That guy is riding as high as a guy could ride, both in terms of his accomplishments and just the person, the dude that he is. How are we not drawn to him? We I don't know. I just think his likability factor's off the chain.
Well, I'll tell you what else, man. The ladies like Mike McDonald, man. I don't know about Michelle.
Handsome guy.
Gina's in love with the guy. She has already made it perfectly clear. If the opportunity was available, she'd dump my ass for him.
Hall pass. Okay.
All right. No, I mean like permanently.
There it is.
What's next?
I think Hugh is trying to tell us that Terrion Arnold just is not that good, even if there was not any criminal issues.
Gee, I was confused by that. I wasn't sure what you were saying. Of course we all knew that. You just talked about the juice not being worth the squeeze, and you weren't really that impressed by the tape that you saw. I get that, right? I just, to me, what's happening off the field is almost of no consequence to me whatsoever. You want to bring him in for a tryout. You want to sign the guy to a league minimum deal. Doesn't work out. You cut him. That should not preclude you from signing somebody else. But I'm not overly concerned, if even remotely concerned, about what's going on off the field, because I just think the league will decide that for you, right? They will figure that out. You sign this guy, and you do with him what you're allowed to do. That's it. It's not up. It's not even up to them. For God's sake. So that's not keeping me up at night at all.
And fair. And to Texie's point, when I watched the tape, a couple things I don't like. When the Lions were number 2 in the NFL in man coverage. They played a lot of man coverage. I think he's better in press. But at the break point, when you consider a route tree, the stem of a wide receiver, unless he's running a 9 route, which is the go route, at some point he's going to turn. He's going to either stop or break in or break out. Right now, and then occasionally there's double moves that probably comprises about 5% of the route tree. So basically, you're talking about one change in your direction off your initial stem, which is usually vertical, perpendicular line of scrimmage, but it can spray to the outside or it can reduce to the inside. But the point is, when you make that break point, how's his separation? Are receivers able to create separation? And they are. And I look and I say that's sloppy technique. His feet get too wide. And so I think you can coach him up. He's still young. What is he? 23 years old? Check his age. I think he's 23 years old. So he's old enough to improve, particularly with Carl Scott, who's as good as anybody. And then also he's too conservative in zone. He backs off in a half turn. He's knees in, outside leverage, and I think he's giving up too much cushion. That's just challenging him like, hey, dude, you're better than that. Stop giving up that kind of cushion. Clamp down a little more. I think Carl Scott can get more out of him. I would like to see, if I'm talking about all this distraction, put on the tape and go, whoa, he's a ready-made product. He's a first-round draft pick. He's playing like a first-round draft pick. If we can get him, this is going to be great. I'm like, he's a first-round athlete, but he's not a first round. He's not playing like a first round cornerback. Carl Scott may be able to get him to play like a first round cornerback, but it's not walking through that door, in my opinion.
That's right. It's right. You know what? A first-team All-Pro ain't walking through that door, Hugh. That's why we need Carl Scott to coach the guy up. And you're right. He just turned 23 4 months ago, by the way. So he's going to be 23 all season long. So he's a young 23. All right, we're going to break. John Wilner. Let's talk some college football with John next on 93.3 KJR FM. Boys and girls, Softy here again from my pals over at Beery and Toyota, who want to remind you about the whole big bunch of certified vehicles they have on the lot right now. The place is stuffed to the gills. I mean, they're parking cars that I'm not even sure if they're parking spots, by the way. They're leaking into the street, which means you got to get down there and take advantage of them, man. Football season's upon us. Once you go score a great deal on a certified vehicle, all clearly marked and ready for immediate delivery for you to drive off the lot. So score yours now. We're not just talking Toyotas. We're talking Hondas, Chevys, Subarus, Fords, and a lot more. Jump on the web. Check out the entire inventory now at BeeryandToyota.com. All right, kids, it's Softy here again for Bellevue Rare Coins. You may have noticed the Issaquah showroom is now open. They were closed for a remodel, but now they're open again. That means you have 4 options for taking your valuables to get a free, honest evaluation with no pressure to sell of your stuff. Bellevue, Tacoma, Linwood, and Issaquah. Bellevue Rare Coins is famous for their high payouts, and they want to inform you on what your stuff actually is, where it came from, the history, because they believe an informed customer makes the best customer. They want to keep you as a client for life, not just for one transaction. So if you're curious about what your valuables are worth and you're thinking about selling, take it to a place that I trust with my valuables. Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 locations: Bellevue, Tacoma, Linwood, and now the new showroom in Issaquah. Find out more at BellevueRareCoins.com.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Softy Dick with Jackson. Hugh in for Dick today, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
You're such a super lady.
Seahawks bringing in former Cowboy cornerback Trevon Diggs for a tryout, and there's reports out that as soon as Terrion Arnold is signed with the Seahawks or any other team, he's going to be placed on the NFL Commissioner's exempt list, meaning he will be ineligible to play or participate while the league evaluates his situation. How about this? ESPN co-founder Bill Rasmussen, who founded the 24/7 Sports Network in 1979, has passed away at the age of 93. Giants signing running back Najee Harris to a 1-year deal, and Roger Goodell today on an interview with German TV says there's no doubt in his mind at some point there will be an NFL team permanently based outside the U.S. of A. Baseball scoreboard games to watch if you're a Mariner fan tonight. Everybody in front of the M's. Red Sox lead the Diamondbacks 3-0 in the bottom of the second. Guardians up on the Giants 5-1, bottom 4. Orioles, Yankees tied at 1 from Camden Yards in the top of the 5th. The Rangers at home against the Nationals tonight. Astros starting a 3-game series in Houston against the Angels. Let's get to John Wilner right now.
It's time for our weekly Pac-12 conversation with San Jose Mercury News reporter John Wilner. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Our friends at SimplySeattle.com have the most amazing collection of all things Seattle. Seahawks gear, UW hats, and the largest selection of Sonics gear anywhere in the world. Learn more at SimplySeattle.com.
All right, boys and girls, we are back. Big thanks to our friends at SimplySeattle.com. Whatever you got your eye on for Seahawks season, Huskies season, the Mariners stretch run, be sure and use code KJR15 for 15% off anything at SimplySeattle.com. Here he is, the Pope of the Pack, the Big Ten Baron himself, our friend Johnny Wilner. John, how are you, man?
I'm good. I'm excited. We're just a couple weeks away from actual football.
Yeah, well, we got the Apple Cup in 2 damn weeks from this Sunday. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You know how quickly this thing is gonna come up upon us. But let's start with the AP poll. Came out the other day, and you're a Husky hater. Everybody knows that. So obviously,
yes,
you had the Huskies ranked very low, if at all, in your poll. So why did you have the Huskies so low in your poll, John? Oh, wait a minute, you didn't.
I had them 12, 13, 14, right in that window. I don't have it in front of me, but I was higher than their...
You had them 13th. Yeah.
Okay. And they are what in the AP poll? 17th-ish?
Correct.
Okay. So, yeah, that's bad news for those who think I'm a Husky hater. Just call them like I see them, and I see at least 9 wins, maybe 10, and that should be good enough for, certainly finishing in that window in the AP poll and potentially getting in the playoff.
Well, let's dive into that, potentially getting to the playoffs. So we know your rating against the rest of the schools. What about in the Big Ten? And if you had to assign a probability, roughly, what's the probability in your mind the Huskies make the playoffs this year?
Boy, that's a great question. There's so many pieces to that, but I give them a 40% chance, 35, 40% chance.
Like, I don't know that I'd bet on it, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if it happened. They should be in that, 4, 5, 6 window in the Big Ten. Big Ten is so top heavy with Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana. It's hard to see anybody else cracking the top 3, but Washington should be right there with SC and Penn State, maybe 1 or 2 others for on that, that next level. And so that, to me, Big Ten could end up with 4 or 5 teams in the playoffs. So if they're right there in the Big Ten race, they'll be right there in the playoff race.
Well, apologies to our friend the Gas Man, an IU grad, a proud Hoosier, but I got to ask you this question. Maybe I'm just too old and I can remember too many hammerings that the Hoosiers took in football to the hands of just about everybody in the Big Ten. For those who said, wait a minute, Mendoza's gone, does Cignetti really have something that's building on a continual basis at Indiana, or was that just a flash in the pan? Just talk to us about your feeling that Indiana could be back at it again this year.
They've got a lot of good players. I mean, they've got a bunch of guys who are going to be drafted, and he has shown to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that his evaluation and development skills are as good, if not better, than anybody else in the sport at this point. They won a national title with a lot of guys that he brought with him from James Madison, a lot of guys who transferred up, and he just can find the right players for his system. Certainly, you do wonder about the quarterback situation. Now, Josh Hoover, for those who don't know, he's coming over from TCU. He is a very talented thrower of the football, but he's had a lot of problems with interceptions. So if Cignetti can kind of rein that piece in, I think they will get high-level quarterback play. They're going to be really good on the offensive and defensive lines. They got a lot of guys back, including, a player who led the Big Ten in tackles for loss and was one of those 5-for-5 guys who just rejoined the program a week or 2 ago. They're going to be really good on defense. And I think if Hoover plays well, they're going to be in the playoff again.
Yeah, John, I'm looking at the poll, and one thing that stuck out to me is that the SEC did not have one first-place vote in their conference. I think that's the first time that's happened in, was it 4 or 5 years? I may be wrong on that, but they didn't get one first-place vote. And the Big Ten has won 3 straight national titles. I think they're 4-0 against the SEC in playoff games over the last 3 years, and they've outscored them by like 80 points. They're winning games in the regular season. They're winning bowl games. At what point does this become like a serious problem for the SEC? If the Big Ten wins another championship and it's 4, is it 5, 6, 7? How long until this is a major red flag for people in the SEC?
I think it's already a red flag. It's the first time the SEC hasn't been gotten a first-place vote in the AP preseason bowl since 2015.
Wow.
That year, Ohio State got every vote that year because they were coming off the national title, and they had almost their whole team back. So Ohio State, I think, was unanimous number 1 preseason 2015. That was the last time it happened to the SEC. So to me, it's already, red flashing lights. And it wasn't necessarily Michigan and Ohio State, because those are the 2 winningest programs of all time. Yeah. So the issue, if you're an SEC fan, the issue is Indiana. All of a sudden, they come out of nowhere and win the title 16-0, give the Big Ten another powerhouse. That, to me, was the real red flag for the SEC. I still think the SEC is deeper. There is more meat and less fat on its 16-team conference than there, and in the Big Ten, there's a little more fat and a little less meat with the 18. But at the top, the Big Ten is clearly better at the top. The SEC, I think, is stronger in the middle. So it kind of depends on how you value the strength of a conference. But these days, it's based on who's winning the national title.
Yeah, John Wilner with us. Just to finish up on that point, I've always thought, John, that a fair way to kind of, a thought experiment, this is just coffee and beer because it doesn't seem likely this is going to happen. It's certainly not going to happen this year. But this is a model. I had a friend on the University of Washington tennis team. And if the Huskies played, UCLA in tennis, number one would play 1, 2, on down to 6 plays 6. And they do doubles and then they add it all up. If you took the SEC and the Big Ten, and they did, 1 versus 1, whatever. Now you say, well, there's 18 teams in the Big Ten. So take out the middle 2 in the Big Ten. So you got the top 8 teams of the SEC against the top 8 in the Big Ten, bottom 8 teams of the SEC against the bottom 8 teams, all matched correspondingly, and you're going to play 16 football games. What, in that respect, who do you think wins the most? Who comes out as the better conference?
I think the SEC would dominate the games between the bottom 8. But I think the Big Ten would probably win, more than 50% of the games among the top 8. I mean, if you're doing it based on how things look this year, it's like Ohio State versus Texas. And by the way, we're going to see that game in week 2 in Austin, which is fantastic. And then you've kind of got it's probably Oregon against Georgia. And then maybe it's Ole Miss against Indiana, something like that. I think the Big Ten would win most of the games at the top, but I think the SEC schools would dominate the games between the last, say, 8 or 10 teams in the cross matching.
Yeah, well, John Wilner's with us, and John, I'm just kind of curious about the team that's number 2 in the poll, and that's my beloved Oregon Ducks. Everyone knows what a big fan I am of the Ducks, man. Dave the Duck. I've been, called worse, by the way. But, I mean, they're thinking national championship. They're thinking they got maybe the best defense they've had so far of the Lanning era. But every year they're talking national championship. Every year they're preseason top 3, top 5, and they eventually end up getting their ass kicked by somebody in the biggest game of the year. How do you foresee the Oregon season going?
Yeah, I like the little dig you got there in the end. So, to me, they're very well set up with the quarterback and the defensive line, skill, position, talent. But they win. It seems like Oregon wins the offseason natty every year, right? And clearly they have got a hurdle to get over in the postseason. 2 years in a row, they have been blown out in the playoff by a team that they were competitive with during the season. Right. So there's something going wrong there. The trajectory, Oregon does not play its best in the playoff. And that's the thing Dan Lanning's got to fix. And he's got to fix it with 2 new coordinators and an offensive line that, I'm not sold on the offensive line. It's funny. To me, that's the position where both Ohio State and Oregon are vulnerable, is the offensive line. Everything else, I think, is great for both of them.
Wow.
But I do wonder about up front. So to me, Oregon should win 10 or 11 games. They should get in the playoff as a pretty high seed. They should handle their business in the opening round or the quarterfinal. But can they win those last 2 rounds or at least be competitive and not get wiped off the field?
John Wilner with us, and Johnny, you may have noticed when we interview, when I'm part of the show, that while Dave and I we are going to ask you our questions that are top of mind, I always like to ask you a wild card question, and it's always you tell us what's on your mind, whether it's legal stuff, where it's TV contract stuff, whether it's competitive stuff. What's the stuff that we don't want to get left unasked to you? What's on the top of your mind that you want to share with us about the state of college football?
Oh, man, Hugh, you're asking me this. Like 10 days ago, I was up at 11:30 on a Friday night watching a live stream of the Senate floor because of the vote on that bill. That's kind of what it's come to. What my mind is, I'm glad the season's coming because as important as all this other stuff is, the competition itself is terrific, and it's going to unfold against the backdrop of more CFP expansion discussion, more negotiating on Capitol Hill about this bill, and that backdrop is just critical, right? So that to me, what's on my mind is the big picture is inescapable, unfortunately, in some regards. But what's going to happen on the field this season and next season is going to shape how teams are positioned for whatever comes next. And that's why I think, like for Washington, this is a huge season for Washington this year and next year. Because if they end up moving closer to some kind of Super League, we don't know how many teams are going to be in it. But you gotta show this year and next year that you're worthy of being in the Super League, if that's what it comes to. And I think there's a decent chance that's what it is going to come to.
Well, that's a good transition, John. John Wilner with us. I'm looking at, I think, The Athletic. Chris Vanini, who's been on this show before, did a college football coaching tier for 2026. There's only 2 coaches in Tier 1. It's Kirby Smart and Cignetti. And then you got Sark and Ryan Day and Whittingham over at Michigan, Lane Kiffin, DeBoer, Dabo, Mario Cristobal, Miami, Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman. You got Lanning, obviously, there. But he's got Jed Fish in Tier 4 on the same tier as a guy like a Barry Odom from Purdue. And I'm wondering if Jed Fish is maybe getting a little bit undervalued here by Vanini. Does Jed Fish deserve to be in the same tier as Barry Odom at Purdue?
Who's on the third tier, just out of curiosity? What are a couple names of guys on the third tier?
Well, I'll just tell you the schools. You got TCU, you got Penn State. You got SMU, you got Tennessee with Heupel, you got SC, obviously, Minnesota, Vanderbilt, Kansas, Houston, Boise, Arizona State, Iowa, Utah State, West Virginia, schools like that.
I think it may be slightly undervaluing. I don't know how I would do it, and Chris is really good. You could make the case that what Fish did at Arizona should translate maybe to a Tier 3. But there's a lot of folks that are kind of wait and see on him now that he's in the Big Ten, now that he's at a school that has, went to the playoff twice.
Right.
Let's see what happens. This is a huge year for Fish. It's a swing year, in my opinion. Either they get, win 10 games, they're in the playoff, and he jumps up arguably even to Tier 2. If they don't make progress, then you do start to wonder, right? Is it ever going to happen for him in Seattle? It's a real telling season.
It's got Bob Chesney at UCLA over Jed Fish in a different tier, by the way. That's surprising.
Yeah. I mean, what he did at Arizona was remarkable, and I would give him probably a little bit more props for that and as a basis for being in Tier 3.
John Wilner with us. John, I'm going to combine your last 2 comments into kind of one topic. Obviously, if Washington, is going to cement themselves as one of the halves in any Super League, it's likely to be under the stewardship of Jed Fish. But forecast, because you're saying that you believe that these next couple of years, every year is important, right? I mean, go back to Don James and Jim Owens. Every year is important, but you think that there's extra importance for the future of these schools in the next couple of years relative to what you're seeing with these bills that are coming out and the potential for the super conferences. If you're a Husky fan, given how you feel about the importance of this, how you feel about Jed Fish, just how do you feel about the state of things of where Washington's going to be 3 years from now in a Super League or what have you? Just kind of give us a state of the union of the Washington Huskies as it pertains to these elements that you see as important in the near landscape.
Yeah, I would say cautious optimism is probably a pretty good description of how I would feel right now if I were a Husky fan, right? School's got a lot going for it. Really good football tradition and all that. But, we don't know how that Super League is going to unfold, if it unfolds at all, right? And if it does unfold, it's not just going to be everybody in the Big Ten and everybody in the SEC joining the Super League. It's going to be the top schools leaving the Big Ten and leaving the SEC and creating something new. And those are going to be Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Alabama, Michigan. They're going to basically get on the phone with each other and say, all right, let's do this, right?
Oregon?
And I'm sorry, who?
Is Oregon part of that group?
No, I don't think Oregon is part of the group that hatches the plan. They're an outsider in my mind with regard to that. Now, Oregon would get invited, but they're not part of the cabal that comes up with the Super League. And so then is Washington invited? I think if it's 24, it's might be a little worrisome for the Huskies. If it's 32, they're probably fine. Now, at the Senate in June, Pete Bavacqua, who was Notre Dame's athletic director and the former chair of NBC Sports, was asked about this. And he said, if college football wants to maximize its money, you take the top 24 or 32 teams and you create a mini NFL-style Super League. And so I'm using that, Bavacqua's own comment, as kind of the model for how I'm envisioning it might happen. And I think, if you're Washington, you do want to show you belong in these next 2 years, because if everything changes in the early 2030s, the plans are going to get hatched in the late 2020s. Nobody ever waits for a contract to actually expire before they hatch a plan for what's next. It's always set months or even a couple years ahead. So that's why I think for Washington and for so many schools across the country, the next 2 years are really important for their strategic positioning.
Yeah, I love it. Well, a week from now, it'll be a week before game week, if that makes any sense, by the way, for the Dogs and for the Cougs in the Apple Cup. So we're getting close. I believe the first game, North Carolina TCU, on Saturday the 29th, is 11 days away. A week from this Saturday, we got college football with North Carolina TCU, the very first game of the year in the Aer Lingus Football Classic from Dublin. I don't know about you guys, but when I think college football, I think of Aer Lingus and Dublin. John, great stuff, and we'll talk in a week, man. Appreciate it, pal.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
okay,
John
thanks,
Wilner with us. We're going to break. A lot more to get to. More Seahawk chatter, fun with audio. Brian Schmetzer, DeMarcus Lawrence. A lot more coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Hugh Milne in for Dick Fain today. We haven't talked much in the last couple of days about Devin Witherspoon's new deal, Huey, who is now the highest paid corner in the history of the NFL. Not a surprise. I thought after McDuffie got his record-setting deal that Devin Witherspoon was going to take advantage of that because I think he's better than Trent McDuffie. He's younger than McDuffie. He's a better player than McDuffie, and he got more money than McDuffie. Now you've got, for the first time ever, according to Google AI, and I'm going to trust Google AI. If you want to do the research on your dork machine, have at it. It's the first time ever that two players from the same draft played for the same team that were the highest paid player at their position at the same time. And it's not just from the same draft, it's the same damn round in the first round with Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba, which leads me to proclaim that first round, by the way, for John Schneider, Huey, in 2023, greatest first round of any NFL general manager in the history of the National Football League.
Wow.
With Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Argue with me on that. Debate me on that.
I don't have the data disputed. It passes the sniff test. I know the 1974 Steelers had 4 Hall of Famers in one draft, but clearly they weren't all first rounders. Was that Lynn Swann, Wagner, or Webster, Mike Webster, I believe.
Was Joe Green in that draft, by the way?
No, he would have been 69, 70-ish.
Gotcha.
But the 74, I don't know. You can pull it
I'll
up.
look it up.
There's 4 Hall of Famers. But look, I think
Lynn Swann, Jack Lambert, Stallworth, and Webster. Those 4.
Yeah.
Right.
And 4 Hall of Famers. So
how about this? And they signed a 5th Hall of Famer, Donnie Shell, who was an undrafted free agent.
Okay. Well, they obviously, and you know what? That's the group that had 4 Super Bowl champions in what 6 year period ish. So I think hats off to John Schneider, because you could say, well, they're first rounders, but think of all the first round busts we could have. We could go 5 straight segments listing first round busts, depending on how far you want to go back. So kudos to John Schneider to be able to draft these guys. I mean, Jalen Carter was available at 5. Right. And I thought that the Seahawks should take Jalen Carter. The Eagles are not disappointed. They gave him the highest contract in the history of defensive tackles. So presumably that wouldn't have been a bad pick. But you know what? I don't want to even think about redressing history. I want Devin Witherspoon, a Seattle Seahawk. I love everything about that. I love his burning competitiveness. I love the tenacity, his swag, his confidence. I love how he plays outside, and then he comes in on the dime, and when he comes in on dime, which they did the most snaps in dime in the entire season was in the Super Bowl, and they will generally have him to the field side. So let's say that the offense is on the right hash. They'll have Eamon Warrior in their nickel generally to the field, and so he's got more ground to cover. When they go dime, they put Eamon Warrior into the boundary, short side, and then they put Witherspoon to the strong side as a defender over the slot, what's called the overhang defender or an apex defender. What's significant about this, Dave, if I can impart this to you, is the Seahawks are number 1 in the NFL in what's called cover 6. It's a 2-high structure, so neither safety is down the help. What the way that plays out is that Witherspoon has the field, he has more grass to cover. He has to redirect the slot, but then if there's what's called a new number 2, like the running back swings, for example, he's got to quickly match number 2 inside out with a lot of field. And I can't remember if it was the regular season game or the playoff game, but I have a vivid memory of this against the 49ers, where Brock Purdy looks at his read, he quickly gets the ball out to Christian McCaffrey in the left flat.
Sorry, which Snyder game? The playoff game against the Niners?
As I said, it was either week 18 or the playoff game. It doesn't really matter because they played great defense in both of those. Right. But there's a specific play that's just burned in my memory, at least for the time being. And what I'm trying to say is Witherspoon, he had to redirect the slot, make sure he didn't get beat on a quick inside slant, because that's the first thing he's got to defend. And then when McCaffrey ran the swing route, there's a point, Dave, if we watch the all-22 version, the recessed angle that shows every player, I could stop the tape. I could shoot a photo of it and say, does this look like trouble for an NFL defense? And your answer would be yes, because space is the friend of an offense and the enemy of a defense, not just in football. I'm sure Jackson would be nodding about soccer.
Yep.
And so right in that moment that you say, wait a minute, Witherspoon's got a hell of a freaking task to redirect, and now he's got to react to Christian McCaffrey, one of the great receiving running backs that the NFL's ever seen, right? And yet how does the play the rest of the play out? And like a freaking turbo missile, Witherspoon takes the perfect angle and he just reacts to Christian McCaffrey like prey, like freaking hunting prey. I almost got really excited about it. He he came to and he chopped down McCaffrey for, if I remember right, a 1 yard gain, might have been a 1 yard loss. It was basically a lot of space, a very difficult open tackle. A lot of guys would come in cautious, break down too soon, worried about the cutbacks. He has so much confidence in his ability and the choice of his angles that he just comes in, boom, no breakdown, just come chop him down. And you look and you go, that is one hell of a football play. And they put him in a position, they play the coverages that demand that, they put him to the field away from the boundary in these passing situations, they take him out of his wide corner position, they put him in the slot, say now you've got a whole new set of things. Your run gap fits, you got to think about all that, but you got to be able to make the kind of plays that I just described. He does it, he makes clutch plays. He's like, what box does he not check? Maybe you wish he was 15 pounds heavier, 10 pounds heavier. But then would he be the missile that he is? Look, I'm not changing one thing about that guy. I'm happy he's a rich man.
Well, you could have made him the MVP of the Super Bowl. You could have made Derek Hall the MVP of the Super Bowl, for God's sake.
Indeed.
So those guys were phenomenal in that game. And I was wondering, or just thinking out loud as you said that there, we got a break in a minute here, get to some fun with audio, and then Brian Schmetzer will join us coming up at 6 p.m. You mentioned Jalen Carter, right? So you got the highest paid wide receiver, you got the highest paid corner, and you get the highest paid defensive tackle, all from the same draft, first round, now playing in the NFL. Is Devin Witherspoon a better corner than Jalen Carter is a tackle, in your opinion?
I think that they're comparable. I think that Witherspoon is, just as a player, a top 3, 4. Is Carter okay? So
is he a top 3, 4 defensive tackle? Because the other question is, would you rather have the best corner or would you rather have the best defensive tackle on your defense? I think I'd rather have the best corner, but I can see both arguments, man. You tell me.
Would you rather have Aaron Donald or would you rather have Deion Sanders? I mean,
that's what we're talking about, right?
I think you could make great arguments for either. Probably a defensive tackle. If you put a pistol head into my temple, said you don't get to say because you can an offense can somewhat avoid a great corner,
right?
People say you can take away a half a field. What? Oh, draw that on a whiteboard. How does a corner take away a half of a field? Now you could say on certain mirrored routes that a quarterback is not going to go to that side, so he's going to work the other side. Like you could make a loose connection to that idea, but he can take away a guy, but he's not going to take away a half of a field as a general rule.
Right,
but a defensive tackle, you got to contend with him every time you run the football. He's right in the middle of the defense. Every time you throw the football, you got to deal with that animal, trying to wreck your A gap and your B gap and what have you. And so I probably would slightly lean a great defensive tackle, but you're splitting hairs. And certainly that you could march 100 people that know football a lot better than me that would say corner. So I think it's a great debate. But in any event, we got our guy. I don't even look back.
Yeah, I think the question is, can you actually find 100 people, Jackson, that know football better than you? The answer to me is no.
Nope.
All right, we're going to break. Fun with Audio next on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time for Fun with Audio, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloometry.com. Now, Fun with Audio.
All right, before we get to Brian Schmetzer on his 64th birthday, we'll see what he's got planned tonight. I know he would like a win. That'd be nice, for God's sakes. 9-1-9, their last 10. Ugh. Brian joining us at 6 p.m. A little Fun with Audio / Hey, did you hear that? Hey, Hugh, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
We start, by the way, in the NFL. Yesterday on Fun with Audio, we heard Rams receiver Puka Nacua say that Julian Love is the player he dislikes the most in the NFL. Well, Julian Love responding to those comments yesterday on our friend Brian Nemhauser's Hawk Blogger podcast.
Of all the players on this team, that they'd bring up you as the guy that drives them crazy and talk the most. Were you surprised?
I don't know my reaction to it. Somebody showed me it, but the reaction I'm sure you've had and a lot of people who probably heard that was the exact same from everybody. Everybody on the teammates are like, Julian, you say Love's name? You say the president's name? Like what? Everyone. And of course everyone's like, I got your back, like yada yada. I don't know. I don't care that much. I mean, it's really cool if we're on those guys' minds in August. We'll see them when we see them, but I don't know. Football's football. There's no love for sure in the division between anybody.
Yeah.
There might be respect in some ways, but there's definitely no love. That's all. It is what it is.
I don't know, man. The whole thing is weird. It's like, who doesn't like Julian Love? That's like not liking puppies and pizza. I mean, what the hell? Unless he's just saying he just gets in his craw. He's not a big smack talker, I don't think. He's not a jackass. I mean, people would say, I don't like Bill Romanowski because he tried to twist my nutsack off back in the day and poke me in the eye with his thumb. Is Julian Love in that? I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not even sure if Puka Nacua knows what the hell he's talking about right now. I'm not sure what mental state he's in right now.
Yeah, and Romanowski, he did try to break my ankle under a pile once, my surgically repaired ankle. But I would just say this, Dave, look, I don't profess that any of us that we truly know these guys. We just get impressions from interviewing them. This is my 28th year with KJR. I'd be hard-pressed to name somebody that impresses me more when I sit next to him and talk to him for 15, 20 minutes than Julian Love. Like,
no doubt.
Somebody who's going to be my next door neighbor, marry my sister, be an elder at my church, you name it, whatever. This guy is one of the most professional, coolest, apparently human being. I mean, go on a hunting trip, go on a golf trip. Like there's nothing that I would not say, hell yes, let's have Julian Love fill in that position. So I don't know. I don't get it. Now there could be two things that are true, that he's all of that to us and to everybody else, but on the field, he's just a trash talker of the highest order. I would tend to doubt it.
No doubt.
In any event, Julian Love, you and I, we're going to plant a flag in support of him, are we not?
For sure. All right, hey, Hugh, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to number 2. After the Lions-Bengals preseason game last week, Detroit head coach Dan Campbell talked about the access coaches have to real-time broadcast during games.
And as he took 2 shots to opposite shoulders, didn't look good. Just your initial prognosis there.
You get a better view than I did. So he took one on both shoulders at one point.
No, he took one from teammate Devin White, like 3
Was
snaps.
it on the same play?
3 snaps before.
Okay.
Yeah,
see, I don't get to see all that stuff. I wish they just give us a monitor we can walk around with. We can actually watch the game with you guys while we're watching that game, because you can't see all the little things. But it's not major.
Should they have access to that? Should coaches in the box on the sideline have access to what we are all seeing on television?
And hearing as well?
Whatever. You can go as far as you want, I guess.
I hadn't given that a lot of thought.
You haven't given that a lot of thought? Wow. Out of all the things that you've been thinking about, that was not on your list? You're slipping,
Yeah, there's not a lot.
Slipping. Sorry.
I'll analyze breakfast for you, but I'm not sure if I have a great response to that. I can't see a good reason for it. Can't really think of a good reason not to have it. I would think they'd be more interested in the actual coach's tape.
Absolutely.
The all 22 and the end zone copies. So I don't know. I guess I can't think of any reason not to have it.
Yeah, I mean, as long as everybody's got the same advantage or disadvantage, I'm fine with it, right? You're going to give both teams the shot to see the TV. Maybe they're seeing some replays. Maybe they're hearing some news on TV that they wouldn't have otherwise been privy to.
And
I get why they don't
what
let
I said.
do it.
They got coaches up that can listen to the TV, and if somebody says something, let's say a coach says something, in a very rare occasion, a coach might say something that might be revealing schematically or what have you. I don't know. They got coaches up there that could listen to the TV, so that didn't make sense.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Hey, Hugh, did
that
you
response is not going to win an Emmy, but
no, it won't. Nor will that, by the way. None of that.
No.
Will. Yeah, it's good. Let's start over again. Hey, Hugh, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
There you go. All right, number 3, ESPN analyst and former quarterback Dan Orlovsky is a father of 4 kids. The first 3 were triplets. So this morning on First Take, he shared his reaction to when he found out that he and his wife were going to have a 4th child.
I'm not going to lie. When we had our triplet sons, and then my wife notified me that she was pregnant, I was devastated because I was bummed. Because I was so tired. And now I adore my daughter.
Of course.
I adore my daughter.
Yes, that was, I think most men's reaction.
Oh, boy.
I was tired. Never getting sleep ever.
Oh, boy.
Jesus. You imagine having a daughter. You got 3 kids already, 3 triplets, and you go on TV and admit that, you know what? I got to tell you, I didn't even want you.
Devastated and bummed, guys. Devastated and bummed are the words he used.
I was pissed when I found out we were pregnant.
She's going to hear that clip when she's older.
Of course.
Oh.
I mean, what the hell?
Now, this would be a situation that might be ripe for taking something out of context. Because if he then said, that was my original reaction.
Sure.
But then I warmed to, and then now, as soon as the day she arrived, she's been the apple of my eye, and there's a way that he could extricate himself from that.
Let's turn it around. Let's turn it around. Okay. Hugh, when I found out that you were joining the radio station, I wanted nothing to do with you. Nothing at all. I said,
go ahead now. Fix it. Now fix it.
This guy's going to be joining KJR. But then the minute you showed up, I thought you were great. Does that make you feel better?
There you go.
Does that make you feel better?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's better. Go ahead.
In the clip, he does say, and I love my daughter. I love my daughter. So he does say that. I will say the full context is that First Take was looking for some reason. They reviewed and recapped a gender reveal party that somebody did that went viral on TikTok. And they were talking about that. So Dan Orlovsky volunteers that story without anybody even asking him. He just says it out of the blue.
Yeah. By the way, just so you know, I know we're talking about cars, but I hate my wife. I mean, it's like, what the hell? Where did that come from, man? Get out of here. All right, let's get a couple more here. Let's get a couple more before we break. I want to get at least one more in. Hey, Hugh, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
4 or 5, Jackson, you pick.
Let's
Which
go
one?
4.
All right, Huskies head coach Jed Fish joining the Jim Rome Show yesterday, reflecting on the situation with Damon Williams Jr. almost leaving UW earlier this year.
Oh, I tell you, his headspace is elite right now. This is the most connected I've ever seen him with his teammates. And, I think what we did was we learned from the experience, and it was a great opportunity to educate everybody. I think in college football nowadays, the more you recognize it's shifting more towards a professional-like model, the more administration needs to understand it's not going to feel and look the same as it did 5 years ago or 10 years ago. The more your team has to understand, the more your fans have to understand. And as long as you can educate them and say, like, hey, guys, this is the new wave. And there's going to be times you're going to be disappointed. There's going to be times you're going to be excited. But in the end, the outcome is, do we have the best player possible behind center? And we absolutely do.
Okay, so you're an ex-Husky quarterback. Have you been able to move on from the Damon Williams offseason saga?
I would say mostly. And I don't put myself in any, a special position, having played the position there. I'm just as a fan, 62-year-old fan that's, as Coach Fish kind of alludes to, that we're all, learning about how to handle a new situation. I think everything he said was right there. I'm glad he didn't say, hey, this happens in the NFL all the time, because I got stats to refute that. But everything he said there, I think is right. I think he said it in the tone. I think that's the message he needs to give to his players. So I would do what he just did,
right?
If I were him. But to say that I'm totally over it, no. It bothers me that we have a structure where the Washington quarterback is the quarterback because he got bent over a legal barrel. He found himself in a position where his NIL rights were contractually bound only to Washington, which means not only could he not go to LSU, he could not go to Purdue or any other team in the entire